Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Smoking now, I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Deep pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, smoking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Deep pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime.
It's the last day of the week 3 and final 3 chances remain in the hands of Group A and D in the BMPS 2026. I'm going to be a host of Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Salty. And Salty, final 3 chances left even in the hands of Group A to make sure that they're going to be putting themselves in the top 12 and avoid that relegation.
It's going to be extremely high stakes for so many teams out there. Imagine you've got the best teams of the country in one lobby and saying that, you know what, only 12 of you is going to survive and 4 of you all have to go down to the trenches. Imagine that, the amount of competition and the amount of desperation, I guess.
Of course, and looking at the bottom 4 right now, Seoul is also a part of it. Genesis Esports is going to be a part of it. Did we even dream of seeing Seoul in the bottom 4? The answer is going to be no.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, Team Seoul is just messing around right now. They know that they've got 3 matches. 3 matches more than enough for them to actually pile up those points. So I'm just hoping that, you know what, Team Seoul will definitely come out. But is Genesis going to be able to follow suit? Is H4K will be able to do so as well? I think these are big question marks in my mind right now.
You know what, speaking of Genesis Esports, it feels like it's week 1 all over again. This is what happened to Genesis Esports. And luckily enough, this time, OG's not exactly around that danger spot. But if OG does slack off, even they can be relegated.
100%. I think Orangutan themselves aren't really the best. In fact, the teams who have actually performed way better than anybody else, nobody expected. Victorious Summers, I think, out of everyone, Victorious Summers coming out on top and being able to get so many finish points. They've crossed that 40-point barrier as well for themselves. So, in my opinion, I think they're quite safe. There's not going to be no chance that Victorious Summers come down. But teams like Divine Gaming, teams like, there are going to be a lot of teams. We'll talk about Group A. But for now, we do have Group D in front of our screens, and this is also going to be another group playing their matches next round. 4 teams desperate for a promotion towards Group C right now.
Exactly, and we all know if you're going to be staying inside of the Group D, even in the final week, you will be eliminated if you're in the bottom 8, and that's what you need to avoid right now. And looking at the bottom 8 right now, Team Doxy, Oops Official, the previous week was incredible for them. They were around the top 4, but then later on, slowly and steadily, the consistency fiddled away. You've also got a few names like Santa Esports that do pack a lot of punch, and the potential is definitely there. But for some reason yesterday, we did not see a good performance. And if you move on towards the Group A's overall standings, right now, Victor Sumus, Nebula Esports, REVENANT XSPARK, and even Divine Gaming have been supreme. But then if you look at the latter half of the board, man, H4K, Soul, Genesis, and White Walkers. Right now, the sword is going to be on top of their necks. Who's going to be cut off? That's the question.
You know, Necro, I think looking at the numbers right now, there are just 2 teams who, in my opinion, are going to be a little safe. I'm talking about Victor Sumus and Nebula Esports. Even REVENANT XSPARK can falter. In my opinion, Divine Gaming definitely have a chance of faltering as well. Team Tamilas, who played beautifully over the course of the last 2 games, over the last 2 weeks, and now are starting to see themselves struggle. But we do have the talent predictions on our screens, and it seems like all of us, wow, Johnny, Necro, Icy, Salty, all 4 of us have a similar relegation measure for us. It is going to be H4K and White Walkers. What's going wrong with White Walkers and H4K?
It feels like everything is going wrong.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say. For White Walkers, there's just a switch, right? Sometimes you can see White Walkers just perform so good, and then instantly the switch flips, and you will see White Walkers doing terrible. And that inconsistency is something that's really making them slack off in the overall standings. But you know what? We also did see the promotion side of things, and there was Quantum Sparks, 100% prediction from all of us. And Quantum Sparks right now definitely does seem like they're in a top-notch form, and they do deserve to move on towards Group C.
I'll tell you the sad part is, Quantum Sparks looked in top-notch form since week 1 itself. Week 1, they came so close. Week 2, they kind of slacked off a little bit. Week 3, it again seemed nice, but then again, you never really know. It's Quantum Sparks. I've given up hopes, man, but I still hope that the fans haven't given up on their favorite team, at least. Especially for Quantum Sparks, I'm pretty sure this time, at least, they are going to cross that finish line. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Look, the point is, Quantum Sparks was in a top-notch form in the first 3 games every single time. But then the moment the latter 3 games approached, for some reason, they were just dropping the ball in every single game. They were not able to replicate that same performance. So I'd really hope that this time in the latter 3 games, Quantum Sparks actually does good and just nail that spot down in the Group C. Because if you move on towards Group C, we know you are going to be heading on towards the survival stage, guaranteed. That elimination barrier, it's not going to be with you. And speaking of some great things, you've also got the eliminator of the BMPS 2026 so far. Once again, it's going to be Dhruv OG. Not even a question. No one's able to shake this man away.
You know what? I'm very surprised with the fact that Dhruv OG, ever since he became the eliminator, he has been able to keep up that lead no matter who comes in or who gets replaced from the top 5. It was Taurus, it was Jonathan, it was Sarwar, it was Lobster. All 4 of these players have come up and gone against Dhruv in order to take that eliminator away. But it seems like this man and his consistency so far in this tournament has been unmatched. But looking at the MVP, of course, we do have Jonathan in there. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to be very happy with their favorite player being there.
But Dhruv is stopping over here as well.
Yeah.
So this man is just supreme right now when it comes to the MVP rankings, when it comes to the Executor or the Eliminator ranking. You've also got Lobster right there from Autobots Esports with 0.78 MVP ranking. And even Lobster is a man who possesses a lot of threat to the lobby.
100%.
We know in the future lines when Autobots Esports is going to find themselves in those tricky spots, Lobster is going to be the man to bring them out of those tricky spots.
You know what? In my opinion, the top 3 that we see right now, Lobster, Sarwar, and Dhruv, these are heavy fraggers in my opinion. A couple of those more players, in my opinion, will also be Spray God, but of course they're not as efficient inside of this tournament, but they do land those big impact numbers. 10 eliminations in one game, 11 eliminations in one game. They have that firepower. If we talk about the IGL rankings, we do have Punk, we have Adi, we have got Fraggy, Arib, as well as Ryzen from WINDGOD Esports. And WINDGOD, my oh my, Necro, I think they have surprised us the most. I did not expect WINDGOD to play the way they are playing right now.
Hands down, I mean, WINDGOD Esports, they have been a force to be reckoned with. It's not even a question.
Yeah.
Even the week 1, WINDGOD Esports were able to show a few heroics, but they unfortunately slacked off once again in the latter 3 games. But then the week 2 approaches, WINDGOD Esports was just doing really good for themselves. And now it's out of the week 3 weeks. We saw exactly what they were capable of, and we saw some good performances from their side too. But now it's going to be all about Group A, since we're going to be kicking things off from Group A at least. And since we know it's also going to be the map Rondo to kick things off, you already know it's going to be an aggressive start start, my friend. We might just see some insane comebacks, and Seoul's going to have the biggest part of it.
You know what? I went to bed last night and I was having nightmares of Dragonclaw and their Rondo performance, because imagine being inside of a lobby where a team is just going ahead and racking up 32 points for themselves. That was the highest individual performance, by the way, by a team inside of BMPS. But still, that was a performance and a half, 32 points from one map.
And the crazy part is that they got those amount of points and they were at the top of the chart, even though they did not even get the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
They ended the game on the 3rd spot. That's what the crazy part about it is. They still managed to get a 30 bomber, even though after they were not able to secure a chicken dinner. That just showcases the sheer prowess, the sheer talent this team has.
Hey, but that was Group D, by the way. This is going to be Group A. A lot of teams have a lot of potential. We'll find out who takes it away in the map of Rondo, ladies and gentlemen.
Without a doubt, as the plane's now going to be in the skies on the map of Rondo, starting all the way from Longo towards the opposite side, it's going to be Mayron, which means, once again, we're going to be seeing a lot of teams drop off around Yulin and even Neox Factory.
Just speaking of Neox Factory, it always reminds me of those clusters. Yulin, Neox Factory, Danching maybe, as well as Tulin as well. Chidera City does not have a lot of those teams being there. Mayran, you talked about, is of course not going to have a lot of teams up there. Stadium, I'm also expecting not too much crowded, but majority of those collisions, that early settlement. Still got to find out if there are going to be certain teams trying to make a comeback on the overall leaderboard. Nekram, still looking at Wyld Esports, Meta Ninza, Wyld Fangs, were yet to impact the scorer so far.
I mean, for Meta Ninja right now, there's a bit of an uninvited guest in the territory. And how do they deal with that? Especially Shadow 7's going to be all by himself, and now he needs to win that duel. Whoever messes up that duel, things are just going to be down the drain, by the way. The backup plan is done for. Which means you cannot just drop on top of Neox Factory without even caring about the world. There's a chance you might not be recalled. There's a chance you will be eliminated instantly the moment the game starts. And right now, you definitely do see a lot of teams heading on towards Neox Factory. And just look at the amount of teams that are over here. Oh my god, WELT Esports as well, the part of the scuffle. Then you've also got another team in the close proximity. That's going to be even OG. And Vasista Esports as well, right around the proximity too. This fight, it's going to be extremely chaotic. Reckoning Esports right now, there's things not looking that great.
Yeah, it's kind of like a four-way standoff right now. Wyld Esports, a little bit of the compounds for themselves. Reckoning Esports do have a little bit of those weaponries, but elsewhere, Team Soul, they are on the offense. Wyld Fangs this time is going to bow out. Kana has been knocked out. Goblin is still trying to duke it out against Goten. And in the back lines, I can't really see any more of those Soul players, so seems like Goblin is going to be only one, and Goten takes advantage of that. Wyld Fangs get a finish for themselves.
Whenever it's a 1v1, Goten against anyone, he always wins that fight. It's not even a question. He always wins it, and Goten once again shuts down Goblin in that duel. But right now, Vasista Esports third-partying against this entire scuffle. WELT Esports, they've already lost down in Sham. Getting the revival, it's now going to be possible. Vasista Esports, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. And look at Rico, he gets away with a murder.
This is way too sweaty right now. Look at that DOA status. Teams getting flushed out of players, teams getting flushed out of HP points as well. And it's not stopping anytime soon. Vasista Esports now holding a little bit for themselves. They do have nice angles, but it's Orangutan whose positioning is just causing them so much problems right now. Look at that. The need just flush out aimbot from the position. Orangutan has been constantly looking to wrap around from this angle, but Vasista with constant utilities keeping them at bay. It is going to be a 2v3. Necro shots coming through. I think he fails to find connection.
He actually gets taken down real low. He's on a critical HP. And right now, the man's just going to back away, patch himself up. Look at AKOP, the angle. Oh, it's quite the off angle, and the man in the front's got no idea that AKOP's got the angle on top of him. And now somewhere down line, he knows. And he's also cooking up an aid to just surprise the man in his face. But eventually, he just repositions himself. AKOP realizes that now there's a lot of threat on top of his head. It's better to just back away. And that's what he's going to do. Vasista Esports' Ronnie overcommits that angle as he gets knocked out. Mistakes were made, and now aimbot's going to be the one to pay the price for every single piece of mistake that's made. It's trapped in the corner inside of that room, and eventually he gets rolled on. Oh my god, OG. Crazy stuff. Smooth glide on top of the opponents.
You know, I love the fact that Orangutan, they were extremely bold in making his moves as well. AKOP was not shying away from a fight. We saw Atanki as well taking those risky peeks. And Orangutan, considering their run in form, considering where they are on the overall standings, they could have easily backed away from that fight. They had no business in taking that fight against Vasista, but they still chose to do so. And this is what I love about them. No matter what happens, aggression never really subsides for Orangutan. But the same can't really be said for Wyld Fangs this time. They did lose a couple of those players early. Ghana was knocked out, but this time has been brought back. Not for long, Nebula Esports is going to be able to find that scalp for themselves. Go once again to the rescue, gets another man. How many times is this man going to save you, Wyld Fangs?
Do not give him the 1v1s. That's the only advice I can give Nebula right now. The moment you give 1v1 to Godin, he's always going to win it. That's how good he is. Never mess with Godin in a one-on-one scenario. Just back away. You can't win. It's a default loss. And right now, Wyld Fangs, they know Godin himself is going to be able to squeeze in a lot of points. While Nebula, they're stuck in a process on what exactly needs to be done in this scenario. 2 players against 1. Still, Nebula do not have the guts to actually make the pounce. Godin, everyone is fearing this man. Shots taken against him as well, and now he's taken down real low to critical HP, and Godin still finds the strike! This man is just insane! But he gets third-partied by OG from the sidelines! Oh my god! That could have actually been converted.
That is the only way you shut down a monster like Godin. Wyld Fangs, they were on fire. Godin, this man specifically, was on fire. It took a third party to actually shut him down in that position. We saw him get brought down to so low HP, but he still found the knock against that player from Nebula Esports, and it's commendable. But the same can't really be said for Team Soul right now, Necro. They seem to be in a lot of trouble. Look at that. Reeling at the bottom of the overall standings. 3 recalls utilized already, and just 2 points on the board.
And 1 casualty still on the name. That's just pretty unfortunate. Ninza right now in a bit of a scuffle themselves, and Shadow 7 is not going to break his sweat. Finally, the man wins the duel in the long ho, and now has also got his hands on the recall tower, so things now looking good and dandy. Just imagine the stalemate that was going on around this area for such a long time.
Yeah.
Both these players are probably staring each other down. Just give an eye.
But you know what? It is going to be the important day for a lot of these teams out there. I'm looking at teams like H4K. I'm looking at teams like White Walkers, for teams like WELT Esports as well, to assert the fact that they are, or rather deserving, to be inside of Group A right now. Team Soul on the move. They haven't really found that early game success which they usually are known for on the map of Mondo, but this time doesn't really matter. Orangutan, they try and push up against Nebula, this time finding early success, and 3 players moving in tandem. Nomi does have an angle for himself, but look at that! Player in the clotheslines, and how can you counter him like that?
Orangutan. Just look at the amount of finishes they've got. 8 finishes on the block already. And OG's just scooping up and mopping up the floor. Looking at Knuckle, spotting the man just run away. And what just happened to H4K? A man just slipped to his own death.
Yeah, it's just rather confusing for H4K right now. Still taking their sweet time to try and get adjusted to this lobby, but on the other side, Team Tamilas.
Wow.
Beautiful execution of that fight. H4K once again losing bodies. They do have those 2 recalls available, but what remains to be seen is, Necro, can they bring their players back? Yes, they can. All 4 players still back on the battlegrounds.
Nicely done. Team Tamilas, the only team inside of Naqsh factory right now, with all the 4 recalls still available. I guess they were the one to just wipe it out completely. Not sure what exactly happened there, but Team Tamilas do not even have a lot of finish points. Maybe they executed a fight towards Naqsh factory a bit late. Just wanted to get the scrappy points in the hands, which is not a bad strategy. Pretty decent stuff. Still, you get away with a decent bit. Wyld Fangs on the opposite side of the spectrum, 6 finishes on the block, and all thanks to Godin. The man himself has secured 4 finishes.
I love the strategy on Wyld Fangs. Just unleash Godin like an absolute monster at whichever opponent you find.
I don't think they meant to do it, though. It just happened, right? Because the remaining 2 players were taken out early, and then Godin was the only man surviving.
It does not matter. They were successful. And let me tell you why they were successful. It's because I had to send Godin a pack of the white monster before the game started.
So now you're saying the beast is unleashed?
Yes, sir.
But you know what? A beast with raw power is good. But a tamed beast is even better.
I'd love to tame you someday, Necro, but...
What? Why would you want to tame me, buddy?
Because you're a beast, man.
Thank you, bro.
Well, speaking of the beast, ladies and gentlemen, it's not the only one. Team Soul, another beast inside of this lobby. Currently, they still are going to be reeling. 3 players still left alive, but now they are going to be inside of the blue. And Meta Ninja, Necro, I love the fact that Meta Ninja, they know that they've got an advantage position. They're not going to let Soul walk past them.
They of course won't. There's a nice little gatekeep set up. A little field trap. And this one seems like a spring one. The moment you step into it, it's going to create a lot of trouble. Sumus around this side of the spectrum, still pretty much around the edges. Knowing Sumus, it's one of those teams that would want to play instantly around the centric part of the circle. They're not too far away. But VS on the edge, it's not exactly the ideal characteristic. But considering it's also the map Rondo, things can differ.
Especially up against Wyld Fangs right now. Look at this, Goten has those sight lines available, but I'm not really sure. I'm not entirely sure in a long range or a mid-range battle can Goten still prevail. That is something which we'll find out, of course, if this battle does take place. But back towards New York's factory, there's still a couple of those outliers left alive. Team Tamilas, like you said, is the only one, but there's still Wizard from H4K. He's still left alive, so I still wonder if H4K can possibly claim a couple of those early finish points before they proceed towards the center of the circle. Elsewhere, Genesis Esports, I saw it on the finish feed, Necro. They did find a couple of those shots against Orangutan. Orangutan had to go in for the recalls as well, so a couple of more extra points being added. But this time, Vasista Esports is going to shoot them away.
And Vasista Esports off to a bit of a passive start. I mean, we did see VE drop around the crowded bunch, but they were just not able to secure a lot of finish points off of that fight. Only got 2, which is honestly quite questionable. When you drop on top of so many teams, you're at least supposed to get away with 4 or 5, but Vasista Esports were not able to rack up a lot. Next circle is going to be important. Is it going to be shifting on top of that cluster, or is it going to be shifting away? If it shifts away, we already know Hell's going to be breaking loose, and that's what's going to happen. The circle shifts away. Now H4K is going to be the smack center.
You know, Necro, what else is questionable? I think REVENANT XSPARK and their approach towards this game, I think. They did take that fight early on, did not find success, and now they've got 0 points on board as well. 3 recalls utilized. And then again, in the middle of nowhere, WELT just catches a player from Team Soul off guard. How many times have we seen this today? Team Soul just being completely split up, not playing as a unit anymore, and then, of course, getting overwhelmed by numbers in majority of those fights.
Wyld Esports, as of now, I mean, around the northern side of the territory. And Wyld Fangs on the opposite side. Oh no, it's one of those fights that you know might just not prove out that well for any of these teams. Sensei's taking those shots, but he's not even close to connecting them. Seems like warning shots to me. And now REVENANT XSPARK running in the open arms of Team Tamilas. This is going to be one of those fights that will catch REVENANT XSPARK off guard, because Team Tamilas is well spread apart.
You know, they've been doing this for a while now. REVENANT XSPARK, they usually take these long ditch rotations and try and push forth the center of the circle as well. This time, plan did not really pay them dividends. One man getting taken down. Shots coming in from the backline as well, as H4K and Team Tamilas seems to have found REVENANT XSPARK in a sandwich, Necro.
And REVENANT XSPARK to break through the sandwich. They first need to break through a massive deadlock that's around the New York's factory, and there we go. The start is now. REVENANT XSPARK, they already find the first man, and they dig him straight in his grave. But the fight's not done yet. Still, Team Tamilas is spread across the entirety of New York's factory. And if they want to take over the entirety of New York's factory first, they need to deal with Team Tamilas, then H4K.
I like one thing about the REVENANT XSPARK team right now. It is their shape and the communication as well. 3 players moving in tandem, not making those basic mistakes of moving in individually and giving in those 1v1s. That is more than enough for a team to actually function well.
Yeah, and I think it's just because they're also fearless.
Yeah.
They don't care who's against them.
Every single player is technically a prodigy.
I know, right? Not scared of anyone that's currently against them. They just straight up make the pounce. Straight up disrespecting the opponents, but that's what you'd like to see. And Nebula, how are they even allowed to do this? Adi eventually gets struck down from the back lines. He should have been a little bit careful off the surroundings. Nebula Esports, they make a massive mistake. but there is still the recall tower available, and Nebula, they can still go for the recall on one man, and that's going to be the Avi.
You know what? I don't really seem to believe that because the recall towers currently are going to be outside the circle. The blue zone has creeped up. This is the third stage, Negro. And if Nebula once again go back, I'm pretty sure they're going to have no healing utilities left alive.
Oh my god.
Look at that from the backlines as well. Kratos gets shut down. Nebula has been finished off. That is a big vacuum at the top of the leaderboard, by the way.
Look at the circle, Salty. Out in the open, in no man's land. And the centric part, it's going to be impossible to contest. It's just too exposed. All the teams now need to play around the edges, and we are going to be seeing so many fights happen. Neox Factory right now has to be the safest land, but if you move on towards Victoria Sumus and Divine Gaming, it's one of those fights that's unpredictable. Knight gets taken out, but still, Victoria Sumus right now in the compound, they've got the man advantage, while Divine Gaming, they need some quick cavalry, and the cavalry's here.
Right in time, but look at this nades. Slug has been brought down, has been knocked out as well. Even Ninja Boy gets taken down. Divine Gaming, what on earth is going wrong with this team? Omega is still holding back. He had the nade in his hand. Meanwhile, Victor Summers just
oh my god, better
ripped apart Divine Gaming. This is a different VS that we have seen so far in this competition.
Just better. Scary Jaw just rolled every single person from Divine Gaming all by himself, and then you see the same thing happen to WELT Esports right now.
Hold on to that thought for a second, Necro. Do you get deja vu? This is BGIS all over again. WELT Esports stopping down Team Soul like the way they are doing right now. It just reminds me of the grand final this time, though. Legit has something to say to Raganopi and finds a knockout for himself. But WELT, oh my, that was a brilliant count against Team Soul.
The fight's not done yet, my friend, and Team Soul right now it seems like they might just have the advantage. WELT Esports has been eliminated from the game. It's also going to be third party from the sidelines. Genesis Esports, they scoop up the last elimination point, and even White Walkers, they bow out from the game with only 4 points. Soul, they've secured 5 points so far. They need a few more. At least 10 points from this game can actually make sure they're going to be outside of the danger zone, but that's just too much to ask for. It's only one man legit standing.
You talked about the danger zone, Necro. One team is going to be very happy with the circle and the results so far. And it has to be Genesis Esports. Right now, they still have found themselves at the edge of the circle. There are going to be no threats right around them. And if Team Soul get taken out, Team Genesis, they will have a very easy climb away from the relegation zone and will find themselves safe inside Group A as well. From the sidelines, it is going to be Fury taking shots at Vasista, but none of those shots can connect. Genesis, they have to push past a little bit more. Look at that, 40 meters is what Fury is away from the edge of the circle. 40 more meters. And Genesis Esports, I think they have the game in their bag, honestly.
I mean, still pretty early to say anything. If Genesis Esports, they've got the game in the bag, we've also seen them throw a couple of these scenarios. So it's still pretty early to say anything, and they've only got a 3-man squad. So that's even worse. If they had all the 4 players, maybe I would have agreed with you. But now even Soul, they take an exit from the game with only 5 finishes secured. Something's wrong with Team Soul. I don't think they're just messing around in the lobby anymore. They're trying their hardest, but something is going wrong. Vasista Esports in the back lines. Even there's a few trouble on top of them. Genesis Esports, they've got their sights locked on Vasista. But they still can't do anything about it. Utilities are tossed against Vasista Esports, and those utils are going to be lobbed in close, but not close enough.
No way that a util is actually reaching on the other side. That's just way too far. Look at Hunters, though, from the distance, does land a shot against Beast. That is a beautiful knockout, by the way. Genesis Esports, meanwhile, the rest of the players, they have kind of closed in. This is a brilliant angle coming in from Fury and Gravity. If they can still hold on to this position, maybe Vasista Esports is going to have some troubles. Meanwhile, Genesis on the other side, they go in on the flank, which certainly wasn't really important. I still don't understand what the need for this is. They can quite easily shut down the likes of Vasista Esports and potentially gatekeep them away.
7 Gods. Another one of those names we never expected to play so well. Rexboy, Ninja. These 3 players have been phenomenal. Absolute demons. And if you look at the circle right now, OG's controlling the biggest terrain. Yes, they've also got the massive spread, don't take me wrong. Even if one man gets taken out from OG, everything's going to fall apart. But if every single player plays it cautiously, then it's going to work out pretty well.
They do have a lot of threats, in my opinion. I think Victor Summers coming in from their back lines. Wyld Fangs making a wild rotation for themselves, but Sensei gets knocked out. Not really the greatest of results for them. N4K from the back lines is going to get shot. Sensei, OG, there's no way this man stays alive for long. Wyld Fangs is going to be a three-man lineup. On the flip side, Revenant XSPARK also aren't really quite safe either, as Proton gets knocked out as well. Multiple fights happening across this terrain, and it's completely out in the open. You've got to use your deployable covers. You've got to use your vehicles as well. Spray God overwhelmed. Vasista Esports, they are hunting down mates, but even they get shut down. Aimbot from the sidelines. Hector does find a knock on Goten. He still prevails. Vasista Esports doing well. Not for long as Genesis find a connection for themselves. This is the third finish, but Vasista Esports is going to be in shambles, Necro.
No one's going to be safe in the open grounds. Literally no one. Even Genesis Esports can be hunted down anytime soon. It's just all about the lines of sight. And right now, Vasista Esports, they're definitely in the line of sight of Genesis Esports. Beast taken down as well. Even Hector was taken down a while ago. And now things fall apart in the hands of Ronnie. Can Ronnie control this downfall? Team Tamilas, even they start to make the rotation. Now they want to take over the spot of Genesis Esports. Maybe try and stop them in the tracks. But Genesis Esports and their utilities, they're on point. But Team Tamilas, they're still doing a lot of damage. Genesis Esports, they're somehow trying their best to fall back. But it doesn't even matter. Team Tamilas, they bring the situation back in their hands.
AimGod just walked through every single player standing on his way. He just rammed with his shotgun and knew he's going to strike down every single player. That was amazing for sure, but now Victor Summers, they are going to be looking to capitalize against 7 Gods, and Ninja might just be the only one keeping the team's hopes alive. Finds enough for himself, and of course a finish as well, but that is the end. Victor Summers, they land yet another finish point, and this is 8 finishes in the bag. But they're completely out in the open, Necro, and I'm not sure if they are now in the greatest of positions. Revenant XSPARK from the sidelines, of course, will take shots. Victor Summers now just one man left alive.
Yeah, Victor Sumus were winning fights left, right, and center. And even Team Tamilas now, I'm loving the execution from their side. The way they've been taking fights, they're actually winning those fights as well, and I'm liking that.
Oh,
and this is the sort of gameplay we expected. Yes, AimGod in the previous fight as well, this man popped off, and now this fight as well against Genesis Esports, once again the heroic man. I'm loving the execution. I'm liking the fact that they're not really overthinking things. If they want to take over a spot, they're going for it.
And I think this is Team Tamilas version 2 right now. Finally, we get to see that aggression coming in from them as well. And in fact, they're not even chasing the center of the circle anymore. They are playing in from the edges. They are taking down those loose stranglers. And that is how they have reached 6 finish points for themselves. It's still not entirely brilliant. I mean, it's still not similar to what an Orangutan have done so far inside of this game with 12 finishes. But I think it's an improvement. It's a step in the right direction. But for now, it is going to be a little difficult as Ronnie from the foothills has been constantly taking those nades, and from the sidelines, Mira Ninza. Necro, this is a bad position for Team Tamilas. They are way too exposed, but Justy this time puts an end to all of those threats. Brilliantly done.
Nicely done. I mean, Justy, he's also going to fall back and get the revival on the fallen player. Team Tamilas, things are now just falling in the right place. They're winning fights. They're actually getting those good spots in the hands as well. They're controlling a decent terrain, but right now they're also outside of the circle. So Team Tamilas, they need to wrap up that man instantly and get back in the circle. Revival's there, so at least he's out of the harm's way. Victor Sumus, Scary Jawed, the only person left standing, but VS has already done the job. 8 points in this game so far, 50 points or 52 points in the overall standings. They've already done more than enough.
Looking at Revenant XSPARK right now, still extremely quiet. So far, yes, they were moving around, dancing around the pitch as well, making those long ditch rotations, but it seemed like they could not really find those big numbers at the end of it all. Just 3 finishes through the branches. WINDGOD, wow, how can you even see the opponent through that?
I know, right? Just a little pixel, and there was a tap on top of the skull. Whoa! Oh, he just walked into that nade! That's horrible. It's not a good feeling. But hey, it's definitely going to be great for a team that eliminated him. And that's going to be Revenant XSPARK. They will be having those evil smirks. H4K Wizard The man thinks he's invisible, but he's only going to be invisible until the smoke is out there. The moment the smoke fades away, his position's going to be compromised, and maybe even his lifeline will fade away.
You know what? All 4 teams who are left alive right now are going to get absolutely smoked right there.
16 finishes?
Yeah, by Orangutan, because they have 16 eliminations. All 4 players left alive, and they are, of course, like you mentioned previously, they've got so much control over this final circle as well.
You know what the funny part is? Literally last night, me and Sparrow had a conversation about how OG was not exactly in the same form they were in Showdown. After that, we were not able to see the same OG later on. And right now, look at this OG. Back in form, dominating the lobby once again. They were supposed to. And you just love to see this OG.
I still feel like for the 3 teams who actually performed really well inside of BGI, Soul, OG and Genesis, they're still hiding something from us. They're not showing their true gameplay. They're not showing their true colors. And they will come into play when we come back after the break.
Listen, man, if Soul gets relegated from here...
Nah, man, they're not getting
there's
relegated.
No excuse.
They're going nowhere. Just believe in me, right? Just have faith. They're going nowhere.
Okay, I believe in you. I believe in my prediction as well. My prediction is Soul. But right now, Revenant XSPARK, this team is just casually driving by, eliminating opponents, not even thinking twice. All the 4 men, they of course pack a lot of punch, and they're taking maximum advantage of it. As they eliminate another man from H4K, just collecting scraps, getting their hands on some nice spots, getting as much map control established as they can.
I wouldn't say it's been a very risky approach coming in from Revenant XSPARK, but for sure they've been very quick in and they've moved out of the fight very quickly as well. This brilliant execution so far, and seems like Revenant XSPARK, they are looking at a rather safe approach towards this map of Rondo. They don't want a lot of finishes, they don't want a lot of points, but one thing they do definitely want is that big bad chicken dinner. And I think if they can find a couple of those knocks against Orangutan Necro, I think this chicken dinner is going to be possible.
Of course it will be. As of now, the only team that possesses a great threat through the lobby, it's going to be OG. They've got the most amount of men alive, and to take down a team that's currently in a red-hot form, it's going to be impossible. Unless you somehow end up tag teaming OG, then things will be different.
WINDGOD is running out of ammunition. Does not have a lot of those long-range sprays for himself. Alternatives being required. Trace does fine with that. A little bit of that hit marker on Justy, but it seems like he's lost it for now. Player healed up as well, but the blue zone creeping up. I think Justy will be forced to move, Necro.
Yeah, and he is being forced to move. Justy knocked out eventually. It's going to be Payne who finds the knock. And Trace instantly gets the confirmation too. OG now knows Revenant XSPARK is the only team in the Thorn. And as long as Revenant XSPARK, they're alive, getting the chicken dinner is not going to be easy for OG. They're just going to make the life even more miserable.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they've got 4 players left alive. They've got the circle as well. The circle is just terribly in their favor. There's absolutely no chance for Revenant XSPARK to even try and compete for it. There's a lot of open space. Even if they try and drive around as well, those spray downs, those trackings from Orangutan is impeccable.
And even the circle now with them.
Exactly right. Look at that. As soon as you peek off that ridge, you are going to get smacked down. But this time, it was not Orangutan. It was Team Tamilas, by the way.
This is OG's game, straight up. It's just a matter of time where the teams are now going to start to get slaughtered. But Aru gets caught. Hold on. That might just be the dream opening for Revenant XSPARK to work with. And you instantly see that send-in moment coming through. Players from Revenant XSPARK instantly moving up close and personal to get the recovery. And also get the confirmation on the man. And now Revenant XSPARK, they've spread themselves, but there's also one main issue. And that's going to be the blue that's currently on the move. And Revenant XSPARK needs to adapt to it.
Not just that, I mean, the fact that Ninja now has been locked out in that position itself. Where are you going to go to? How long are you going to heal yourself for? WINGOD has got your crosshairs on top of you, and as soon as you try and come out the covers, shots are going to come through. He's going to find a knock for sure. Revenant XSPARK on the flip side, try and make a male Harry attempt, and one man just survives it all, and Payne this time is going to find a couple for himself. It's a 1v1. Against the Team Revenant XSPARK, WINGOD versus Payne in a 1v1, and he finds a nade as well.
How do they even win that? How is this even happening?
What?
Oh my god, Revenant XSPARK are literally the magicians in the lobby. That was a magical clutch. I was hypnotized for a second. I didn't even realize what just happened. OG got absolutely beaten down.
As soon as Ninja got knocked out, I thought that this done and dusted. Orangutan already handed him over the chicken dinner. What are you waiting for? And then all of a sudden, I hear Pain coming through in a one-on-one situation.
Yeah, you know what? Revenant XSPARK, it's a squad full of heroes. And you just can't do anything. When you've got all four heroes in your team, there's a chance at least someone's going to make that heroic play.
Yeah.
And this time it was Pain. He just popped off on a different level, on a different frequency. Let's have a look at the replay once again on the final blow and how exactly things really concluded in the end moment. Yeah, Pain was knocked out for a second, but then instant relief, Revival came through. Ninja was able to find that first knockout. This is where things sort of started falling down. The man they had on the flank was not able to have those eyes on top of the opponents once again. Ninja eventually was confirmed, but then this spray from WINDGOD was able to find one knock. But then Pain somehow was able to strike down two players, instantly gets back behind that ridge, and this nade, it's just going to be the icing on top of the cake. Everything happened so quickly that we did not even get the time to process it.
We're not even giving enough credit to Ninja for being able to be there. That man went up to Aru, got a knock, finished him off as well. And from that point on, he's got the blue, by the way, on his back. He found yet another knock. And by the time Pain approached him, the entire team was just in shambles. There was just one man left alive. This team, like I said, it just feels like we're back in the Galacticos era where all the prodigies, you just scout them, you pick them up and you put them in a team, throw them in the battlegrounds. They are going to find their way out of it.
You know what, Salty? I can feel the heat rising up inside of the studio right now.
Yeah.
I can just feel it.
Yeah,
it's getting real hot over here. And with WINDGOD now with 9 finishes on the board, 1273 damage dished out as well. OG has been in a phenomenal form. Yes, they had a lot of finishes at the start of the game, but then Revenant XSPARK, the way they stole the show was just insane stuff.
It certainly was insane, man. I just can't get a grasp on what just Revenant XSPARK did over there. Orangutan had such a brilliant stronghold. WINDGOD, by the way, with the 9 eliminations. Zartanki with 4 eliminations. Shared 13 each, by the way. Then, of course, you had teams like Wyld Fangs with Goten just absolutely popping off. You've got Scary Jod from Victor Summers, who's also playing really well. Victor Summers also had a very high fragging game. And Revenant XSPARK, out of all of them, I felt like they were going in for a rather passive approach. It seems like this team had a rabbit in their hat.
You know, when you've got all the 4 assaulters in your lineup, and even when you're playing it passive, still the firepower that you possess is just insane.
100%.
If you're playing that defensive game, the odds of you winning the defense are still pretty high. If you are going to be aggressive, your defense is also going to be pretty strong. You know, a lot of people say best defense is best offense, but I say best offense is best defense.
Yeah, but you can easily say that, you know what, it was a stat pad victory for sure. They had 3 assaulters, they had 4 players to actually finish off as well. The assaulters, their job is to try and get those finishes. But no matter what you say, still feel like the movement from Revenant XSPARK, it was magical. It was a very good performance and certainly showing a lot of class that, you know what, yes, it is about Team Soul right now. Yes, it is about Genesis. Yes, it is about Orangutan who are dominating the scene. But Revenant XSPARK, slowly and steadily, they themselves are also building a project in the backlines.
I don't think people understand what we just witnessed.
Yeah.
They literally don't understand. What we witnessed right now is one of the most monumental things that might just happen once in the history. And this sort of a play from Revenant XSPARK does not happen over and over again. It is 1 in a million, that's what I would say. Stealing a chicken dinner away from a top-notch team, especially when they've also got the circle with them, is not something anyone can do. Maybe even some of the best teams can fail to do it, but Revenant XSPARK, the way they pulled it off, it was just mesmerizing. Team Tamilas as well, they've had a solid game. Props to them. Even VS, once again, consistent. Ninza slowly and steadily now starting to rise up from the ashes. I'm happy for H4K. Even that was a decent game for them. But man, Revenant XSPARK for me just stole the limelight.
You know, I can completely agree with you. I think RNTX as well as Orangutan in that game, they were on a different terrain altogether. But this, I believe, opens up the leaderboard once again for all of us because I believe Divine, Nebula, even Victor Summers, in my opinion, somewhat, they didn't really retain that #1 spot. Oh, actually, they do, in fact. Revenant XSPARK could only go up till 45. Victor Summers went up till 52. And Nebula Esports slowly trickling down with 43. Now, 3 teams beyond that 40-point mark.
It doesn't even matter. I mean, you just need to be inside of the top 12 and you're going to be safe. It's just about the bottom 4, right? And considering there's also Reckoning Esports around that block, man, it's not a great look. WELT Esports and Seoul now pretty much just tied up around the bottom 4. And let me tell you, if Seoul is looking to make a jump outside of the bottom 4, Reckoning Esports is going to be pushed down, which is even worse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure which is worse, which is better, but Seoul and Genesis still down there. They need a shot at life, and I'm telling you, the only way you are going to get a shot at life is, of course, going to be the beautiful Monster Energy drinks, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Not that, I mean, yeah, I like that one as well, but in my opinion, the white one is just better, man. It just tastes better. Whichever one you choose, you can just unleash the
Even the
beast.
mango punch is really good, man.
Mango punch, huh?
Yeah, it's really good. I've had mango, I've had watermelon, I've had the black one, I've had the white one, and my personal favorite are going to be the watermelon one, the white one, and the mango punch. But you know what? Enough talks about energy drinks. Right now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more BGMI action.
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne in his league. How you moving so on his feet? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the fire.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, as we talk about the teams from Group A, we're off to an awkward start. Just 3 matches remaining and teams are still fighting to keep themselves in a position where next week, in qualifiers week 4, they get an opportunity to fight for a spot directly into the grand finals. 2 more matches remain. We still have the last few chapters of the story to unfold. My name is Super Johnny. Joining me right now, it's going to be none other than Icy Baby 1-2. And Icy, we saw that amazing knockout blow coming in from the side of REVENANT XSPARK. Trace outplaying the side of OG. But OG, it seems like with this one match, they have found a safe haven and a little bit of a breathing room on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, I agree. And OG, they have always been in this situation since these earlier BGIS, right?
Yeah.
Like one day they're turning off, one day they're turning on. And we saw a lot of comeback moments coming from OG, especially even here as well in BMPS. Day 1, complete flop. Day 2, a little bit of bounce back. However, now, since REVENANT XSPARK is doing well, OG is doing well, Team Tamilas is doing well, everybody is doing well. Now, let's talk about the 2 teams that are not doing so well here. It's going to be Seoul and Genesis currently in the bottom 4. This is the champion and the first runner-up of BGIS. So this is a point of concern. And I'm going to bring in a little bit of masala into this situation here.
Okay.
Now, during the earlier stages of BGIS and the grind here, Seoul has drop clashed in the map of Orango on towards OG. Specifically drop clash against Victorious Summers as well. Now, they've done it again yesterday against OG in the map of Orango, but now, coming back to this picture here, with Victorious Summers and also OG currently at the top, do you think it's time for revenge?
I think it is, honestly, because you are stuck there in the bottom 4 situation. It's a Hail Mary attempt now, 2 matches to go. And as you talk about that drop clash, it has happened in the past as well. We've seen these rosters collide as OG like to start from Rozok Seoul going for school apartments and Victorious Sumus dropping towards Yasnaya Poliana. And Seoul, they're used to fighting in tougher situations than this on Orangle because back in the days, even Reckoning Esports used to opt for an off drop just west of Yasnaya going towards the gas station. And that would result in that 3-way clash between all 3 teams. And Seoul would definitely end up doing quite well in those fights. But this time around, I think lacking that early confidence. Although, with teams like Seoul, with teams like OG, with teams like Genesis, REVENANT XSPARK, it's difficult to say until the last match is over. You never know. This next map of Orangle, they're going to drop like a 25-30 bomb. And all of a sudden, we see them inside of the top 5.
Well, it actually kind of happened as well, especially from OG. And I think one of the biggest jump here was OG's final day in the grand finals, where nobody expected OG was going to be in the run for the podium, except for me, of course. But at the same time, out of the bottom, snipes up, goes in, takes the 3rd position away from everybody else. So it's really interesting to see how they can actually turn up their gameplay in just, in the switch of mind, right? It's all about mentality, it's all about resets, it's all about how quickly you adapt to the situation. So personally, in this upcoming match, I'm looking forward towards that revenge coming from Victorious Summers and also OG. So in case you guys are wondering here, this is the matches that is going to be playing today itself. The first 3 games is going to be the final 3 matches of Group A, and then we are going to be proceeding with Group D, where they will be fighting for survival. Any team that qualifies and promotes themselves in towards Group C, the 4 teams is guaranteed not going to be eliminated from BMPS.
Exactly. At least you won't get eliminated because as you spoke about survival, again, a reminder to everyone, in week 4, the teams from Group D will play to survive in the tournament itself and head to the survival stages because the top 8, they get to stay alive in BMPS 2026 while the bottom 8 of Group D will be eliminated. And as we continue the matches of Group A, it's time to see can Seoul drag themselves out of that bottom 4 relegation spot. Can Genesis accomplish a similar feat as OG did in that previous game? Because only 2 last maps of Erangel remain, and if the next map is not the start of that momentum builder, then things can go wrong heading into the last Erangel. Well, with that being said, let's see how things are going to turn around, or maybe not, for these teams as Erangel commences. And we already have the plane on our screen, starting from the western edge, the shore of Georgopol, headed towards the southeastern quadrant of the map, just south of Novorepnoy.
Now, speaking of the current situation here, Nebula Esports has had one of the biggest glow up in this entire tournament as well here. For the past 3 weeks, they have been one of the most consistent teams, and even in terms of Erangel ranking as well. Currently, on your left as well, you can see Team Tamilas with the table toppers with 66 points in the map of Erangel, but Nebula themselves also getting 64, followed by Victorious Summer. So these are the 3 teams that is going to be you have to be watching out for when it comes to this map in general here. And of course, they are obviously sitting very comfortably in the table toppers, but I'm more concerned on towards whether or not Genesis makes a bounce back, because this used to be one of their strongest maps thus far during BGIS.
Yeah, pretty much. But during BMPS, Erangel has not worked out for Genesis at all. We see them, as far as the map performance rankings go, on the 14th, which is 31 points secured in all the Erangels that they played, by the way, in all the 3 weeks of BMPS 2026, which is a very unpleasant surprise. Hopefully, the last 2 Erangels, when it matters the most, we can see or hope to see Genesis turn things around, but they find themselves in a massive cluster towards the northwest. I see there's Nebula Esports, there's Vasista Esports. White Walkers have opted for a Zarki drop, but we were talking about Genesis H4K dropping towards the south of that Everest can also look to cause some trouble since we have a hybrid circle centered around Rozok and School.
Yeah, but at the same time, Team Tamilas, they're going to be dropping on the edges to try and farm up here. But based on the map just now, it looks like we're not going to be seeing that revenge drop here coming from OG or maybe even Victorious Summers. I might be wrong. I think OG might actually head towards that direction there. But we shall see as of yet. But for Team Tamilas, as of now, I wonder how they are going to be rotating this year, considering that both Team Tamilas and WELT does share very, very similar play styles in terms of early game rotation. But for some reason, Team Tamilas has been able to overcome all odds and find a center rotation here. And I think the one game that they actually tried something new, which was yesterday's first game, was that they tried playing edge, had no success, but other than that, they have always tried to get for center control right from Circle 1 until the end. They will throw bodies just to get center control to last end game, and it has been working out for Team Tamilas.
Yeah, it's been working out really, really well. We spoke about it at the start of this week when the matches of Group A were just about to begin. Team Tamilas, they've been very consistent for the first 2 weeks at least. And a big question, can they make it 3 in a row? Are we going to see Team Tamilas inside of the top 3, the podium for the 3rd week as well? They're not too far away, 32 points on the board. And as we were talking about their strategy, I think it's the fact that they were already quite proficient in avoiding the mid-game action and keeping the numbers alive. But one thing that's changed for Team Tamilas towards the end game is just having that extra bit of firepower with Justy now being there in the roster.
Yeah, Justy, Justy and Proton are the 2 standout players, in my opinion, that definitely did well during their BGIS run. Of course, Proton during WELT, Justy came from WELT as well, and they actually had to find replacements here. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing, that WELT was able to, find replacements for those 2 players. But now, after surviving for the longest time, They fell down towards Group B. They crawled their way back up to Group A. Now they are in the hot seat where if they get kicked down again, the chances of Grand Finals is over.
But considering that WELT, this roster has had experience in a lobby like this, to be honest, I see with the kind of momentum they were coming into Group A with, I expected WELT to just keep things going. But as of now, it seems like they've spotted out one man from the side of H4K, and Naughty, as he tries to fight for his life, will only be good for that opening knock in the action. H4K, no opportunity for them to react to this. The other team members are a little bit far away from where Naughty and his crate has been claimed by WELT Esports. But as I was saying, I see about WELT, I expected them to just have the same flow of points and same flow of momentum like they did when they were in Group B. But things in Group A have been extremely slow moving for them.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a different play style as well, like especially from the last week itself, where Seoul was actually creating a lot of chaos in the map by actually attacking teams on the edges, which a lot of teams were caught off guard. So you can see that's why teams are getting a little bit slower. They are anticipating another wild goose chase coming from Seoul, but considering that Seoul is in the bottom, things hasn't been working out for them. So I'm genuinely curious, can they survive this? And for Vasista Esports as well, they're doing a pretty okay job, but let's be real. 2 more matches in the game. Let's look at the gap between the bottom 4 and the next performing team here, and that is going to be Reckoning Esports, currently with 16 points. They're tied with WELT, very close. Moving up, H4K, 18 points, 19 points for Wyld Fangs, Meta Ninza 20, and Vasista with 23 points. So everyone from Vasista Esports all the way down is still in the hot seat.
Yeah, pretty much. I think as soon as you pass or surpass that 30-point marker is when you can declare yourself safe and not really in any danger of relegation. And I think Vasista Esports, they would be trying to chase that target down as well. It's not too far away, 7 points. But I think signs of concern from the side of Wyld Fangs in the third week. Second week, they were phenomenal. First week as well, a decent run from the side of Wyld Fangs. But this third week, the aggression has completely faded away.
Yeah, multiple times Sensei was actually caught off guard as well, even in yesterday's Miramar map. Like, he was just scouting alone. He was able to get information in front of him, but in his back, he was always getting shot. And somehow, for some reason, nobody's actually watching his back. And that has been a major problem for, well, not really a problem, a minor setback for Wyld Fangs in terms of the overall progression of their performances. Hopefully, things are going to be a little bit better today itself, because in the end of the day, the goal is to stay out of bottom 4. Next week's goal, well, week 4 is where you have to stop hiding your aces.
Exactly. I think week 4, and I think both of us will be on the same page about this, is going to be the toughest week. It's much tougher than survival. You're playing, especially if you're in Group A, for a direct spot into the grand finals. Only 16 teams make it through, and 8 will be confirmed in that 4th week from Group A. A big opportunity for all of these teams that are already here. But as far as just this match is considered, Nebula Esports, they're closing in on a cluster just south of Potato Hill. And one of the first teams they might be forced up against is going to be REVENANT XSPARK. Those vehicles, I believe, were spotted out between both the teams. So there has been an exchange of information. It's just that now it is about who finds the opening knock first. The fight goes on, but somewhere else on the map, it is Vasista Esports that have just lost their first man, and that too to the side of Genesis Esports.
Well, look at the confidence coming from Genesis as well. They are going to actually try and engage this. And Vasista Esports, they're actually disengaging. Aimbot is actually rotating around this to try and potentially flank this. So Genesis Esports, they might actually make the pounce for this. Or they might misread this as Vasista Esports already peeling out. Because as of now, they are split off. Beast is still stuck in those compounds, and I don't think Genesis Esports know that there is still a single player inside those compounds. So Beast, he needs to be very careful here not to make any kind of auto kills, because Genesis is potentially going to be looking to try and go in for the slam. Or do they? Uh-oh. Are they going to check this?
I think they should. I really think Genesis need to make that pounce. They know they have the upper hand. They will have the numbers advantage to work with, but it seems like they're just walking away.
Okay.
Just for a split second, we also did see White Walkers. Well, they are there on the flank. Could potentially be the threat that has been spotted out by Genesis, and hence we are seeing them just put or move to a safer distance.
Fair enough, but at the same time, seems like the circle is going to force them to rotate away. So Genesis is going to prioritize getting into the zone first. So
There
seems
they are
like they are going to bail out of this fight. So Vasista Esports temporarily sigh of relief, only losing one person instead of two. So that's going to be a small little saving grace for them. Meanwhile, Reckoning Esports also going to be making their way. However, they are still very far off from the zone themselves. They are going to be swinging around the edges from the sides here. And interesting enough, when we talk about heroes and villains, Nebula Esports has been known as the villains of BGMI. And for some reason, now they have been playing very disciplined, very tactical. I was expecting them to actually go in for mad crashes here.
There might be a mad crash for Nebula Esports in the next few seconds. As you look at them, they're surrounded by the players of Wyld Fangs. Fight can break out at any time, and it'll all come down to how many players have you spotted out. Do you have the info where they are? We'll still have to wait and see if the two teams collide and who goes down when it happens. Important fight for the side of Wyld Fangs, in fact. But now on our screens, we have the players of Seoul. A few moments ago, I was a little worried by where the players of Seoul were, because they had, I think it was Reckoning Esports right behind them, but now it seems like they found a little bit of safe haven, going for a very awkward rotation. So they started from school apartments, now are moving west, and I believe headed towards the Georgiapol Containers Bridge to try and cross towards the northern half, which is a very interesting play.
Yeah, and at the same time, so I think they've just realized that the zone has pretty much going to be shifting past north of Rozok as well, crossing the river. And they've realized that, you know what, it's just not worth pushing through the Rozok Bridge. That's why they're swinging out wide west to pass through a shooting range. At least there is somewhat of a breathing space to work with. But that's the thing. Almost every single team is also thinking the same.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that their rotation timing now is very late. The threat in Rozok primarily there due to the fact that I think Seoul would assume OG to still wait around in those buildings, because OG's drop Rozok buildings. Absolutely no incentive for them to move out. The position is still inside of the play zone, and OG had the luxury of just staying back and just camping for the players of Seoul to approach them. Hasn't happened. OG is a little bit more proactive, looking to push for the center. But as you was talking about Seoul and their western rotation, it will be interesting to see now if they survive the western clash, if they are being gate kept over there. And towards the eastern side, a late rotation coming through for Meta Ninza as well. But luckily, the eastern edge of the play zone, it's empty now.
Yeah, but for Nebula, it seems like they are going to try and take the high ground here off Salva, but gets spotted out by White Walkers here. Dream sees a pixel and Adi gets taken out. A little bit of an off angle that he wasn't expecting here. Needs a little bit of backup, and now the nades will get those confirmations here from Dreams. White Walkers needs those points desperately. Seems like Nebula will not be able to actually rain death and destruction from above, because it seems like the circle is going to force them downhill, as the lakes are going to be preoccupied. But Seoul running in from the west side. They scout out well. They find the opener, and that's going to be the entry point for them to push from the west.
Well, they found the first point. They have poked away the players of WELT Esports, but it's still not going to be an easy job to breach inside of the play zone from this western edge. There's Genesis waiting on the other side of the hill. And one of the most important things for the players of Seoul will be to have the information of where the players of Genesis are. If they don't know where to pre-aim, if they don't know where to have their crosshairs placed, which angles to look at while they move, then Genesis will be able to just catch them off guard and annihilate them in seconds. But that was the report from the western edge of this, well, South Severny Circle. But as we move towards the eastern edge of things, Reckoning Esports, I don't know what Reckoning is actually trying to do, to be honest. Is it an attempt to just gatekeep or to gather information? Because we saw those utility goes out, a few shots being taken towards Meta Ninza and Nebula, but there is no value gained by the players of Reckoning from all of that.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to hunker down, trying to save up utilities and to try and survive this, but one of the players actually got knocks. So they have to be a little bit careful here. They do not have the nicest angle, so they have to wait for the next zone to actually progress as well. Meanwhile, White Walkers is doing pretty okay. They do have a line of sight onto his 7 gods there. Got them pinned out in the open, and now Seoul might just run in towards them as well. As they go in for a little bit of drive-by, sees those smokes and realize that, you know what, it's not worth pushing that as well. That is going to be a death sentence for them. Re-rotates away, reconsiders their options on a different direction here. As 7 gods will be able to get the reset, but Welt also going to be caught out in the open in north side. Seoul is going to be swinging in, and they are going to go in for the collide, and they are going to go for the wipeout right here, right now.
And they have the opening in this fight. No trades coming through for the players of WELT, as it's just the IGL Gokul on the run for his life and finally gets shut down. Soul walking away with 4 easy finishes and a little bit of map control towards the northern edge of the play zone, but more teams waiting for them once they find the breach. There's Nebula, there's 7 Gods and White Walkers, and Soul could potentially be surrounded.
Yeah, they were able to get a lot of information as well with that small little drive-by, but like you said as well, there is a little bit of space, but they are not exactly in the clear. Naqsh doing a fantastic job checking out the compounds of Nebula, realizes that that is not a good spot to be in. Repositions, finds a different spot to hunker down. It seems like they do find themselves a small little safe haven to work with to kind of go in for the reset, because the circle is about to move. Can they get there in time? Where will it shift? It will shift in their favor. It's still outside the zone, but it does give them a little bit more time to think here.
They will have to utilize their time to think and gather information as precisely as possible. This has to be a play that makes you as greedy as you can be. 7 Gods lined up in front of the players of Soul as they just look down upon them like fish in a barrel, but distraction on the flank. White Walker spotted out. All long distance engagement for the players of Soul. Joker, we see him trying his level best. 4x scope available. A player knocked out. All they need to do is just connect a few shots and the finishers are there.
Oh my goodness, Soul does have a very nice vantage to actually work with here. 7 Gods, they're trying to lay down low as long as they can. Soul does not have the clear line of sight, but at the same time, they won't be able to shoot as well. White Walkers, they have been pushed around from left and right here, and they're down towards the last 2 players. And now with the circle forcing them to actually make a mad dash here, Soul is just waiting for this opportunity to capitalize on this. 7 Gods not having the line of sight, but inside the zone, Divine's gatekeeping from the west side as well. So they have to pick their poisons here. White Walkers now have no choice to make a mad dash.
But Team Tamilas on the other side against Reckoning Esports. Still struggling to clear up that eastern edge. And Levi, I don't know how he was still standing for those few extra seconds. Team Tamilas should have found that knock earlier. But I believe it's the threat on the flank. Nebula Esports, they have a line of fire for this position. But Reckoning, they might just be done in this one. Lavish, he's the last man left alive. Takes down Justy, looking for the second. Falls to Mr. IGL. And that's all she wrote for Reckoning Esports, as they continue to move slow and steady, but still on the 13th in the overall leaderboard.
Well, on screen now, OG taking a little bit of heat here as Divine Gaming puts up the pressure. Knight has been knocked off, but Ninja Boy is going to be looking to try and flush out AKOP, and they will be able to do so. Now Aru getting shot out in the open here, needs to go in for the reset, but he is pinned, and Slut will have the line of sight. Nades comes through, and it is not going to be able to do anything because Aru is pretty much already taken out by Ninja Boy.
Yeah, but the backlines, that is what Divine needs to be worried about. There's 7 Gods lurking on the high ground, and the revive could be a risky one. Knuckle against Phoenix. A shotgun duel, DBS against S12K. The other players from 7 Soul moving on the flank, and a brilliant spray from Phoenix to shut down Goblin. Breathing room has been found, but Nebula Esports, they don't get to use it for the reset. The third party from Team Tamilas, and the shutdown comes through. Soul, they are stuck. Nebula, they are stuck. And I think Team Tamilas, they just move in at the right time, at the right second to just reap the advantage of the third party.
Yeah, at the same time, Nebula has been completely dissected here. But for Soul, they've only lost 1. And of course, the saving grace has to be from Victorious Summers as well, because it was Scary Jaw that actually got the knock onto his aim god. And because of that, Soul is able to have a little bit of a temporary reset coming through. But Team Tamilas now, they're still on the edge, and the zone is about to move in 4 seconds. It seems like they are expecting new company, and that's going to be Meta Ninza. Fierce getting spotted out, but as soon as it goes for the shot, Oxen goes for the trade. And this might be the opener here for Meta Ninza. Team Tamilas, they are going to double down on the defense now.
Team Tamilas early on the engagement over there. Mr. IGL, as they were taking 2 fights at the same time. And now with a player down, struggling to fight against Meta Ninza. Justy also getting taken out. Last man left alive, Aim God, and it's a 1 versus 2 situation. Not a lot of hope remaining. Alright, there's Reaper in the back lines, but he should have taken shots on Javin. Finally does. Meta Ninza for the next few seconds have been forcing the back lines, but Fierce, he could potentially fall, and he does. an isolated battle, an isolated 1v1 given to the players of Team Tamilas, and they capitalize. But look at what Team Tamilas is doing. So much overconfidence. 2 fights picked at the same time. In one position, they were going up against 2 teams. On the other, it was just Meta Ninza. But now, another team moves in. AimGod still forced to deal with the 1 versus 3 situation as Wyld Fangs finally try to make a pounce.
What a defense coming from Team Tamilas. Both sides holding on 2 teams at the same time, making sure that they are going to fend them off out in the open. And now AimGod once again going for the shutdown, looking for the second. First knock comes true, but a cover fire from Kanha is going to be there. But guess what? He actually gets the second knock as well. What a hold by AimGod.
Impressive performance from all across the board. They have brought it down to a 1v1, but Team Tamilas, they are just going to have to be satisfied with just the finishes from this game. Placement points looking very dire right now. Oh, he has a lot of utility, in fact. There's smokes lobbed out, while Fangs going for a revive. Just a few nades from AimGod can help him just clean up whatever remnants remain from Wyld Fangs.
Ooh, 7 nades. He's going to go for the Hail Mary. He's going to try. Whack-a-mole. Does he connect? It looks good, looks close. That's going to be the second one. Spray God getting chipped here, I think. Oh, it's a little bit late. They do have the indicators. He will force Wyld Fangs back. Seems like they are going to back out of those smokes here. Vehicle's a little bit far off as Team Tamilas continues to pressure the way through, but AimGod, he's the last man standing here for the side Team Tamilas, but from the west side, Divine Gaming having a little bit of a run in here with 7 Gods.
Yeah, 7 Gods, they have been stuck towards the northwestern edge, and Divine Gaming show up out of nowhere. 8 eliminations on the board. They have the upper hand in this fight. 7 Gods, they're down to their last surviving player in this game. But AimGod, he has run out of nades now. He's dished out a decent amount of damage, and again, for the second time, brings this fight to a 1 versus 1. But unfortunately for AimGod, sliver of HP. I thought that nade was going to go on the other side of that boulder, but he's so lucky, still alive. And now, the only option is to make that bounce. Makes a run for his life. Spam comes through the smoke. And the finish is going to be found by Wyld Fangs. Just a single point. They have been fighting for so long, this team of Wyld Fangs, but they only have a single point in this game so far.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for Wyld Fangs, considering the fact that they were completely shut down by AimGod all by himself. It took them almost forever to clean him up. But they also have to thank Kratos for that, because Kratos was the one that's been firing shots onwards him, forcing him to go down. And because of that, they were able to hang on, but they've lost one. Fortunately for them, they are able to get resets here coming from Wyld Fangs. Sensei is a little bit far off of the pack. He is scouting out the back lines to see if there is potentially a back flank coming in. But inside, on the bottom side here, Vasista Esports, seems like the major rivalry has finally met, as REVENANT XSPARK takes out Aimbot from the side of Vasista Esports, and they are going to be stuck in a stalemate. And I think REVENANT XSPARK, they would be able to wipe them out right here, right now.
Yeah, just one last player remaining from the side of Vasista Esports, and that is Beast in the back lines. Trace. I think it's all down to information. Does Trace know where Beast is hiding? Can he have a line of fire in that direction? It seems like they do. They just make that bounce, force him to go down in the open. We're down to the top 6 teams of this match. 18 players still alive. REVENANT XSPARK looking as strong as always, with Victorious Sumus still alive with all 4 players. And I think it has to be a game for Victorious Sumus. Look on the radar. The only team that's sitting center in concrete cover. They have so much protection to work with for the end game.
Yeah, and speaking of which here, teams on the mountains here now finally needs to make a move, and now Nebula pretty much out in the open. Spray God should be able to get a freebie just like that. There is going to be another point here for Wyld Fangs to try and stay out of the bottom 4. In this case, pretty much Wyld Fangs and So trying to pull the lead in this situation, but Wyld Fangs, seems like Sensei has been picked off in the back here. Wasn't able to actually rotate in. He was able to group up, but I think Kana has actually got his back, so that is going to be the reset. And again, on the finish feed, a re-knock on Sensei. I feel bad for Wyld Fangs right now.
Yeah, just a line of fire for Victorious Sumus. Too broken for Wyld Fangs to deal with. The re-knock onto Sensei, it can brew up some trouble for the players of Wyld Fangs, and Victorious Sumus Now they are done waiting. They know they are the only team with all 4 players still alive, and they're just putting pressure on anyone they are going to see. Wyld Fangs, they are going to be the first casualty to victorious Sumus. Kana already knocked out. Sensei alive for a few extra seconds, hoping for a trade. Venom almost getting taken out, but no! Completes the reload, goes for the repeat in the same position and finds the knock. This is what you can do if you have the man advantage in the endgame fights.
Very nicely done coming from Victorious Summers, but you know what? Soul is also doing well. They finally survived the top 4, and Divine Gaming has got them boxed in those Harry Potters. And fortunately for them, the circle is still somewhat in those shacks here, so they are buying a little bit more time to work with. But as soon as the zone closes in, they have to push out immediately. Meanwhile, Wyld Fangs now getting assaulted once more. Victorious Summers looking for the cleanup. And Spray God will be scouted out by Oasis, and Victorious Summers cleans out Wyld Fangs, and we're now down towards the final 3 teams. Divine Gaming, Soul versus Victorious Summers.
Yeah, and it is 3 versus 3 situation, even numbers across the board. But look at the difference in utility. So many smokes available for Divine Gaming. A lot of nades as well. If they can find the openings off of all of the utility that they have, then this should be their chicken dinner. This should put them in a very, very decent position on the overall leaderboard at the end of the match. But Team Soul, the high ground is theirs, and with all of the commotion that has gone down on this map of Wrangle in just the last few seconds, I think they should be aware, even ever so slightly, ever so loosely, about the information or at least the general direction these teams are placed in.
But at the same time, Soul, they've realized that Slug has been left behind. The rest of Divine Gaming actually went for a slam in those compounds, realizing that Victorious Summers is not in those compounds. What an opener. What a decision by Divine Gaming has flipped the script, because now Soul, their entire team has had their crosshairs being completely placed by both Divine Gaming and also Victorious Summers to shut them out. Slug making sure that Soul will not be able to have an easy pathway here. The shots are coming in, but Soul, they're inching through, and for some reason, they're going to do okay.
Well, they are doing kind of okay. They managed to find a safer position.
Oh no, I spoke
And
too
the
soon.
line of fire for Divine Gaming, but Victorious Sumus on the flank. Scary Jord out into the open, does end up finding the opener. 2 players from the side of Soul, I believe, have been knocked out, and they're down to the last player, Knuckle. But as Victorious Sumus, they get a little overconfident in this endgame. Scary Jord taking a few shots on his body from the side of Divine Gaming. And the advantage that was there for Victorious Sumus, it seems like it has slipped out of their hands. They will be forced to fight this 3v3 against Divine Gaming. And the one man that can change the fate, change which team, or decides which team walks away with the chicken dinner for this map of Wrangle. He's sitting on the flank, not even getting involved. There's Knuckle in the back lines.
Yeah, but this stalemate here coming from Victorious Summers, they need to clean up those nosy neighbors, Ninja Boy and Omega. Still trying to hug the edges here, but they do have a rough idea what's going on. Ninja Boy finds Knuckle on the outskirts, and we're down towards the final 2 teams, 3v3. And Slug is still outside his zone, looking for an off angle to try and catch onto his Victorious Summers. And I don't think Victorious Summers realizes there is one guy outside. They're playing this a little bit safe. They are expecting potentially a 2 teams here, a 3v2v1. And I think Divine Gaming is trying to give them that impression, but they're all working together.
18 nades still left on the players of Divine Gaming. There will be an artillery strike on Victorious Summers. And I believe there already should have been. With 18 nades, you are going to lob a few pre-cooked nades, but Oasis, he's the man who finds the opener. Ninja Boy knocked out. The trade comes through as Venom gets traded by Omega. We're down to a 2 versus 2, but the HP bars on the side of Divine Gaming are not looking good. But now it's down to a 1 versus 1. Scary Jord versus Slug. 2 stars from either sides colliding. But I think Scary Jord, he has the cover to work with, and Slug is forced out into the open. A pixel of HP. A single shot even on his toes, and he's gone. He needs to heal up, and Scary Jord just needs to keep the pressure on. He's looking to make that pounce, going around the corner. Slug with the first aid will not be able to put it through all the way. And finally, there's the shutdown. Divine Gaming eliminated on second, and Victorious Summers stealing. A very impressive steal as well of the chicken dinner.
What a performance here coming from Victorious Summers. Played the map to perfection. And what a clutch from Scary Jord as well.
Yeah.
That was a very, very what-if situation. But Scary Jord, realizing that the last player was still stranded outside, decides to go in for the 1v1 is the reason why he had that advantage. But a very, very good fight here as well coming from Divine Gaming. They actually forced Victorious Summers down to the limit, blow by blow, trades by trade to make things even here. What a game we've watched.
Yeah, I think it was a very exciting match, especially towards the end. And not just with the last collision between Victorious Summers and Divine Gaming, but even before that when we had Wyld Fangs, Nebula Esports, Team Tamilas did so much just from the same cliff where we saw the players of Seoul towards the end game. They were taking multiple fights, got a lot of eliminations. But I think Divine Gaming, they could have done a lot more with the amount of utility that they have, because it wasn't just the nade. It wasn't just the amount of nades that they had, which was very impressive. It was also the Molotov. I believe they had like 5 or 6 Molotovs, 5 or 6 smokes still left for the end game fight for that last 3v3. But they weren't utilizing the utility that much, basically.
Yeah, I think they didn't realize that they needed to use those utilities, and by the time they wanted to use it, it was a little bit too late already, because Victorious Summers already lobbed an initial artillery strike to actually take space from them, which allowed them to for a very, very nice flank. But the way they reacted and the way they traded was how Divine Gaming responded to the situation, which kind of impressed me, because it shouldn't have been that close for Divine Gaming to almost catching it out. But with that being said here, the game was won. Scary Jord being the MVP, securing the win for the team. And, well, what's that to say? Scary Jord is a very scary man.
Yeah, inside of the game. Outside, as you guys can see, he's just a lovely player, a lovely human being. And, of course, Victorious Summers, I think, sitting at the top of the leaderboard this week has been very nice for them. But we have the list of top players on our screens. Slug, Ninja Boy, Omega, all 3 players from the side of Divine Gaming making it into the list of top players. I'll be very honest about this. I didn't say it out loud, but in my heart, there was this gut feeling that maybe Divine Gaming was going to secure the second chicken dinner of this week. They got close, but weren't really able to secure the chicken.
Hey, but still a very decent performance coming from Divine Gaming as well from this game. So but that pretty much ensures their position in the top 12 at least for this week. And we know Divine Gaming was very, very close to actually representing the country last year during BMSD. And this is where things get a little bit spicy as well, because when we talk about BMPS, when we talk about Pro Series, everybody is firing up. And as of yet, week 3 survival on the line. Will you be able to have a chance to the grand finals? On the line in particular, you can see all the teams are stepping up. Even Seoul making a little bit of bounce back as well. Surviving in the top 3, that gives them a decent amount of position points and finishes to stay out of the bottom 4 at least.
Yeah, it gets them out of the bottom 4. I think that's the one thing, the biggest thing that everyone of the Seoul supporters is going to be focused on. At least now they're not facing relegation. But same can't be said for a few other names. I see teams like WELT, teams like Genesis. Genesis also did not have that great of a time or that great of an ending inside of this map of Erangel, and it seems like the struggles of Genesis Esports are going to go down to the very last game in this 3rd week.
Yeah, even for 7 Gods as well, they were a little bit struggling. H4K didn't really have a good game. White Walkers also didn't really have a good game. But we have to see the official score, because eventually it will come down towards the final game of deciding who the bottom 4 will eventually come through and who will be kicked down into its Group B to fight for their slots for the semi-finals instead of the grand finals.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see what the overall leaderboard looks like, especially heading into that last game. But we have the match rankings before that. Victorious Summers 21 points secured from this match. Divine Gaming with 17. Both the teams very impressive, very aggressive. 11 eliminations each. On the 3rd, we have Seoul with 12 points total tally. And then Team Tamilas, who were monsters to deal with towards the northern and the northeastern edge of this map itself. 9 eliminations secured, and they could have done so much more had they survived and not picked multiple fights when we saw them fighting 3 different teams at the same time.
Yeah, at the same time, Team Tamilas has been a very, very big nuisance as well in all the games, and it's hard to ignore them for this past 3 weeks now. This just might be the strongest Team Tamilas we've ever seen, period. And now, talking about the bottom half, Genesis once again flopping the game here, and this is quite concerning here. This is the first runner-up of BGIS, and they were kicked down of Group A in week 1. claw their way up in Week 2, and now they're going to be kicked down again in Week 3 if they do not start racking up some serious points. But let's talk about the gap between the bottom here. Seems like for Reckoning and H4K is a 4-point gap, 4-point gap from WELT as well. But for Genesis, that is a 9-point gap. So they in this final game, in order for Genesis to actually survive being relegated, they need more than 10 points at least, and also potentially a chicken dinner in case a tiebreaker breaks out.
I would just say straight up 20 points needed, 32, and then they are safe, because it's just down to the last game. You would want a safety net as well to work with. But yeah, Genesis, I think a lot of questions running through the heads of all the people that were keeping an eye on the side of Genesis Esports. Is this team, or were they a one-hit wonder that we only saw perform well during the BGIS and now they're gone? A story similar to a lot of star teams that we've seen in the past, one even having won back-to-back trophies and then just completely failing to qualify for officials next year.
It's really sad, right? Like, when we talk about first place curse, etc., like, it feels like Genesis is on the same path of last year, where they have the second place curse. Think about it this way. Viper Gravity, during Reckoning Esports' run, they were second place during BGIS, looking great. Top contender. Went to BMPS, could not qualify for Grand Finals. And now, same thing for BGIS. Same run, got second place, and now BMPS. I don't know what happened to them, man.
Yeah, I mean, and it should not be the case with the kind of experience the players of Genesis have. They have played in multiple rosters, as you mentioned. Viper and Hunters used to be there with the lineup of Reckoning Esports as well. This duo was on fire. I think these two players in BGIS of 2025 were doing quite well as a duo.
Yeah.
But all of that has changed in 2026. BGIS, a phenomenal run. Right now, Genesis is still just fighting for survival, and that is something we did not imagine.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning as well, but hopefully this final game, they are able to bounce back as well, because it's now or never, or it is going to be Group B for you guys. But for now, we're going to be taking a little bit short break before we proceed towards the next game.
অফসাইড তোর বাড়িতে হবে
भाई कुत्ते अबे हमार जाएगा सब लोग लाइन में खड़े सुन
पहले मैं चल निकल
টিকিট 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 দাদা লাভে টিকিট কোথায় আছে তো দাদা কতবার কাটবো করবো লড়বো জিতবো
केकेआर है तैयार नाइट का फाइट कोलकाता का प्राइड
पर्पल में दिल गोल्ड में है जीत केकेआर ऑन रिपीट नाइट हो या डे नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे
चुप एकदम चुप इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता कोई भी नहीं
केकेआर का स्वैग नाउ इन बैटल ग्राउंड
आमी कॉन्करर
আমি केकेआर
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, just one last map remaining for the decision of the fates of teams of Group A. And with this last year angle, we needed to make it special. So we have the biggest Team Tamilas supporter with us, Mr. Necro, as the team has been doing really well.
Yeah, and I'm pretty surprised, right? Once again, in the week 3 as well, Team Tamilas doing great. And even in the game 1, Team Tamilas had consistent points. And I'm a big fan of AimGod, the way he's playing right now. I'm loving the fact that Team Tamilas is actually going for the head-on-head collision, winning the fights, getting those elimination points as well. We're seeing a lot of aggression from them.
You must be ecstatic about how this team has been playing, considering you did not have a lot of expectations in the starting of the BMPS.
And you cannot even blame me for that. Come on. None of us had a lot of expectations from a banner like Team Tamilas since they struggled so much in BGIS, right? Yes, they moved on towards the Grand Finals, but in the Grand Finals, we did not see that spark in them. But right now at the start of the BMPS, Team Tamilas is looking in a top-notch form, but I just really hope they maintain it because we have seen a lot of those big names sort of fade away as the time keeps on moving on.
Pretty much. I think the one thing that's different about Team Tamilas this time in particular is the fact that the confidence has gone up. And it seems like they're not backing off this time. as you were talking about it, I think even in the past, what we have noticed is earlier stages, big
Yeah,
names, they get hyper aggressive and then slowly and steadily tone down the aggression as they hit the later stage of the tournament. Team Tamilas, they have kept their their foot to the metal from the start, from week 1 till now. Just keep it going. Everything's going well. Just stick to the same game plan.
Looking pretty solid. It's not just about them, right? Even Divine Gaming is now looking great.
Yes.
I'm loving the fact that Divine Gaming is finally taking initiative, actually going for the fights as well. We're not seeing the Omegas and the boys once again just playing in the back foot, trying to get a passive game. No, we're seeing them being aggressive as well, and they've realized themselves, we do drive a pretty massive force, and you know what? Let's just straight up ram our vehicles on teams and go for the elimination points. And right now, since the plane's going to be in the skies, starting all the way from Milta to our shooting range, this plane flat path's going to be a dream plane flat path for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, pretty much. Again, this diagonal flight path, the only position it denies, kind of, Query, Ferry Pier, and Primos, but you have options of dropping towards the farm highways of the south of Pochinki, picking up a few vehicles, and then rotating towards the southwestern quadrant of the map. But are we going to witness a few early fights, especially from the teams that are sitting at the absolute bottom of the overall leaderboard? Very important for them to be able to drag themselves out of that bottom, out of that relegation bracket, one way or the other.
Indeed. But Johnny, today we're also seeing teams like 7 got slip down a little bit, which is obviously quite unfortunate. Speaking of Wyld Fangs, right now sitting on the 8th spot, Wyld Fangs is currently moving with 5 points per game average, which is exactly what you need if you want to keep yourself out of the bottom 4. And it's been working out for them. Victor Sumus on the opposite side of the spectrum. Something's happened to them in the week 3. They're just beating down teams left, right, and center.
Yeah.
Right now, they seem like a different beast.
I think it's just the return of form from the side of Scary Jod. He has gotten very scary once again. Yeah, you just want to say it, right?
Yeah, it's always the big guys that do it, man. Not even a question, you know?
You should just, I don't know, make like a Hulk group with all of these lads, I guess.
Yeah, big guys assemble.
Why don't you perform well then?
In what?
In BGMI.
Come on,
Of
I'm
course
the
I'm not gonna
best
make it
on the
dance.
English panel.
You are the?
Best on the English panel.
Really?
Then who do you think is the best?
Liar. On air. Exaggerating, Necro.
Wait, then who's the best on the English panel?
I think Icy. Icy plays pretty well.
No, I'm
Yeah.
the best. You can ask Icy.
Nah, bro. I think
What?
we'll have a special show match one day.
Yeah, you know
between
what?
You and Icy.
We'll do it on our own personal streams one day.
Yeah, for sure.
And then Salty will be out there just far away,
Salty is
glowing
not
in
even
the
in the
orange
top 4.
color. Yeah, he's not even in the top 4.
And there are just 4 people on the English panel.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
How are you not in the top 4 when you're literally in the top 4 as commentators?
I have no idea. I think DQ by default. Anyways, enough about us. We need to stick to the match. It is the last game, of course, of Group A. And it seems like while our banter continues, there is absolutely no crossfire or no banter between the teams in this game so far. We did see a lot of squads dropping quite close to each other. I was expecting an early fight between Meta, Ninza and WELT, by the way, considering both of them dropped on the southern edge of Military Island. But yeah, even they aren't choosing to fight.
I mean, fights right now, once again, I'm pretty sure, especially when you're someone that's currently scared, you're going to be avoiding it. And right now, Meta Ninja is definitely scared. You can already see that relegation looming on top of their heads. So it's understandable that passive and the defensive gameplay, but Meta Ninja should understand their strong suits, and that's going to be the aggression and the firepower they possess. And at this point, I feel like I've been saying it like a broken record for every single team. Everyone in Group A has a lot of firepower.
Yeah.
You know what? Just go all out. Go guns blazing. Someone has to win the fight.
I think that is for sure. Someone has to win the fight, Necro. It's either you or the man on the other side, but Nebula Esports, Kratos spotted out completely in the open, all alone.
What?
And he still runs away. Oh no, that is just unfortunate for the players of Seoul.
There's no way he gets away like that.
You look at his picture, that's the face he makes after he escapes the opponent.
I mean, that is just insulting. All the 4 players against one-man Kratos, and he still runs away, even though he's a big guy like me.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy. But look at the elimination feed. You see Genesis Esports now on the receiving side of the spectrum. Johnny, this seems like week 1 all over again.
Quite unfortunate for the players of Genesis Esports and for us as well, to be honest. I don't like seeing Genesis play like this. We know this is an impressive team. We know they are very skilled. And it's not just BGMI 2026, it's all the history that they've had in the competitive circuit. Fury finally finding an opening. Vasista Esports Beast, the first casualty of this fight.
I don't have a good feeling about this one. I really do feel like elimination is near for Genesis Esports in this game, and there we go. Both the players instantly wrapped up in a sheet and sent back to Group B.
And Vasista Esports ice cold with how they move. Beast got knocked and finished off, and they were like, does not matter, we'll just get revenge.
That's gotta hurt, though.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Especially you being the runners-up in the BGIS 2026, and now you're not even able to sustain a spot in the top 12. That is just not great.
But when you think about what could go down in Week 4, Genesis ended up doing quite well for themselves in Group B. So
It's
if they
Group
manage
B,
to
though.
finish in the top 8 again, maybe we're going to see them in the semifinals. Semifinals ain't bad.
Yeah, I mean, semifinals ain't bad. Nothing taken away from that fact, but we're speaking of top 12, Johnny.
That is true.
A team that was on the podium, that was on the second spot in the BGS 2026, now is not even able to maintain a spot in the top 12.
I agree with you on that. I think standards need to be set, and the standard for
Yeah.
Genesis is to get more than 20 points in 6 games. Bare minimum, that's what we can expect, right?
6 game, 13 points from Genesis Esports, unacceptable. 5 points per game is what you need, Genesis, and they were not able to get even that. And now since they're back to Group B once again, yes, they will dominate Group B. It's not even a question. But let's be honest, we have seen a clear difference between the playstyles of Group B and Group A.
That is true.
And you will understand that Group A is a lot more tactical.
Yeah, I think, and it was difficult to survive in Group A as well. So it's quite impressive that 7 gods have somehow managed to stay inside of the middle pack and avoid relegation for 2 weeks in a row.
5 points per game, that's what 7 gods is doing. 25 points in 5 games. It's been working out. Ninza right now is lacking a little bit. But since Reckoning Esports is also one of those teams that can really hit the lobby heavy, anything can happen. Reckoning Esports can push themselves up in the overall standings. H4K can slack off. There's so many possible openers that can happen. So many possible relegations that can instantly happen in the overall standings.
Oh, for sure. But we just saw a glimpse of Reckoning Esports lurking on the on towards the southwestern edge of the play zone. They will be forced to traverse an open field. Right behind them, there's WELT looking across the military bridge. So there can be trouble brewing up for Reckoning Esports, but we'll just wait and see what happens. 7 gods in the middle of nowhere, like literally in the absolute middle of nowhere, stuck towards the eastern edge of Potato Hill.
Yeah. I mean, 7 gods, REVENANT XSPARK around the same fray. You do not want to be around REVENANT XSPARK. You know why? They don't even think twice. They just ram their vehicles without even thinking. And they somehow win the fight. It's been happening in the past. It's been happening today as well. And did you see that first game conversion? We all thought OG's going to win that. OG has the maximum zone control. There's only 3 teams alive. And OG has the man advantage, the positional advantage, the mental advantage. And still somehow, REVENANT XSPARK, they come out on top.
Yeah, very impressive. And I think it's all kudos to the roster that they are fielding right now. Trace, Pain, Proton, Ninja Jod. Just 4 of the best assaulters in the country, and I think because of that, expectations should always be high from the side of REVENANT XSPARK. But look at that awkward shift of the circle. Nebula Esports, it seems like they might have an edge, but they will also be the center of attention, and especially for the teams that are moving from the western edge.
I'm happy for White Walkers, though. It's a really good spot they've got. And White Walkers now need a chicken dinner, nothing short of that. 20 plus points is easily going to save them the day in this entire group. Or even if they do end up getting 20 points in this game, White Walkers is still going to be out of the danger. Victor Sumus hunting down a team like H4K. H4K is on the run. There's going to be the man from Nebula Esports as well around the proximity, so you need to be careful. Vasista Esports in the turf of Orangutan. And even Soul's now just driving close by. Hector's going to get a free pass.
Yeah, he should not have been allowed to reach all the way this deep. And now I think there is going to be a reactive action from the players of Team Soul as they lob a bunch of utility towards Hector. Molotov does manage to clip him for a bit, but not enough damage to actually knock him down. The other players from Vasista Esports are going to try and block access for the players of Soul. Hector needs to stay in the line of fire for his teammate, but the third party, Necro, it's there, and it's OG who are starting to capitalize.
As expected, OG trying to reap the benefits of two teams fighting. Two powerhouses, they collide, and right now, OG, it seems like they're going to be the one having the most advantage. And OG, with the way that third partying as well, it seems like Soul, they might just collapse soon. Soul's player do not really have a lot of HP. Two players collapse, and eventually the entirety of Soul taken out. They've only got 28 points, Johnny. There's a chance they might just be relegated if things do go down pretty massively for the bottom four.
I think for Soul to get relegated, Reckoning needs 11. Weld also needs 11. Well, let's just make it 12, right? 12 points for Reckoning, 12 for Weld. And then things can go bad, but even Wyld Fangs, 7 Gods, Meta Ninza, and H4K need to do better than them. So I think the odds, as you said, definitely are not in their favor, but it's not like a heavy turn of bad luck on them. There's still a possibility that Soul can push through. It all depends on how the teams beneath them play, but from the top, it is Vasista Esports. They have OG on the flank. Ronnie's just looking to run away, does not want to fight. Vasista down to just 2 players left.
Divine Gaming, they've got their sights locked. And that man from Vasista Esports, no intentions of moving away. The way Soul got eliminated from this game as well, I'm pretty sure the boys are going to be unhappy. Divine Gaming now moving themselves around the spectrum. There's also going to be a few boys of Vasista Esports around the fray, so Divine Gaming, they need to be careful off the backlines too. They're also taking damage, constant chip damage from the blue. And the circle's going to be shifting right on top of Wyld Fangs, around the prison area. OG, they get caught off guard completely in the open as one of the men instantly gets knocked out. 7 Gods, they had a nice field trap set up.
I mean, was Atanki moving in slow motion over there? We just saw that car roll down, and 7 Gods, they've managed to secure a very easy first finish of the game for themselves, but the positioning, it's not really viable to make any plays further. 7 Gods already on the move, moving west to east, trying to breach the circle from the western edge. Revenant XSPARK will be the ones blocking their way in the next few seconds, by the way. But WELT on toward the hills of prison. They've spotted out a bunch of teams. Wyld Fangs up ahead, Team Tamilas right behind them, and there is a clash. WELT against Team Tamilas. 2 players knocked out, 1 from either side. Shyam also taken out, and now it's just down to Mr. IGL.
Yeah, somehow Team Tamilas now in shambles. Here comes the backup as well, and seems like backup, it might just struggle. WELT Esports as well, down 2 players. And with only a 2-man squad to fend off the entirety of Team Tamilas, especially considering they're also going to be in the red-hot form, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. But another man falls down from Team Tamilas once again. WELT Esports now, they know the fight's taken down to a 1-on-2. WELT Esports with the man advantage, and they can easily convert this fight. For Team Tamilas, where is that last man? There we go, AimGod on the screen. And he knows going for the fight against WELT Esports is going to be filled up with a lot of risk, since WELT Esports is also getting third party by someone else.
Reckoning Esports on the flank, moving in at the right second. And as you mentioned, I think it should be an easy shutdown on WELT, at least as far as this match is considered. And if WELT go out, that is it for them, Necro. They won't have enough points to survive inside of Group A. AimGod right next to Sahil. He does spot out 1 man in the back lines. AimGod, he gets 1. That flick of the shotgun does get him the knock, but there's a shutdown from the distance. Levi with the trade. Reckoning Esports, they have the opening, but Sahil getting knocked out, and WELT still being present in the nearby vicinity still keeps them on their toes.
Oh my god, Vasista Esports in trouble. Divine Gaming really making it count. Everyone from Divine Gaming is making sure that Vasista Esports will collapse. At the end of the day, it's also the OG rivalry we're speaking of, Omega and Hector. And this time, Vasista Esports, they bite the dust. But even Divine Gaming, they took heavy beating upon themselves. Losing out on 2 players, but it's completely fine. Divine Gaming, they're out of danger.
Exactly.
The next circle, it's going to be shifting right on top of White Walkers, Johnny.
White Walkers, and again, at the start of the match you mentioned, White Walkers, their position was decent. This is the match where they need to convert. I think 20 points needed if we are keeping our safe haven at 30 points. 20 points needed from this game for White Walkers. So they need a chicken dinner with at least 10 eliminations in order to keep moving forward, in order to stay alive inside of Group A.
Yeah.
And I think this has to be the match. Sitting smack center in an open position just a little bit north of prison. And all they have to do is just keep their numbers alive, keep all 4 players intact. And the players are going to present themselves out into the open. And you just have to take those shots, go for the third-party sprays, and claim a few extra finishes.
WELT Esports on the move. WELT Esports right now is definitely traversing through a lot of risk. And they're also going to find themselves against the boys of Victor Sumus. But WELT, do they really want to clash against him? That's my question. The moment WELT Esports takes a fight against Victor Sumus, there's going to be a lot of those third parties happening from the back. Teams are not going to miss the opportunity. And considering there's also REVENANT XSPARK in the proximity, you know they will definitely go for it.
For sure. And I think REVENANT XSPARK, they're at the top, so they're not too worried. But WELT, they have to be very cautious. Victor Sumus still waiting. It's not just them from the backlines, as you mentioned. REVENANT XSPARK, even Divine Gaming are moving in, by the way. You see them on the radar from the north. There's H4K, but REVENANT XSPARK slam into the building of H4K. Pain leading the charge, has to be cautious. There was a man on the balcony. And there's a very quick shutdown of Rage God. This position has been forced out of the hands. It's been forcefully taken away from H4K by REVENANT XSPARK.
How can you not like this team? They're not even thinking twice before making a pounce. They just straight up ram the vehicles, and then they think later.
Yeah.
And since they know they have immense firepower, they know they will win the fight.
If you think about the game in the simplest form, it's just about winning fights. And odds of winning fights are 50-50. REVENANT XSPARK not really getting involved with the maths of it all too much. They're just taking those 50-50 odds. Either you win or you learn, right?
I know, right?
In the famous words of Kyo Lamau.
Yeah, true. And it's been working out pretty well. They learned in the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, not for Kyo Lamau and the boys, though.
Yeah, it's...
a lot of learning experiences.
They forgot everything they learned. But Reckoning Esports, Johnny, it seems like even they've forgotten all the lessons. In the bottom 4 on the 14th spot, Reckoning Esports, they just barely need to push themselves. H4K as well. Now it's going to be desperate to get as many points as they can. And White Walkers, since they have a nice spot inside of the circle, even they can do a lot of damage to the overall standings. And White Walkers needs to be stopped if the teams above want to stay safe.
Exactly. I think H4K, WELT, Reckoning Esports, they should be putting pressure on White Walkers because, again, if you wipe them out, that's 4 points in your bag as well. But as of now, Reckoning Esports, this fight against Meta Ninja could be a final nail in the coffin. The push is there, SILOP, there's a hovercraft in front of them, and you can't spray through that vehicle. Reckoning Esports somehow do manage to find the trade. Lovish with the swings, drops down 2 players from the side of Meta Ninja, and all of a sudden, Reckoning Esports are back in action, back in the match.
What? How did they even win the fight? Lovish, that was some crazy stuff. One man able to shut down those 2 quick players. And the moment a nade was tossed out, they just get back inside of the hovercraft. Brilliantly done. The nade's not going to do any damage. The man's just going to keep on util dumping on top of Reckoning Esports. And he's not going to be able to find a single thing because both the players, they're inside of the hovercraft. And now here comes the sending moment. Both the players from Reckoning Esports, they're trying to get the isolated duels in their hands, and the isolated duels are also going to be there. Oxen behind the tree plays it perfectly, since he knew there's also a cover fire coming from the back. Every single thing was played to perfection for both the sides, but even both the sides messed up equally.
Yeah, both the sides might have made the mistake, but I think a bigger loss for the players of Reckoning Esports, since now they lose the opportunity to keep fighting for survival inside of Group A. But look at what's going on over here. It's It's Knight against the players of Wyld Fangs. There's been an opening found by the players of Divine Gaming, but there's backline pressure. Sumus. Do they have a line of fire to actually put pressure on the players of Divine Gaming? That's what I'm curious about. I think they do.
Seems like it. But I highly doubt VS is going to be doing any sort of shenanigans. And DG, they've also got those smokes covering them. So the backlines as of now definitely do seem secured. Divine Gaming, the only possible threat right now on them is going to be in the name of Wyld Fangs. At the moment they wipe out Wyld Fangs, things are going to be looking pretty decent for them. But it's also a two-man squad, so nothing can be said. And let's not forget, DG's already safe. They've got nothing to fight for. Even if they do get eliminated over here, it's all good in the hood. But White Walkers, everything is on the line.
Finally, a few shots taken, and I really wanted to talk about them a few moments ago as well. White Walkers need to do something. They can't afford to miss out on points. Need about 25 points as of now to get into a safer position. But Divine Gaming, team that was getting shot at from White Walkers, now put under pressure by Wyld Fangs, and Knight and Slug are going to be forced into the backlines. These nades, even if a single nade trickles down, both these two individuals are done, and along with them, Divine Gaming is going to be forced into an early exit.
Oh my god, that nade finds a re-knock, and now Godin knows where exactly DG is. Another nade's going to be tossed around that same trajectory, but this time it does not find anything. And you talked about the backlines. Well, there we go. Nebula Esports, they had a venomous angle as they shut down the last man of DG as well. Divine Gaming eliminated from the game, but the problem is not done yet. Even Nebula, they need to be careful of Wyld Fangs. Since their fangs, they seem deadly.
Wyld Fangs, I think, pretty decent run in this week as well in the third week. But look at 7 gods right underneath the players of Meta Ninza. And I think even they are getting pressured by Wyld Fangs. But Meta Ninza, has Wyld Fangs not spotted them, or are they unaware? I think they were completely unaware of Meta Ninza right behind them. Sensei got taken out completely off guard. Now there's a little bit of reaction coming through. But it's all for these trades. Kana, it should not be too difficult for him to clean things up. But Wyld Fangs, with that one off play being forced, are put into the line of fire for White Walkers. This is a moment where White Walkers should be making the push.
I mean, Wyld Fangs have already got 10 finish points, so
they're at 37. There's literally nothing for them to gain.
And look at Nebula Esports straight at just making that pounce, not even thinking twice. They knew that Wyld Fangs is hurt, and Nebula Esports now with heroic entrances, shutting down Wyld Fangs and their approaches and the mindset completely. But eventually Phoenix as well gets slapped back. Wyld Fangs say shutting us down is not going to be that easy. You still need to put in a lot of efforts. But a nade from Avi, it's going to be perfectly placed as Wyld Fangs now has been deeply eliminated from the game.
Yeah, they just saw a lot of mess towards the Prison Hill, and Nebula Esports has showed up with a broom to clean everything. But we saw that circle. REVENANT XSPARK, they have a brilliant position to work with, a lot of map control. But White Walkers are still in that play zone. Necro, 5 teams left, 17 players. Total alive, 4 from the side of White Walkers. So part them, there are potential 11 points left to claim. Well, they're getting a few as the trades go on against Sumus, and these fights, they are not getting value for anyone except WELT, who find themselves outside of that bottom 4 for the first time inside of their matches this week.
White Walkers is still alive, and the moment White Walkers pushes themselves outside of the bottom 4, Meta Ninza makes an entrance. They can. Yes, they can make it, but they also need elimination points to compensate for it. White Walkers needs to start stealing out these elimination points right now. Collect those scrappy points that are out in the open. And soon REVENANT XSPARK is also going to be losing on those patience. And they're going to make that pounce on top of Nebula. And the moment that happens, that's when White Walkers is supposed to take the advantage and shut them all down.
White Walkers need about 4 to 5 eliminations more and the chicken to close things out. That is it. It just sounds easy. The problem is REVENANT XSPARK, you're forced to go up against a team with some of the best aimers in the country.
Yeah.
And look at the amount of pressure Proton has already been able to put. Dreams can't even go for a peek from behind that tree in the distance.
What was that nade? It was like a firecracker.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to distract someone.
Blew up midair.
Look up in the sky. Is that a bird? Is that a plane? No,
Yeah.
you're just on the ground looking at my face.
Interesting. Can be one of the strategies in the late game. And that's what REVENANT XSPARK is doing. You know what? At this point, you cannot even doubt them or question them. I mean, they're just dominating the lobby.
This is doing too well for us to say anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Even if they end up just walking out in the open, you still cannot question them. But White Walkers right now is doing that. Driving out in the open, trying to possess some sort of map control against the players of REVENANT XSPARK. But REVENANT XSPARK, they're trying to gather up their forces now. And White Walkers, they do want to gun them down, but White Walkers, they'll know. The moment they try to take a fight against REVENANT XSPARK, they're also going to be third-party by Nebula from the sides.
Yeah, but I think from the top of the hill, it would be easy for them to deny Nebula that line of fire. But I think after scouting information, White Walkers just fall back. It would have been nice to see them actually engage, and there he is. My man, Naqsh OP, kicking things off, has found the opening. Few shots taken on Naqsh OP, retaliation from Ninja Jod, but Pain has been put out of commission, and White Walkers with that finally have the numbers advantage to work with and try and secure the chicken. But Necro, even though it's just a few meters, White Walkers find themselves outside of the play zone.
And this is where REVENANT XSPARK can really flip the odds in their own favor.
For sure.
White Walkers, the only possible way they make it out of the bottom four is to win the game itself. Is it possible? If they manage to get the second spot, are they still going to be safe? That's my question. Maybe not. White Walkers, they probably do need a few elimination points or a chicken dinner itself. And right now, looking at the winning percentage as well, White Walkers, they've got the most of them. But the only concern is going to be the circle itself. It's not favoring them. Blue's on the move. Nebula is forced to move out on the move as well. And there we go. Nebula already catching that herd, and without even breaking a sweat, Trace, he traces one of the players down, and REVENANT XSPARK, they get the final man down as well.
4 versus 3. This is the end game. White Walkers against REVENANT XSPARK. And we have spoken about it. Necro, chicken dinner needed for White Walkers to stay alive inside of Group A. REVENANT XSPARK, they don't care at all. They're already in a decent position in the overall leaderboard, sitting at the top almost. And knowing that they are headed into that 4th week of qualifiers with a Group A spot, with a potential spot for the grand finals on the line, I think REVENANT XSPARK, they have the luxury to just completely commit into this fight phase first.
Interesting. Dreams has got the off angle, but REVENANT XSPARK is not going to be overcommitting to. So how do you play this one? Blue's also on the move. White Walkers is now going to be forced to expose themselves even more. Naqsh OP squad exposed. Does not have proper covering. Dreams' position as well, it's unknown as of now. But he can't do anything with this position. And he's got no idea where the players are positioned as well.
Yeah.
White Walkers now moving in slowly and steadily, trying to move in tandem. There's also another man from the side of White Walkers, which is going to be Veyron, who's going to try to possess some sort of control in the circle. Beast and Naqsh OP, they're getting isolated. It's not a good look. And REVENANT XSPARK, they already make that push. They get those isolated duels, and they're going to make sure that White Walkers will be punished. This is probably one of the biggest blunders from White Walkers.
They brought it down to a 2v2, REVENANT XSPARK. Now, if only they can go for a revive. Alright, that's not going to be allowed. It's just Proton and Ninja against Veyron and Dreams. And by the way, Dreams, I believe, is there with a level 1 helmet. That's not a lot of protection, not a lot of damage reduction. And even the utility, the ammunition, everything from the side of White Walkers is lacking. REVENANT XSPARK, they're going for a revive. Man, oh man.
No. Oh my god,
yeah,
it's not a good idea, Proton. What? You should have just went inside of the circle. You should have ran. REVENANT XSPARK, to achieve something, they just lost 2 lives. And now it's just 1 man left alive, which is going to be Ninja. It seems like REVENANT XSPARK, they've just gifted this game to White Walkers. Things could have been a lot better, even if it was a 2-on-2. But REVENANT XSPARK just wanted 3 players. They wanted that man advantage.
White Walkers still only have 1 finish. Necro, if they win this game with the chicken dinner, they're just going to have 21 points. They could potentially be still inside of the bottom 4, even with the chicken dinner.
Really?
Yeah, they need that last finish on Ninja Jaw to qualify, I think.
Yeah, White Walkers.
If I remember the overall leaderboard correctly, I think that is what the situation is right now.
Well, I mean, let's see as of now. The man's just moving out of the open, and it seems like he's not even able to connect those shots. Veyron, come on! Where's your confidence, my friend? And eventually, finally finds that connection. That took forever.
I think something very bad has happened to White Walkers. They do end up securing the chicken dinner. They are going to have 22 points, but I think they might still be in the bottom 4.
I mean, the way they played, I guess White Walkers kind of deserve it. Even when you've got the circle on top of you, even when you know the stars are aligned, you still decide to stay inside of those houses and not even spread yourself out. There were so many fights happening around prison.
Exactly.
You could have third-partied. You could have contributed a little bit more. Get those scrappy elimination points. I'm not even speaking of straight up heading for a 4-on-4 fight. I'm just speaking of directly third-partying from the sidelines and collecting those knocks.
I think they should have actually committed to the 4v4s when they were down to top 5 teams remaining. Because at that time, I believe, apart from White Walkers, they were just, including them in fact, there were like 17 or 18 players still alive in this game. And you know for a fact you're already going down to Group B. This is your last-ditch effort. This is a moment where you either fight for survival, or if you end up going down, might as well just go down swinging, right?
I mean, they could have just stayed away from all the chaos around prison, you know, placed themselves around
away.
those
That's
trees.
why they just have 21 points.
So they could have just placed themselves around those trees, and then from the trees, they could have just knocked out the players that were out in the open. There were so many bodies just crawling around prison.
I think they tried for that, because of which we did see not a lot of ammunition remaining on the players of White Walkers, because the last 2 individuals were just down to about 40 or 30 rounds remaining in the backpack. So it seems like there was an attempt made from White Walkers. It's just that it wasn't a nice enough attempt in this last game. But anyways, talking about nice things. Brilliant run from REVENANT XSPARK. Brilliant showcase of form.
You know what this reminds me? It reminds me of a moment that happened in BGI's 2026. I don't remember exactly which team it was, but that team had a chance to move on. They were also surviving in the top 3, but they still refused to fight. And I think it was Dragon OP and the boys.
I think so.
It was Dragon OP and the boys. Yes, now I remember. They refused to take the fight. And once again, the same thing happens over here as well. Match rankings popping up. Latter half of the board, OG were not able to do that great. But once again, it doesn't even matter. But the biggest heartbreaks are going to be Genesis Esports. The way Genesis Esports played, for some reason, once again, it felt like it was just week 1 all over again.
Yeah, pretty much. I think, and it's a very, very unpleasant surprise that Genesis, the runners-up of BGI's 2026, are going to be placed 16th inside of the 3rd week of Group A. We have Reckoning right above them, H4K, and White Walkers. Look at how big the difference was.
Yeah.
White Walkers, they needed to move in. As I said, when there were 17 players alive, they needed to go in, because at that time, WELT was also there in the game, ninza was also there in the game, and they would have done 2 things. First, they would have secured finishes and extra points for themselves. Second, they would have denied placement points proactively to the side of WELT and ninza.
I agree with you. There were a lot of options available, but they decided to take none.
They took 0, yeah.
Exactly, and that's why right now they only got 12 points from a chicken dinner. This just showcases, even if you end up getting a chicken dinner playing it passive, it's not going to make a difference. You need to have that firepower. And looking at the roster, we know they possess the firepower, but still for some reason they didn't do it. But for now, let's move on to a short break. We'll be back with some more action.
इन जैसों पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
BGMI क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 करोड़ देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BMPS 2026 once again, and you guys are watching the English broadcast. Of course, IC Baby 1-2 is alongside me on the panel, and we are going to be covering the games of Group D. And by the way, let me tell you, I think Group A came down to a finale which I did not expect. Genesis being on the 16th spot, like what is going wrong with this team?
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit unfortunate news as well, because their journey from Group A, from week 1, they were kicked down to Group B, and then they crawled their way up with an absolute domination in week 2. Got themselves back here, and now they're going to be sent back down to Group B. And unfortunately, their run for the grand finals, the rec slot, is pretty much over, because they have to fight for the semi-final slot now during week 4 itself. So hopefully they will be able to bounce back here. We did see them do well in week 2. I think they're going to be doing okay in the semi-finals. But of course, when we talk about problems, I think there are a lot of problems as well. And joining them, also White Walkers as well. But now, of course, you know, Group A is done and dusted. 4 teams getting kicked out. Now I want to see which 4 teams is going to guarantee their slots in the survival stage coming in from Group D.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at the overall rankings, now this is where things get extremely dicey. I mean, you do have your top 4. You've got Quantum Sparks, you've got Versatile, Dragonclaw Esports, and then, of course, GODSENT Legions. But then you look at the mid-pack and you think, you know what, I still don't get the proper feeling that this is going to be the Final 4. There can be so many comebacks. Esports Social, they are like 3 points trailing away. Flying Esports can make it. Potentially even someone like a Team Doxy, who has done really well in the past 2 weeks. I think even they can actually jump up from the trenches.
Well, mathematically, every single team has a shot. But
Very
realistically, I think the bottom 4 is pretty much guaranteed out of the race. You know, Non-X with 11 points. The only way they qualify is that for the next 3 games, they need back-to-back consistent more than 10 points. And that's also provided that everybody else at the top chokes. So that means in these next 3 games, if they get 30 order points, puts them in somewhere in the 40 pack, they should have a chance to narrowly get themselves promoted.
You know, we'll find out, of course, if they do have a chance. And of course, why are we talking about it, ladies and gentlemen? Because inside of Group D, in Week 4, you will have that elimination threat on your necks. But of course, we'll talk all about that. For now, we are going to be up in the skies as the wrangle gets underway, ladies and gentlemen. And we are on the flight path, of course. Where are we flying? Of course, we are moving in from Primorsk towards Severny. It is a flight path which is kind of narrowly deviated towards on the left-hand side, I see. So if you want to go somewhere towards like a military base, somewhere like a Novorupnoy, it is going to be a far stretch glide for you.
Yeah, but at the same time, so I do have a genuine interest and curiosity here because it seems like for the past 3 weeks, there has been a very, very hot topic that we have kind of strayed away here when it comes to Group D in particular. Will Quantum Sparks finally qualify for promotions? That is going to be my question as well because Quantum Sparks has been trying for 3 weeks now. The first 2 weeks, they almost got a shot, but unfortunately, unable to do so. So this time, will they finally make it? Because if you remember Week 1, they were the table toppers on day 1 itself.
Yeah.
And then day 2 completely dropped the ball and skipped out on the top 4.
It is their pattern. And there's something that I've seen over the last 3 weeks, at least. Quantum Sparks in their first day, they are going to showcase their promise. But on the second day, something or the other happens. And almost instantaneously, Quantum Sparks, they go on the back foot. We'll find out, of course, if they can make it work in this map of Erangel. But looking at Erangel rankings, I still feel like Quantum Sparks, they've got enough to actually make things work. For now, of course, the circle did drop on in front of us, and T7 Orion, right from the get-go, those Stolber Hills is going to give them tremendous advantage, I see.
Yeah, but of course, when we talk about advantages as well, what's at stake for T7 Orion? Because considering that they're in bottom 4, only way, three back-to-back chicken dinners all the way through is the only way to get promoted. So I feel like right now it's all about practicing, all about preparing themselves for Group D. At Group D, of course, being top 8 means you are safe for survival stage. Bottom 8, you're out of the tournament. And for Flying Esports, this is a team that we also have to be watching out for as well because this is a team that actually came down from Group C. And it has been a very awkward journey as well. Like, we've seen them where there are moments where their gunfight is really, really good. But we've also seen moments where they don't play like a team.
Yeah.
But hold that thought for now. It seems like we do have a little bit of drop clash in 70. It's going to be Team Doxy versus Oops. Battle of the bottom, I would say.
Yeah, and a pretty scrappy fight to start things off as well. Oops Official kinda absolutely separated from each other. No trade potential in between them. Meanwhile, Team Doxy, they are kind of pinned on that top floor. 2 players being up top, 1 player still on the sidelines can provide in that flank angle, I see, but all it comes down to is who makes that first move, who makes that first mistake. Is it going to be Oops Official? Is it going to be Team Doxy? And by the way, Team Doxy, somebody I have my hopes pinned down on them because 12 points, yeah, it's kind of not too much. I still kind of hope that this day is going to mount a comeback for them. Team Doxy alongside Quantum Sparks have also been trying to find that qualification barrier for themselves. Look at that crossfire.
Yeah, they definitely need a perfect flush here in order to actually survive this. They need to keep all 4 players intact as much as they can. That's why you can see both Oops Official and Team Doxy is just playing very passive. And could you really blame them as well? Because they've only 1 shot of having to push into the top 4. And that is to survive to the end and get as many frags here for the next 3 games. As of yet, oops. They are making moves here. Rex is going to be going for a crossfire flank. And Team Doxy, they've heard all these commotions. They're waiting for a slip up from oops. Now it's going to be a game of patience and perseverance. Who's going to be the impatient one? It seems like Team Doxy is looking to try and nade them out. They know exactly where they are. They haven't moved the muscle. Yeah, Vex going for the nade. Ooh, actually clips Reaper. So that's a very nice one. But the question here is, does Yepes actually know that he got the nade through? Seems like they're not going to be making the moves here. Centric's actually making a run for it. Reaper's still not wanting to move a single inch here. He's going to try and pull the pin to try and bait out Reaper's reaction, but no moves yet. So second nade comes through. And it does connect. That's the opener here for Doxy.
But what was Reaper thinking? In my opinion, I think he should have expected that second nade. Team Doxy, of course, with that first knock, they kind of opened things up. They opened up the floodgates, but Oops Official, they're still adamant on moving around. They're still not giving away any sort of muscle, any sort of movement. UNQ, of course, is going to find a confirmation. He will get that finish for himself. Oops Official are a man down right now. Not the greatest of positions to actually mount a comeback, but that was a brilliant needing coming in from Team Doxy at least. Right idea, right information, and right result.
Well, seems like a Oops Official losing a player. They were able to trade one on the back, but they haven't got those confirmation yet, so Team Doxy definitely needs to wrap things up a little bit quickly. They are closing the distance, but the rest of Oops Official, you can see Rex trying to bait out some sort of reaction on the broken wall for Zentrix to actually take fire. But Team Doxy, they're more focused on trying to get Death God out as they're trying to crawl back in safety. Smokes has been expended as well. Seems like Yepes has been spotted out after multiple shots here. And now the crossfire comes through. Oops, we'll take another one against Team Doxy.
They're losing momentum. Team Doxy right now slowly and steadily just falling in the trap of Oops Official. They're taking this fight a little too easy. Before the first knock, I think their formation, their shape of the fight was brilliant. And now slowly and steadily, they're kind of losing all the edge that they had in this fight. Oops Official holding down the ground floor. They know they will have to come down. They know the fight needs to come to them. There's a brilliant crossfire that has been set up. Rai is still up there alongside his comrade. Team Doxy, yet another man gets taken down after from the sidelines. It's brilliantly done, and UNQ, he had an opportunity to run through that magazine off that minigun, off that micro Uzi, but Oops Official refused to bow down.
Oh my goodness, Oops Official, what a flush. May have messed up in the initial encounterment here from Reaper, but Team Doxy will be the first team to be eliminated. And just like that, Oops, they will have a little bit of saving grace and also a little bit of time here to go in for those resets. 3 man still alive. It's still a very doable game for them to actually make it to the end game. But let's talk about teams that are currently sitting at the top. Quantum Sparks for now seems to be making their moves here to try and rotate in from the north side. Don't think they actually heard the commotions from 70. But in front of them, they are going to be giving chase on towards DC. And DC already had one of the most amazing openers here in week itself. This week itself, the map Rondo. 30 over points in a single game. And after that, every single game has been a complete flop. So for DC, their only objective is to get 5 points per game, and they should remain in the top 4.
I think even if they get a fraction of what they got on the map of Rondo, I think they should be more than good.
Definitely.
You know, 32 points from one game, and then of course 4 points from the next 2 games that you've played does not goes to show that, you know what, you're versatile on every single map. Right now, Dragonclaw, they are hoping for a big banger, but is it going to come to them? I'm not really sure.
Well, they do have the... Well, there has been debates as well. Is DC actually a one-hit wonder? But we shall see. Only time will tell. Futurized Esports Empire Originals now trying to play a little bit of a center. But they are spotted out here by Naqsh Esports, as shots has been fired to try and zone them out from the zone itself. As they are trying to rotate it in the center. Naqsh Esports doesn't exactly want to find a compound. They are going to be setting up a couple of ambush points on the sides, but aside from that, no major scuffle aside from Oops Official and Team Doxy. Circle 2 finally revealing here. It is going to be the map of Rozok. And this is going to be a tricky one here. GODSENT Legions is going to be very happy that they have center right now. It's all about defending now.
Absolutely. I think GODSENT Legion as well as Dragon Claw, these are going to be the two teams who will get the best out of their positioning. But of course, it's not like they do not have any threat whatsoever. Look at that. You've got 7 aces right on the edge of Yasnaya Poliana. You've got Thundergods Gaming as well looking to cross on over, and potentially they might actually have their hovercraft with which they can cross in from the river as well. So GODSENT Legion, they aren't really entirely away from all the threat. Even Quantum Spark is going to be following through. Oops, official a little too late in the rotation. I think they are going to be still recovering after that first fight, but no real threat so far, no real fights. It seems like a peaceful morning on the map of Erangel, but the only problem is the peace is only going to last for 1 or 2 matches. By the time the final game comes around, I'm pretty sure teams will be battling, teams will be desperate for that promotion to Group C.
Yeah, but speaking of desperation, seems like Jaguar Esports, they are going to be on the move here to try and make a pounce on towards these compounds in front of them. But they are splitting out their forces as well. They're going for a 2-2 split, one to try and cut off potential loose stragglers. But they are healing a lot of gunshots here from DC. But they can't really make a move considering that there is just teams roaming around them, trying to crash one towards them. And I think Japi switching up their playstyle just to try and scare people off, it's somewhat working out for them. And they're hoping for a potential third party. But DC, they saw what's up. They are going to fire away to force some sort of reactions, but Japi is not moving at all. They're just going to remain there, keep someone's dream in check, making sure that someone's dream doesn't push them.
It's going to be a long-drawn battle, at least for now. No teams moving really so far. This is, of course, by the way, an action replay of the circle that we were served yesterday. Right in between Rozok School and Yasnaya Poliana, you get that stretch of barren land, and of course there are going to be those micro compounds here and there. But apart from that, nothing much really. Majority of the teams, they are already clustered around the center. You have Quantum Sparks on our screens right now, and Quantum Sparks, by the way, I see they will have to solve a dilemma. How do you cross on that Rozok bridge without getting spotted, without taking hits? Because there are so many teams who are quick on their feet and they are already in position. They will shut you down if you try and cross on that bridge. What do you do now matters the most.
Yeah, but for Quantum Spark, they only have 3 vehicles here. And interesting enough, I think Yashu and Master is in a situation where if anyone decides to hit on Quantum Sparks, they are going to go for a drive-by to actually trade off immediately. So very interesting approach, but like you said, crossing the river is going to be a problem for them. And it seems like they have to most definitely cross the river now. So Quantum Spark seems like they might actually set up a little bit of a last stand here on the northern bridge to stop people from crossing before making the entry point. They do have a little bit of safety here to push under the bridge as well, in case things don't go the way they want to. But of course, rotations has been made. Quantum Spark already trying to book it for the center. As they're about to cross the river, it seems like nobody's taking shots at them, and Quantum Spark actually somehow makes it through as Scout OP gets a free pass.
But gunshots are heard. It seems like GODSENT Legions, they are trying to take shots, but no one connecting on top of Quantum Spark so far. They've been lucky, but not for long. This man, what are you doing? Still barely able to miss. And Quantum Spark, it seems like Scout just arrives right in time to protect his comrades. What a fight! What an initiation against GODSENT Legions, and Quantum Sparks, they dive deep into battle. 6 feet under, 2 players already on their knees. GODSENT Legion, what a turnaround of that fight.
Yeah, what a little bit unfortunate event here for Archie here. He's got stuck on the terrains, and Quantum Spark was able to react on the spot. Very flexible rotations here. What a push from Scout. But now they're forced to come into this fight. They've got the first knock here. They are looking for the third. But the resets are coming in. Quantum Sparks are already creeping up on towards GODSENT Legions. And the rest of GODSENT Legions, they are backing out. And Yashu is able to scout things out. The push continues. Yashu with the Molotov. He is going to try and isolate those angles, zone them up. But GODSENT Legions already in position to retake this fight. And Quantum Sparks has no choice but to back out.
This is going to be a test for Scout right now. As an IGL, he needs to call for those shots. He needs to really guide his team, because Quantum Sparks, at least what I have seen so far over the course of the last 2 weeks, they have had that problem of overextension. They do get a lot of momentum for themselves. The team does have the basics covered, but sometimes these players, they just do tend to overextend, and now they get themselves taken down. These nades, they don't really strike right on the money. GODSENT Legions, They do have the reset. They've lost one player in the process, and now it's a 3v4. Uphill battle for sure, I see, but GODSENT Legion, they definitely have what it takes to turn it around.
Meanwhile, in the apartments here, Santa having a little bit of running here with Non-X. As they are getting pushed in. They are flushing out the player from Non-X here, but a little bit of a pre-fire from Alpha will seal the deal. And that's going to be Non-X eliminated here on 15th place for this game.
Juppy Esports still holding down the open terrains right now. They've got this small little ridge from where they can actually protect themselves from the shots, but the vehicles on the other side, they've been causing problems. 7 Aces just constantly being mobile, finding information, someone's dream as well. Juppy Esports, what are you trying to do? In my opinion, I am still trying to decode their game plan, but like you said, it seems like they're just trying to shoo away their enemies from away from them, trying to create space. Meanwhile, the circle shifting away from them. QuantumSpark still at the edge. Nades being connected. GODSENT Legion haven't really found an opening against QuantumSpark so far.
QuantumSparks, they have to wrap things up here. Time is of the essence here. A lot of teams are going to be pushing in very, very soon. Will they be able to find the capitalization? Is it the question? Yashu still continue to need their way through, but it seems like Scout already backs out. He's considering actually abandoning this compound to find a better spot inside Rozhok. We are going to be seeing a Rozhok endgame here. QuantumSpark, they need to make a play here. Seems like they are forced to do absolutely nothing. They can't really do so.
And like you mentioned, I think the circle moving towards Rozhok will, of course, give Scout a chance to actually fall back from that fight. Juppy Esports getting a lucky trade for themselves. There's a lot of gunshots here in Rozhok right now. And Oops Official, they do not have an idea that Juppy Esports knocking on their doors. They were kidnapping, but even Juppy Esports can take it down. This is a comedy of errors happening, ladies and gentlemen. All of a sudden, the action just gets amped up a notch. And Oops Official, they 5 finishes come to them, but just 2 players left alive. It's not really the best of scenarios. Even Juppy Esports suffered a lot from that fight.
Oh my goodness, what a scrappy fight here coming from both Juppy and Oops Official. But Juppy, fortunately for them, they are able to find safe haven inside Rozhok itself, but they need more than that. Meanwhile, Esports Social, Joyash with the nade cleans out the last player of Santa. And just like that, they get a point. And they will be able to hold on. But you can see panic at the entire city itself. Catalyst also almost getting dropped low. 7 Aces pushes up, finds one, and Catalyst now has to patch himself up. The rest of 7 Aces unable to react to this as well, as Oops Official tries to take advantage of the situation, lobs a couple of nades. But let's put a little bit of a stop there to see what happens here, because QuantumSpark now, finally GODSENT Legions has no choice but to bite back.
Yeah, Master has been knocked out. Yashu going in for the revive. GODSENT Legion slowly flushing in the compound with nades, and a couple of those players have moved in as well. The invasion for sure is going to be successful, but GODSENT Legion, they still have to connect those shots, because otherwise QuantumSparks, they're just going to walk away with this fight. I still don't really get it. Why isn't QuantumSparks backing out?
They can't. They really just can't. It's tough. GODSENT Legions is just pressuring so much on towards them. We thought there was going to be a third party here from someone's dream, but eventually got picked down from the north side. As a team, there is still teams on the northern region as well. So QuantumSparks, they have already overcommitted this fight. And they have no choice but to continue to do so. All nades has been expended here by Yashu. Gonna clear those angles, but looks at the wrong direction. And Nasser not being able to trade this. QuantumSpark, they lose 2 and only Scout remains.
What a trade-off, what a crossfire being set up by GODSENT Legion, just playing with their patience. And Scout, of course, in the backlines can't really do anything. QuantumSparks, it seems like their performance just falls into patterns. First week, similar stuff. Second week, similar stuff. Third week as well. Day 1 was scintillating. Day 2, they come in and they get flushed out. Scout goes back, of course, towards the bridge. But now needs to be surviving all by himself. It's not going to be an easy task, especially in a lobby like this.
Yeah. ThunderGods was able to spot him and actually make a run for it from down south. But at the same time, even DC as well, they saw him crossing. So it seems like they are going to try and hunt down Scout here. But as soon as they do so, guess what? The shots from ThunderGods is going to pressure him as well. So Scout, he's going to buy a little bit more time. Now he's going to try and trade him off. But oh no, he fell down. And this is a disaster for him. And eventually will get flushed up. DC hunts him down and QuantumSpark will be eliminated.
On the 10th spot as well. That is not really the greatest of start for QuantumSparks. And in my opinion, I see the overall standings just got opened up. If the next best team right now, that is going to be Dragonfly, if they get taken down as well, I'm pretty sure the rest of the teams they're going to have a blast. Circle once again shifting on the outskirts of Rozhok, and this time Thundergods Esports, like you mentioned, they have one of the sweetest spots available.
Well, seems like the circle is going to shift towards the east side of Rozhok as well, so most definitely here, Thundergods, they are going to keep their lines of sight on every single angle. IC down towards his final 2 clips. Seems like he's been expending most of his ammunition here. Needs to find a way to restock though. Don't think he's going to be able to find anytime soon. DC, however, now a very decent game from this performance here. 6 finishes in the back. Should be able to get themselves and secure into the top 4. Now 42 points. Needs a few more if they want to guarantee their top 4 promotions. But IC here firing away onto his DC, trying to catch them off guard. But IC losing his health here as Tapa got pretty much shooting him from afar. Nice connections though.
Pretty nice connections. I think this is, like you said, it is going to be a marathon for sure. As if your Thundergods constantly tapping away to find that knocking Dragonclaw shots being taken, and what? Damn God! He almost escaped that Grim of Death, but now he's going to face the Grim Reaper. Not for long, of course. He does get finished off. Dragonclaw has been reduced. Now they are a 2-man lineup, of course, with GODSENT Legion taking in shots. I'm pretty sure the end is going to be there. Beautiful nades to flush him out of that angle as well. Harsh OG taking all the sweet time in the world. And now against this corner, it's going to be a little tough for sure. But with the S12K, he'll always have that power pack punched. GODSENT Legion get yet another one in the bag for themselves. 3 finishes already, but Dragonclaw, I think now Arthur, he's going to have a very tough job, I see, to actually stay in and stay alive, which pretty sure he's going to ultimately fail.
Yeah, stage 5 already in play as well. He's down towards his last first aid kit. But instead of popping first aid kit, he pops for a bandage here. So he's going to try and bleed out as long as they can try and get position points. But he is the last team outside his zone. So it is going to be tough here. But if he survives and get 1 point, that's a decent amount of points here. But nevertheless, final 9 teams, the rest of the world is still stuck in Rozhok. Flying Esports going to be coming in from the mountain terrain. They've heard all these commotions inside the city, especially coming in from Oops, 7 Aces, and also Esports Social. So it's all about a game of patience here.
And honestly, in my opinion, this is also where your game IQ, your game sense really gets put to the test. How much spatial awareness do you have? Do you have that heat map of where exactly those teams are? Do you know the angles that you have to check before actually moving into the next spot? And I think all those things, all those basics combined will actually give you the chicken dinner. But our table toppers have absolutely faltered. The next best team right now in line has to be GODSENT Legion, and they certainly have an opportunity, I see. Even though the circle kind of moves away from them, they will have to push towards Rozhok, but I still believe there's not a lot of teams who are checking their angle right just as of yet.
Yeah, same can be said for Esports Social, getting full center control. But you know what's really interesting in the north side? T7 is able to cross the river uncontested.
Yeah.
Nobody's looking up north. But now, when we talk about top 4 contention here, VXT, pretty much one of the furthest teams from the zone itself, trying to get out into the school apartments. But as soon as they say T7 getting scouted out, they were able to only sneak 1 player through. But VXT now also trying to make a push into the zone. Cashew finds the first opener here, Flying loses 1.
This is going to be a tough fight for them right now. First style. Nades being established to try and keep the separation. The gap is still going to be decent, but it's not decent enough as Flying Esports, they face a nade right to the face. Versatile just constantly pushing up, and this time Rex wants to cover in the distance as well. Does have the M416 and the S12K for close range, but from the back lines, Flying Esports, it seems like their wings have been chopped off, and Versatile now looking to finish them off as well. Just one player who is quite healthy, not for long. As Flying gets sent backpacking to the lobby, and Versatile, the march from school to Rozhok has been made successful.
Yeah, a very, very massive, important push for Versatile. Now they do have the space and the stock up here to figure out what's the next game plan. And of course, they have to thank the help of Esports Social. Joyesh, with a very, very interesting angle from the city, was able to spot them out. But seems like Versatile was able to spot out spokes here coming from Oops as well, so they realize there is also a team right beside them. Smoker may consider trying to find a little bit of off angle to try and capitalize on this, but as soon as he overextends, he just might be blasted here by Esports Social. So VXT has to be a little bit careful on what's the next game plan. Yes, they may have the mountain terrains, but the next playing zone is probably going to be in the city as well, where Thunder Gods is.
Yeah. But I still believe that VXT should just hold on to this angle because this is going to give them so much information and vantage point as well. Yes, the circle is going to shift away, but with that information, I guess they will find an opportunity to sneak themselves inside the city and rather play in for the chicken dinner because, in my opinion, they've got 5 finishes already. They do not need to go in for more fights. But on the flip side, GODSENT Legion will have to fight their way through because now their position is going to be marked by Thunder Gods Esports, and they have got some lovely compounds under their belt as well. They control kind of the central spots as well. They're going to get that airdrop right next to them. So one of their players is going to have a fresh kit for himself, the level 3 vest and the level 3 helmet.
I don't think they're going to go for it here. It's just a little bit too risky.
No, just go for it, man.
It's the middle of the zone where everybody has the line of sight. So
I don't get it. It's gaming tradition to go in for drops, man.
Okay, fair enough. But all things considered, the 2 teams that has to make a move, like you said, is going to be GODSENT Legions and VXT. Everybody else does have some sort of compound to work with. But seems like the circle is going to shift onto his eSports Social's favor. Oops, and also 7 Aces not needing to move a bunch as well on the south side. So the ones that have to move now will include the Solo Warrior from T7, Thunder Gods, GODSENT Legions, and VXT to push deeper into the city.
That man is not moving forward. T7 Ryan has no chance but to actually push forward because even if he does, an entire squad of Esports Social is going to absolutely bust him up. I mean, he can maybe find a little bit of a compound in the corner, try and sneak his way through it as well. Pretty sure Esports Social, they're going to be aware. But the one team, like I said, they will have to fight it out, and of course they will have to grind it out as well. It has to be GODSENT Legion.
Oh boy.
Once again, I see the circle just doing them a little bit of a betrayal in my opinion, just taking it away from them, and now they're out in the open, shots being fired from Versatile, and many of them connect quite heavily.
Yeah, the circle definitely did them dirty, but Harsh is able to sneak up a little bit closer here. Finds a small little window to work with to try and reset, but ultimately crashing to Thunder Gods is going to be very important here. The nade will connect as well as Emperor now forced to push by himself. The rest of GODSENT Legions is not ready to back him up. Emperor 1v4 as of yet. Needs to find an opener but gets picked off. Abi catches him, getting stuck through the cracks. Could not push through.
That is how another team collapses right in front of our eyes. Lapse in communication, lapse in planning as well, and a lot of desperation in an attempt to stay inside the top 4 right now. GODSENT Legion, they are getting destroyed, and Thunder Gods Esports, what a beautiful wipeout of this team. Nades being utilized, brilliant teamwork as well, and did not destroy their own shape. They still hold the compound with utmost scrutiny, and they're still having control of the circle.
Great defense here coming for Thunder Gods, but also courtesy of VXT controlling those high grounds to completely shut out GODSENT Legions. However, the Solo Warrior here, T7 Orion, oh boy. Seems like Esports Socials knows exactly what's up. There is one loose straggler. Gonna be sneaking their way through. But seems like Thunder Gods finally finds an opening on VXT, but could they convert it is gonna be my question. Seems like the circle once again will shift into hands of Esports Social, and Thunder Gods will have to push out of those compounds, and seems like their immediate threat is going to be VXT as well, who also needs to make a move into the city.
True, I think it is going to be a neck-and-neck situation for both the teams, VXT as well as Thunder Gods. Both these two teams will have to ditch their safe grounds. For VXT, it is going to be this hilltop. For Thunder Gods, it is going to be the compounds that they hold. Both of them are absolute powerhouses in terms of positioning, but like I said, you will have to ditch them and move forward towards the circle, and as soon as you try and do that, there are going to be teams looking to shut you down. Thunder Gods wanting to make the first move this time is going to get absolutely pushed back. Shots from Versatile, so devastating. What can you do if you're Thunder Gods Esports? Your smoke clouds are absolutely of no use.
Well, they do not have a choice here. Seems like they are going to make a reset here. This time they are going to make the first dash here. Finally goes in for the crash, and Esports Social, are they prepared? Nades being cooked, but no connection so far.
One man taken down. Thunder Gods Esports still in the process of finding the opening. Esports Social, the defense has been brilliant. Man, he shot on this ground floor with his shotgun. I'm so surprised he's still so calm. Esports Social still looking to defend this compound, and the way they have used their Molotovs and nades, it seems like Versatile, they're just a step away as well. Thunder Gods slowly but steadily they stitch together a partnership. 2 men knocked out, chopped out from Manijon, and he finds all of them. This is insane stuff. Impeccable aggression coming in from this lad as well as he finds those 2 finishes and make it 3. In my opinion, I think he's going to get all of them, I see.
Oh my goodness, Manny John, what a surprise. What a jump. What a leap of faith, completely shutting them all up. And Thunder Gods now have no choice but to continue this fight, to go into the give chase. Manny John just buying so much time. The reset comes through. Bad OP being picked up as well. And now it's all about the resets. And as of yet, Thunder Gods only Icy remains on the ground floor. It seems like Firo was stalking this entire fight. Finally makes his strike. He's going to try and go for the nade to try and snatch him off. And guess what? The third party comes through. Firo won't get the knock. But can he get those conversions here? Joyash finally takes him out. It seems like eSports Social once again will hold on.
It is going to be so anticlimactic. Manny John on his route to actually greatness. eSports Social, they were almost about to defend this compound, but brilliantly struck down by T7 Orion. And now it's going to be all about Versatile, who were waiting in the backlines, waiting for their opportunity. In the 9th circle of hell, can eSports Social defend their compound against the entirety of Versatile Esports as the nades coming through as well? And knockouts have been found. 1 player left alive, even he's going to get cleaned up. Versatile Esports just keep on extending their lead on the map of Erangel with nobody stopping them any soon.
Exactly. VXT pulled one of the most insane winner chicken dinners as well, trying to get out of school to push in towards the Rozhok region itself. And despite all that, when it mattered the most, they were able to capitalize on Thunder God distracting eSports Social and immediately pushing down towards the 2 teams, wiping out both Oops Official and 7 Aces in the process as well, and then capitalizing on this chaotic fight that eSports Social was able to have to take.
You know, I see all of that is still going to be fine. I am so sad with T7 Orion popping in on this fight. Manny John, what a jump it was. He lands a 3K for himself with a jump itself. Shot on the right hand side, gets 1 knocked out. Moves on, flips 180 degrees, gets 2 men knocked out as well. It was a fabulous attempt in order to try and defend your compound. But with Versatile jumping in like absolute beasts out there, you are not going to be able to do anything. I think the pressure was just too high on that city of Rozhok.
Yeah, they tried their best as well. But
Yeah.
you can see there are still a lot of teams fighting for the top 4. And in particular, with VXC now having the chicken dinner and also eSports Social finishing on top 2, we are going to see a little bit of shuffle here for the top 4. And currently with this game, especially now with Quantum Spark also losing out.
By the way, let me just try and remind you, it's not just Quantum Sparks, it's Dragonclaw as well. So it's top 2 teams who got eliminated early. There's going to be a lot.
This is my reaction.
You know what? I know it. Take a deep breath, take a deep sigh, because in my opinion, I think it's going to happen again, but I'm going to hold down to my horses. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have the MVP. It is going to be Rex from Versatile Esports with 5 finishes, 688 points of damage. Brilliantly done by this man, and the same can be said for Smoker as well, I think, with 4 eliminations, 677 points of damage. The entirety of Versatile, I think, had a rather decent game, and the same can be said for eSports Social, but I think in the end, I would have loved if Manijod had got the clutch to himself.
Yeah, it was a very, very nice moment of brilliance for him, but still, it was enough to actually shut down Thunder Gods as well. With all things considered, Thunder Gods was also a big nuisance in that game. In particular, I have to say, IC has been very, very spot on with his nades. His zoning on towards the east side here was phenomenal as well, just making sure that everyone was struggling in that fight. But also, there was a lot of teams that are still struggling as well. GODSENT Legion started their journey with top 4. And despite that, they were able to win the fight with Quantum Spark. It does give them a little bit of points, but they are most likely going to be kicked out from the bottom 4. But before that, let's talk about the earlier stages of this game. A little bit of recap as well. We saw Oops Official and also Team Doxy having a little bit of run-in, with Oops Official finally coming on top. And because of that, they were able to survive on towards the end games as well, getting themselves a decent amount of placement points. But is it too late for the comeback? Well, only time will tell.
Not so much if you are in the first 8 of the overall rankings, but if you are in the second half of the leaderboard, I think it is going to be a little too late for yourself. And I was about to say this as well. I think I kind of see a little bit of lack of life coming in from the second half of the leaderboard. I'm talking about teams like Flying Esports, teams like Santa Esports as well. They are supposed to be heavy-hitting teams, but now they are unable to actually, stitch together performances. Once again, the match rankings on our screens, and Versatile 22 points, Esports Social 14, Thunder Gods with 12, and Oops with 11 are the only teams who could book their slots in double digits. Apart from that, Dragon Claw faltered completely, 6 points. T7 Orion 5 points, faltered again. Santa Esports as well. You expect big things from this lineup, but just 5 points is all that they could get.
Yeah, same can be said for Godsent Legions as well. That the initial fight with RECKONING pretty much put them at a disadvantage, and because of those fights, it actually delayed their entry into his end games here.
Yeah.
And for the bottom half as well, 7 aces, we thought they were going to be able to do a lot as well. They were taken out rather early as well. I was expecting a little bit more position points considering they actually survived almost near towards the final 5 teams. I think they got taken out rather early here by both Oops and also VXT. But with that being said here, VXT taking the chicken dinner now with this one game. They're the only team with 2 winner-winner chicken dinners, and right now they are sitting at the tippity top here with 58 points. Esports Social also surviving the top 2 in that game, pushed themselves into top 2 and getting themselves 46 points. RECKONING taking a little bit tumble here with 43 points, and DCXSCR is now the gatekeepers with 42 points. Is this happening again here, Salty? Is this actually going to happen?
It is happening in front of our eyes, and I just have one thing to say at it. Here we go again, lads. It seems like we are running down the clock. We are getting back in the OG era as well, and IC for sure is going to be stressed, at least for a little while. And I mean, you know what? I share the same feeling as well. It is not a sigh of relief, it's a sigh of stress in my opinion. But let me tell you, I do have the ideal way to counter that, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourself a shot of the Monster Energy drink for yourself. Unleash your inner beast and try and get back inside of the game. Potentially, you might actually get promoted and move towards Group C as well, which looks highly unlikely for one of our favorite teams out here. But we'll find out what happens. I see. Do you think in the maps of Miramar, Quantum Sparks make it?
They have to. Please. They have to. It's been 3 weeks. Please do it. Please do it. But for now, we're going to be taking a little bit of a short break here. Right after this break, we'll find out what happens in Miramar with Quantum Sparks.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the I got the feel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. Hard of a camp, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the
Hello everyone and welcome back to BMPS 26 here. You guys are currently watching week 3 itself, and now we are down towards the final 2 games here to decide which 4 teams in particular is going to actually promote themselves in towards the Group C for week 4 and guarantee themselves in the survival stage for BMPS 2026. This is going to be a very, very tricky one. My name is ICBaby12 at your service, and we have Super Johnny to give you the commentary here for the map of Miramar. Now, Quantum Sparks dropping the ball once again. Day number 1, they were the table toppers. My question to you this time, are they gonna finally qualify?
Well, all right. Let me just start praying to my gods right now, because it seems like that's the only thing that can save Quantum Spark. Usually it is said third time's the charm, but it seems like even the third time Quantum Spark, things are not working out. Awkward fights being taken. Even if they have information, it seems like they still end up somehow running into the rest of the teams and the fights completely blind.
Well, fair enough. But at the same time as well, we do see a little bit recovery here from two particular teams that were kind of stuck on the outside of the bottom four here. And well, not two. I mean, like Versatile Esports securing the spot potentially, but Esports Social also jumping in the mix here to kind of shake things up for the top four. It seems like there's about 5 to 6 teams right now at the top that is going neck and neck against each other.
Pretty much, I think outside of the top 4, 3 teams potentially stand a chance with 2 games remaining of qualifying into the Group C after the 2 games, 2 maps of Miramar. The biggest leap is going to be required by Juppy Esports. They need about 15 points per game in order to find themselves inside of the top 4 bracket. Everyone else ahead of Juppy Esports is already in the late 30s. They need about 7 to 8 points every single match in the last 2 Miramars to surpass teams like Quantum Spark, who are there just like, again, as we just saw, just starting to slack off on the leaderboard and inside of the top 4.
Well, fair enough. But even then as well, we do see a little bit of comebacks here coming from Thunder Gods x Tortuga Gaming. This is a performance that I wasn't expecting, but they played their map really, really well. And based on the condition, they actually started their day here with 23 points. They were able to secure themselves 11 points. So that gives them towards a 30 ballpark. For this next 2 games, if they maintain like a 10-point average, they should be able to cross the 50 ballpark. But of course, one chicken dinner for them is going to pretty much secure their spots, I would say.
It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt to secure a chicken. It will just make your lives and your mental pressure a whole lot easier. It will relieve that pressure, in fact. And I agree with you on that. I think Thunder Gods Tortuga, this is the closest we have seen this team to a promotion spot. So this time, since you found yourself inside of that top 4, might as well just clinch that position as quickly as possible and just play that last map of Miramar purely for survival points.
Well, of course, in case you're wondering as well, before we catch you guys into the game as well, there is a little bit of a fun fact that we have been tracking so far, and that is going to be the elimination leaders for the past, I don't know, past 3 weeks, across all the groups. The guy that is going to be the heaviest hitters, well, not heaviest hitter, he's definitely the strongest hitter right now on the screen here. It is going to be Drew coming from Rapid Chaos with 43 finishes, followed by Lobster from Autobots with 40 finishes. Then Scary Jot finally joining the mix as well, coming in from Group A with 38 finishes. Sawar OG with 36 and Jonathan with 36 as the top 5.
So far the elimination leaderboard, or as far as this individual elimination leaders leaderboard, it was dominated by players from Group B and C. This is the first time we are seeing one of the players that's not a part of those 2 groups actually make it to the list in the form of Scary Jod. And yet, I think no player from Group D has also been seen on the list yet.
Well, I think we did see Joker once or twice here.
But Joker is in Group A from Group D. No one from Group D.
Well, technically, if you want to discount Autobots as a Group D team, they started their journey from Group D and then crawled their way to Group C and then got stuck in Group B. So
I see. Your hand on your heart and say that Autobots is a team that deserves Group D.
No, absolutely not.
That's there.
They're no longer Group D, right? They're in Group B now.
That is a team that was bound to take the lead, but still, we have the same expectations still there for teams like VXT and teams like Quantum Spark. We are just a few hours away from finding the end result, and here we have it, this penultimate game of Week 3 for Group D as well. The map of Miramar on our screens, by the way, with a very awkward flight path. It just starts a little bit north of Impala, sticking towards the southern half and ends towards Prison.
No, I'm pretty sure everybody is going to be setting their sights here towards Quantum Spark here. Like, will they finally survive? Like, will they finally get promoted? Come on. Week 1, first game, absolute domination. Game 2, day 2, flop. Week 2, same thing happened as well, but this time, will they be able to finally do it here? But here is some stats for you guys on the screen as well. Quantum Sparks does have one of the best performing in the map. Remember, with 21 points in the top 3 out of all the 16 teams.
See, now looking at the stats I see, it gives us hope. And I think the performance will give us the answer whether it was false hope or a genuine one from the side of Quantum Spark. Because as you mentioned, I think in all of the Miramars they played, that is a decent average. 21 points secured, I believe, in the 4 Miramars they've played so far.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, they've got 15 finishes and 7 position points. I'm a little bit concerned because Let's take a look at towards the teams that prioritize a position here. VXT, 9 position points, 8 points for Oops official.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that Oops is pretty much out of the race, but for VXT, this could be a massive game for VXT to secure the top 4.
I agree with you on that. I think VXT, they will try to nail down their position at the top. And luckily for them, with how brilliant they were in that previous map, they don't need to take those big leaps. They just need about 5 to 6 points, and they will be guaranteed a qualification spot inside of the top 4. I am struggling to see where the players of VXT are headed, but we're going to catch up with them in a few short moments. For now, someone's dream spotting out Nonix in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Shots taken by Karan, not OP. Some damage dished out onto Ghost, but not enough to actually secure the opening. If he does not have a weapon, he's done for, but if he does, he can find a retaliation opportunity against Ghostface, but he's closed in a lot of distance with the UMP. Can be a comfortable knock, but Nonix right now just desperate to put some distance between them and the threat right next to them.
That is very unfortunate, though, considering that they just don't have the right weaponries to actually take those long fights. I'm pretty sure if it's N4, it's going to be good by Commando. Whoa, okay. Whoa, that was a very nice tap. Jot getting immediately shut down. FVZ now going to be on the driver's seat, but Flying Esports, they're not too happy. They are going to try and flush him out. Commando now is isolated, but Jot has been secured here by Norman from his teammates, and the rest of FVZ is here to back him up.
This is quite unfortunate if you're Team Flying Esports. We spoke about them. Team Flying also in that fight for the top 4, 28 points on the overall leaderboard, but this Miramar, it's not looking good. They have lost one man right off the bat. Commando does not have the HP to re-engage, but as you mentioned, I see the remaining players of FEZ showing up means that he will still be confident enough to at least try and peek for the opening knock. Oh no, that could have been bad, especially with the Uzi in the hands of Shooter and the dualies as well. This man needs to just charge forward face first.
I was not expecting that initial shot here to kick
that
things
was
off
a quick
here for FVZ.
burst with the DMR, right?
Yeah. Just one tap needed. Boom. I thought it was like a bolt action sniper rifle, but it wasn't. Oh, seems like Commando is still going to be holding the high grounds, but he just does not have Met. So technically, they do have a fighting chance here from Flying Esports, while FEZ is slowly boxed them in, completely choked off and isolated as well. Hunter and also Ybro is going to be able to push up, but they're a little bit hesitant to do so, as Commando still going to be sitting on the tippity top. Needs to be a little bit careful on how they want to take the approach. They do have those shotties. They're waiting for FEZ to get close and personal, going for those, looking for those one pumps.
Hunter still just tracking the prey with the sound cues. And I think at least Flying Esports should be confident enough, or at least Hunter needs to take a few jump shots and try and find the equalizer. Stun grenade knocked out to just maybe force Shooter to move. The fight has come to a complete standstill between the two sides. Both sides fighting for information and positional advantage, trying to force a move from the opponents rather than making a proactive move themselves.
It's going to be a little bit of a stalemate as well, but they have to wrap things up. Yes, they are having a little bit of center control, but they definitely need to loot out before other teams come through. But guess what? Commando finds another opener again!
The man does not have an HP, but has been the reason Team Flying Esports have lost 2 players. And now it is a 4 versus 2 situation. All the advantage in the court of the players of FEZ as they still keep the fight on to fight their way outside of the bottom 4. It doesn't change anything because they are in Group D, but it will still give them hope for the last week of play, just to try and avoid getting eliminated. Ybro knocked out. And that means Team Flying Esports down to the last man, Hunter. I think now he feels the pressure. Player goes for the peak. Delayed reaction from Hunter. And finally the numbers are going to work against him. There's the elimination. Flying Esports eliminated, and Futurize Esports walking away with 4 points without taking a single knock in that fight.
Yeah, what a clutch coming from Commando as well as Tony to go in for the flush. And I'm pretty sure Tony actually walked up and was like, looky here, I see you. And that delayed reaction from Hunter, it really felt like a peekaboo moment. Like,
true.
He didn't even fire a shot. And the moment when he reacted, he already ducked back down.
I think that was such an awkward timing to go for that peek, because even if you are climbing up the stair, Hunter was also in a position that would have made it obvious for the opponent to just stay on the ground floor. The man is looking on the stairs. He's going to shooter as soon as he's spotted, but I think Hunter was just surprised. Like, why are you standing there?
You know what? I have one piece of advice for Hunter in particular. There's a reason why you need to switch FPP mode in that scenario.
Oh, I was thinking you would say shoot.
Like, I think he was distracted by his own body.
I think so, yeah.
Animation, and did not realize that when he snuck up, he just could not see it because the color kind of masked himself with himself at the same time.
I think my advice to Hunter is just shoot first, ask question later. There was ample opportunity for him to take out Commando, but
I think that's even easier.
Yeah. Just react. Do something.
Oh boy. A little bit unfortunate for Flying because as of now, they are the first team to get eliminated. Their chances to push into top 4 pretty much increases here. Very, very tough, but Quantum Spark finds the opener. Scout OP gets a nice knock on the Joppy.
Yeah, this has to be their map. Quantum Spark always looking to outplay opponents. And this time, Scout OP just catching one of the players from Joppy. Team Joppy off guard. There's the second Catalyst. He gets knocked out as well. And Joppy Esports, look at them, just surrounded. Quantum Spark, I see we were talking about them. They just needed a few more points. They found 2 points in this fight. And I think as soon as Quantum Spark are beyond that 50-point marker, they should start to feel a little bit more comfortable.
Oh, they have to wrap up this fight for sure. They've got 2. That's a great start for them. But the rest of Joppy Esports, seems like SKOP and Dreams has forced to play on the edges here, hoping to get a little bit of lucky nades, but unfortunately, the lucky nade is going to be on Master's side. Finds the opener, SKOP trades one off. That's going to be a knock, but it is still a 3v1.
It's a 3 versus 1 situation, and as you mentioned, SKOP, the only option with which he can save himself is a nade just between the players of Quantum Spark. One lobbed out, keeps Scout forced in the back lines. SKOP just still forced to run circles around this building. Now no more utility remains on him, just those smokes. And I don't think there's hope for him to isolate these fights as well. There's the pile-up, he finds one, looking to convert that finish point. But Quantum Spark very quick to retaliate, do end up saving their teammate, and do end up securing 4 points from the action.
Oh, for a second, thought Yashu might have thought he may have just lost his life right there and then. But fortunately for them, the rest of them was able to respawn in time. So that was a very, very ballsy play, but it worked out in Quantum Spark's favor for sure.
If I'm being honest, I thought Yashu was gone there. I thought he was done for.
Yeah, me too. But with all things being said as well here, they survive with 4 players, and guess what? The Circle Gods does favor Quantum Spark. It does shift down south, but Los Leonas is still in play. VXT also going to be making a little bit of exit through the outskirts of Picado to try and get center control. Is the Circle going to go towards the city? That's going to be my question. I don't think so, but there is a possibility.
There's a very small possibility. If it happens, it's, well, I think I'm going to hear the screams of all of these IGLs. Except GODSENT Legion, they will be happy if the circle end up moving towards Los Leones. Easy access to the city, no one down south. Except, well, Naqsh towards the northern side. Find themselves in an awkward cluster.
You know, I'm really surprised that nobody's holding Picado, nobody's checking on Los Leonas to kind of keep tabs on rotation. Everybody's just booking in for center, so we might see a little bit of early congestion right from the start. The moment you're committed, it's so hard to get out. Or could you really blame them? But for someone's dream, seems like may have a little bit of a mess up here. Like you said, Ghostface didn't actually get in the vehicle. Not exactly sure why.
Yeah, luckily, he was able to tuck himself into a corner and deny Naqsh that line of fire. Otherwise, that would have been bad. But things are looking not that good for VXT, at least as far as just this fight is considered. The nade from Joesh does find an opening, but does Joesh expect to run into a 1v4 on the other side of this ridge?
Messing up the nade here. May have messed up the trajectory, but a long nade coming from VXT will scare them off. Esports Social. Seems like they are going to be decided to back out this fight, but can they get out in time is going to be the question here. Rex fires a shot, but a return fire from Esports Social is going to force them to put a little bit pit stop here. So that is going to be the regroup here for Esports Social, and also the disengage from this fight. Esports Social probably needs to find a different entry point here from the zone. It seems like the different entry point might run into someone's dream here. As the nades are coming in, Esports Social hoping to get a little bit of a lucky nade. They did hear the vehicles being dropped in from Scream. But as of yet, they're still barely on the edge on the north as well. They are trying to go for those northern approach, but look at this nade.
Yeah, Dreams has... He was able to spot out Manny Jod. And in fact, his elbow through that shack, but from the back line, shots being taken, damage onto Scream, and he's forced to reposition. Esports Social, this is such an awkward moment for them, I see. It's the second last game. They are still not safe in the overall leaderboard. One of the teams that they are forced to fight against is the team sitting at the top, VXT, and the other is a team that has absolutely nothing to lose. Someone's dream. And Esports Social in the sandwich. They need to find at least a few extra points and a way out of this conflict without losing players.
Yeah, they're kind of stuck, aren't they? Yeah. On the side. For now, seems like Team Doxy is going to be forced to take a little bit of a outside fight against 7 Aces. They are still outside the zone, and the zone is going to be shifting onto the northwest side of Los Leonas. There is a divider, but VXT having one of the prime spots as of yet in terms of high ground advantage. So, but even then, it seems like they're considering maybe abandoning ship here to have a little bit of an exit strategy down south. So for VXT, they've got all the time in the world, but whereas the rest of the world, they are stuck on the edges right now. Oh boy, Team Doxy can't seem to actually push through here. Scouts remnants of players coming from 7 Aces and decides that, you know what, if we push into this, we might get shot out in the open. Hesitation is coming through, but return fire here from Cracks from 7 Aces from Timbuktu is actually scaring off Team Doxy.
Pretty much. That's a long distance attempt coming through from Cracks, but VXT, they get distracted by Esports Social, and Esports Social have found an opening in this fight, but there's absolutely no way for them to engage, no way for them to actually push forward and try and claim the finishes against players of Versatile Esports. I think what Esports Social is trying to do is maybe just leave that job to Someone's Dream, as Someone's Dream constantly taking shots on the players of VXT and proactively trying to close in that distance. But even they need to be cautious, because down in the dip, there's Esports Social. You know about them. But on the other side, we just saw a few moments ago, there they are, FEZ. That's also another team you have to be worried about.
Exactly, but Esports Social has to be thanking Someone's Dreams to the lucky stars right now, because they are the ones that actually stop the firing coming from VXT, and now they're forced to collide against each other. Now, Someone's Dream, they are going to try and capitalize on this as well. Smoker and the front lines with the nade, with the pick as well, was able to find the knock, and now the rest of VXT is going to be going in for the slam.
Oh, and there it is, Rex Boy, he gets one, he's looking for the second man in line, but VXT all of a sudden have lost two as well. Someone's Dream, can they land the brilliant nade they need and find the elimination points from the side of VXT? Look at Dizzy. He's the last player left standing. He's going for a revive. VXT constantly on the charge. As two players, they have vision of the smoke, and through the smokes, just land that final nail in the coffin. The journey of Someone's Dream in this match comes to an end. And VXT, they walk away with 5 elimination points, but Esports Social, I think that is the team that we need to be concerned about. That's the team that's proactively looking for points, and they need them as well.
Exactly, and not to mention as well, VXT could have gotten this fight very, very cleanly here, but it was Esports Social that actually put a little bit of a stop on towards VXT, and it resulted in them losing a player to Someone's Dream.
Yeah.
But nice little reset still. VXT is still able to hold on. They are currently the table toppers with 60 over points. So that pretty much guarantees their spot as promotions in towards Group C, guaranteeing themselves for survival.
Quite exciting day for VXT. They managed to pull this off in just the first 2 games. First of all, that massive win on Orangle just a few moments ago. And now the form that they are in this map of Miramar. And same goes for Quantum Spark, by the way. Orangle might have been a dropped ball, but they are starting to pick up the pace, build up momentum. They've moved up to the mid-40s, 45 points on the board. And after this, Miramar in the last match, if they get 6 more points, then it should all be good. But to recap of this fight, by the time Dizzy got involved, there was already not enough bodies on the side of Someone's Dream. And it was a 1 versus 3 situation. I'm surprised he was just trying to go for the revive right in the faces of the players of Versatile.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate as well, because VXT already was trying to go in for the push, right? It was actually Esports Social, the third party from afar, that actually put them towards a little bit of a temporary halt. But immediately VXT was able to react. Let's just not hard commit and then immediately rest Smoker first. Sacrificing one player, you know, cutting off the rotten limbs to save the body. That's pretty much the strategy here for VXT. Meanwhile, let's talk about teams who are going to be trying to rotate into the zone here. Non-X not having a great performance here. Seems like one of the players getting picked off by T7 and Ryan, as they are trying to navigate through the city. Not exactly a good pathway And you can see they are trying to travel through the cracks, but they're getting spotted out by T7 Orion.
Yeah, lots of shots taken, but no connection found. Nonyx still on the move. And Nonyx, luckily for them, are able to find some space to work with inside of this stage 4 play zone. But again, about 1 minute and 30 seconds left before they are forced to move out. And I think with how the zone has been, this will be an absolute open endgame circle between Los Leones and Picado. Majority of the teams already positioned towards the east. And one of those teams, it is Team Doxy, present towards the northwestern edge of the circle, still keeping an eye on the players of FEZ. But if you see on the radar, Quantum Spark on the southern side could cause some trouble. There's the spray. Death God gets one. The second McTony has been dropped extremely low. A nade, if it can be lobbed by the players of Team Doxy, gives them 2 easy points. Just lying on the other side of the ridge.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot here, but they should be able to do so. Team Doxy, seems like they don't really want to overcommit to this, as they're barely on the edge of the zone here. So they are going to try and re-rotate their way through. Beast Boy down towards his last final clip of a magazine here. 60 bullets remaining to try and fend off the rest of the world. So seems like instead of committing, they are going to try and make life miserable here for FEZ. The Molotovs comes true, but no connection once more. Team Doxy not being able to get any kind of restock, but no tandem needs as well. Now Sticky Bomb hoping to get lucky again. They know they're there, but I don't think it's connecting at all.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think they found a connection. I think and that's not good really if you are Team Doxy, because they have the information as to where the players are positioned, exactly behind which ridge the players of FEZ are, but still not finding contact with utility. And they don't have a lot of utility left as well. But the circle, it takes a shift towards the west ever so slightly. Quantum Spark. I'm hoping for a chicken now.
Yeah, Scout has been playing the DMRs, but this is a very interesting one here coming from Scout. He's pressuring the teams in the south, and it's actually working in favor of Quantum Spark. Look at this. Thunder Gods is so afraid to push out. DC is also so afraid to push out with all this tapping coming from Scout OP. And this is actually helpful for them, because the more teams get stuck out on the side of the zone means more competition is getting taken out by other teams other than them.
We're talking about competition getting taken out. Santa taking on the players of Oops. Both the teams in the middle pack. And Santa already down to the last man. Look at Punisher. Coffin does not have any HP to work with. Puts on that first hit and now looks to get involved. But on the top of the ridge, there's a potential third party brewing up. T7 Orion. Although they are pushed back as soon as they make it to the ridge, is forced to step back, avoid this conflict completely. This one will be settled between Santa Esports and Oops Official themselves.
Yeah, T7 doesn't want to take this fight outside the zone as well. So Santa, they're all by themselves. It is going to be good. But Punisher, Coffin, these are 2 star players coming from Santa. They need to pull a big one. We've seen highlight moments coming from both these players. It's now or never. Nade's coming through. Looks good. That's going to be the opener here. Looking for those confirmation. And Punisher finds the first. 2v3. Or 2v2 now. Seems like the rest of Oops official. They haven't exactly grouped up. They're calling in Rikes here. Going for the push. Seems like they are looking for those confirmations. Now the tap comes through. And now Coffin goes in. They are going to go in for the slam. And just like that, they find a few. And Punisher is able to wrap things up a lot. But eventually, he is in a lot of trouble.
But he's brought down the numbers to 1v1, and Oops Official all of a sudden are in a position where they didn't think they were going to be. Down to the last man, T7 Orion, a few shots onto Punisher, and he has been eliminated. That's the end of the journey in this match for Santa Esports. But T7 Orion, are they actually going to leave Oops Official alive?
Oh,
and they give them a reset opportunity. All 3 players are back in action.
Oh my
so
goodness.
Lucky.
Yeah, like Punisher and Coffin, they almost won that fight.
Almost. Had T7 not been there, I think it was their fight. Punisher is, well, actually a very skilled player.
Yeah, but at the same time, it was very close as well. It was down towards that, like, the last health as well. But with that being said, seems like on the screen here, Thunder Gods has been completely dismantled here by both Godsent Legions and also Quantum Spark, who's been poking them away from afar. Seems like Quantum Spark is able to snatch away a point here from the DC. And just like that, Thunder Gods, the chances is pretty much over. But let's take a look at the replay here on what happened in the initial fight. I think Godsent Legions going for a slam against Non-X was a very interesting one as well. Seems like it was a very quick takedown with Naqsh not being able to do too much about the situation.
So two very intense fights happen at the same time while we were witnessing the action between Oops and the side of Santa Esports. One is this, GODSENT Legion against Naqsh, because GODSENT is fighting for that 4th position. They're 5th in the overall leaderboard right now. And the other one was Dragonclaw versus Thunder Gods. Both the team right next to each other, but Dragonclaw getting that squad wipe against Thunder God has forced them, has given them at least a little bit of edge to work with against GODSENT Legion. And these two teams are the ones that are fighting for that top 4 spot right now. They still have opportunity. Esports Social, they keep losing players. And if Esports Social right now get kicked out, then I think the door is wide open into that last game, heading into the last game for Dragonclaw and GODSENT Legion to kick Esports Social out, or at least try to make it happen.
Yeah, it's going to be close here for the top 5. VXT is sitting very comfortably, but the rest is still fighting for survival. Yeah. QuantumSpark also doing very well here to try and pull the lead here with 49 points. He is in the race, but there's still 9 teams in this game. They need position points to try and even things out. But now from the perspective of T7 Orion here, from the bottom, are trying to train their way through, but it seems like QuantumSpark, they're going to be finding a lot of shots here. DC dropped down low, but no knocks whatsoever.
It would have been big for QuantumSpark and a very massive upset for the players of Dragonclaw had they lost even one over there. And Alto, his HP does not look good. Yashu is going for the second attempt. Not a single shot connected. Well, the last few shots over there towards the end. And in fact, it's GODSENT Legion as well, by the way, taking those shots. GODSENT Legion, they found the knock. Can they secure the finish? Yes, they can. Extra points in the back. Dragonclaw Esports are going to be left bleeding. They're down to the last 2 players. Esports Social is down to the last man. Dragonclaw Esports 2 points shy of breaking into the top 4.
Oh my goodness, this is tough. QuantumSpark not too happy about this happening here. Tried to close the distance, but here comes the nade from DC to scare him off. And that's going to be the knock here for QuantumSpark. Now they need to find a way to go in for the reset as well. QuantumSpark with Scout landing the nade to try and wrap things up. They need to pick up Master. But here comes the big problems here from QuantumSpark. They need those restocks. They need those ammunition. And it seems like DC actually going in for the send-in on towards GODSENT Legions instead.
And that just makes life for QuantumSpark easier as well. Dragonclaw now moving up to the top 2. But such a small difference between Dragonclaw Esports and GODSENT Legion, just 6 points separating the two sides. GODSENT and Esports Social are out. And this is the opportunity where Dragonclaw and QuantumSpark need to gain that safety cushion heading into the last map. But Tap God, what a spray. Yashu knocked out. And QuantumSpark, they could be asking a few awkward questions amongst themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2v4. But like you said as well, QuantumSpark with the initial engagement against GODSENT Legions, they needed to win this fight to get those ammunition.
Yeah.
But the moment GODSENT Legions ran into DC, all those loots went into DC. And right now, QuantumSpark, they're stuck in a situation where, how do we do this? We need to take this fight.
They need to start praying for T7 Orion to get involved, but T7 Orion is also hesitant in moving on Dragonclaw Esports.
Well, fortunately for them, Archie does have a decent amount of ammunition though. I thought from Yashu's perspective, they don't really have a lot, but seems like they're A-okay. Nades are coming through. Harsh barely clipping by here. QuantumSpark still hasn't been able to do too much. And fortunately for both these two teams, they're barely on the edge of the inner circle. And nobody else is in the middle as well because it's open field, open terrain endgame here for this map itself.
But they need to get the job done while the sun is still shining on top of their heads. If they fail this opportunity at stage, it just forces them either into the open field up north. Well, that is where it's going to force them eventually. But if it forces them too far up into the north, they are done. Because as you mentioned, not a lot of utility on QuantumSpark. That also means not a lot of smoke to actually play those open fields. They need at least 4 more points.
For a second, I thought they don't have a lot of ammunition here. But seems like I think they were able to restock from the vehicles. So that's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot here, but seems like from the perspective here from Team Doxy, they have to make a mad dash, and QuantumSpark is going to be setting their sights there. But while they're firing as well, even DC going to be joining the fight. But it was VXT is the one that's winning fights on the other side of the map. Team Doxy falling, losing a couple players, but who actually got that confirmation?
I think we're going to find that out. Might be the players of VXT. Doxy still on the floor. And VXT, yeah, in fact, it was VXT who picked up those points. 1 point stolen away by the players of QuantumSpark as Master gets a knock and a finish onto Doxy himself. But I think along with the finishes, Quantum Spark, they can work with the eliminations as well. Team Doxy getting kicked out. Oops Official actually getting eliminated. Gives them the placement points they're waiting for. And now finally, Team Doxy are sent back to the lobby. Quantum Spark, they are feeling safer and safer by the second.
We know that, but they know that is going to be the question here. But Quantum Sparks finds a player from VXT, and that is going to be VXT out of the game. And we're down towards the final 4 teams. Quantum Sparks now with 8 points. DCX with 8 points. And now 7 aces on the outskirts, getting completely spotted out by Scout OP. And this is going to be the shooting duck session here for Quantum Spark. They are inside the zone. However, now 12 seconds left. They have to descend. They have the high ground, but it is right on the edge.
Man, they have been playing so well every single week, this team Quantum Spark. And now they have even surpassed that 50-point marker that we keep as a usual cutoff for ourselves. They're sitting at 55. If by any chance, just because Esports Social is at 46, I see. If by any chance, last game, Esports Social surpasses Quantum Spark and Quantum Spark is not in the top 4, then we just have to give it to them that they have been unlucky. But so far, this fight against Dragonclaw Esports, not a lot of problems for Quantum Spark. They do find the opening. Yashu getting knocked out, but should not be difficult for Archit to help him recover. And of course, to secure that elimination point as well. Right now, one thing they desperately need for the endgame is utility. They need to find those nades.
Yeah, Scout OP has pretty much ran out of ammunition as well, so a little bit hesitant to overcommit, but the rest of the pack from Quantum Spark is going to go in for the reset to try and pressure DC out of position. They are able to play clean up. They are able to get a decent amount of stock ups on the way as well. But with that being said, DC forced out in the open, already pinned out by 7 aces and T7. Quantum Spark still has a little bit of edge on the zone, but look at this, 7 aces. They're trying to take their fight against T7, who's outside the zone, and Quantum Sparks is capitalizing on both these 2 teams being distracted with each other.
Perfect opportunity for them to chime in. The opening knock has been found, but Scout and the boys, they need to keep an eye on that ammo counter. There's the third party T7 Ryan. Oh no, Frio took a lot of damage from the blue and instantly falls down to the blue zone. This could be the chicken dinner that Quantum Spark has been hoping for, has been waiting for, as T7 Orion, they're down to the last man. He gets shut down. That's double digits in terms of elimination for Quantum Spark, as the total counter hits 11 and 7 aces. They're down to 3 players. Almost down to 2, just a single shot more over there, and 7 aces would have been done.
Yeah, seems like they are going to make this attempt as well. They are going to push this. They know they are weak. They have to push this. And Quantum Sparks, they've sent Yashu up ahead to cross here to try and find a little bit of opportunity. But 7 aces, they get the reset. However, seems like the circle is going to force Quantum Spark down from the hills. And 7 aces knows Yashu is there. Oh no, this might be the mistake that 7 aces might be able to capitalize on as well. The nade finds Yashu. Now it's going to be a 4v3.
Yeah, and Archit also does not have enough HP to re-engage. They are stuck. The players of Quantum Spark on the ridge. What a shot! Rolex! Man, oh man. In tandem with his teammates, they were able to just focus fire. The same player from the side of Quantum Spark, and they're doing it again. It's just Master, the last man left alive. 7 aces! Well, they don't need 7. 4 aces from the deck are enough to help you win. And they actually pull it off. What a heist in the end. How did they win that game?
Oh my goodness, that timing, that miscom coming in from Quantum Spark may have cost them 7 aces. They were weak. They should have pushed together, but Yashu pushed, expecting backup, was left alone, got picked off. And while the zone forced them down from the high ground, everyone from Quantum Spark just fell like dominoes from that point onward. One mistake cost them the chicken dinner.
But they have 11 finishes though, and they have 6 points for placements. That's 17 points on the board for Quantum Spark. I think they made it this time.
With that being said, even though they flopped the chicken dinner, after 3 weeks of intense performance in Group D from Quantum Sparks, now with 11 finishes in the top 2, did they get enough points to finally get promoted out of Group D and guarantee themselves in the survival stage?
If they don't make it to Group C this time around, I don't know what it will take, man. I think it will just take 6 chicken dinners. Because at this point, they are just the most unluckiest team in the entire tournament.
I agree.
If they fail to qualify now.
Personally, I had no expectations from them in week 1, day 1. After seeing day 1, wait a minute, this is a pretty solid team.
Yeah.
Table toppers got kicked down. Week 2, not really table toppers, has a fighting chance, could not qualify. Now, table toppers flopped the first game. Flopped the chicken dinner in game number 2, and I don't know. I think it's just enough. I think it's enough.
We have seen enough. You
Okay.
deserve to be in Group C. Yeah. But it's not our call. It's what goes down in the lobby that decides. But we move on, have a look at the top players of that previous game. Harshu from Dragonclaw was very impressive. Dragonclaw also fighting with a lot of desperation in their performance, going hyper-aggressive, getting those points. Still in a fighting spot for that 4th spot. Quantum Spark, I just hope they have made it. We have 7 aces, by the way. Gonu and Rolex are there among the top-performing players. The team did well as well, but the problem is that 7 aces was just fighting to get themselves inside of the top 8. They're way too far away from the top 4.
Exactly.
No promotion for 7 aces.
And in this top 5 as well, VXT also did very consistent as well, with Smoker snatching away 5 points. So technically, VXT is pretty much already guaranteed for promotion. I don't see the cutoff going more than 60. Way past 60 already, so VXT pretty much the first team, I would say, to be promoted. But I think there's still one more slot available in the top 4, but we have to see the overall standings first.
If the cutoff goes 60, I see that would mean that Group D is much, much worse than Group A. And in kind of a few ways, I think it already is.
Well, it could be the group of destruction, or, well, it is already the group of destruction. But with that being said, here, 7 aces snatching one of the most impossible chicken dinners, and a very impressive one as well, finding multiple knocks at the same time, where Quantum Spark was at their weakest here, gets themselves 23 points with chicken dinner. Quantum Sparks with 17 points from this game gives them a little bit of lead in the top 4. DCX's SCR with 12 points, also having a little bit of lead here. VXT pulls the lead as the table topper with 11 points. T7 Orion here with 10 points. GODSENT Legions with 6 points. Ooh, that is very concerning here, because now the chase for the top 4 is going to be ever more harder for them.
Right now, there's just one single thought in my head. Ask what I see.
What?
Overall rankings. I want to see the overall rankings. I want to know what the 4th and the 5th position are going to look like. And I guess without any further delay, it is time for the overall leaderboard. There you have it, 69 points for VXT. Nice. Then we have Quantum Spark with 60, Dragonclaw with 54, Esports Social 46, and GODSENT Legion right behind them with 45. There's just one spot left to claim.
Okay, just to be safe, Corner Spot needs 1 or 2 points. They should be safe, because now let's talk about the neck and neck situation. Well, actually, I think they're going to be safe here no matter what happens. So it's going to be a fight here between DCXECR, Esports Social, and GODSENT Legions. And guess what? Esports Social, they dropped down from that game with absolutely no points.
Yeah.
So that means they are in jeopardy as of yet.
Also, I have to say, I did not notice it till now. Now we see it. Dragonclaw Esports. 9 placement points, 45 finishes as they find themselves in the top 4. Now that is an impressive run.
Yeah, I agree. That is really, really impressive. And majority of those finishes came from Rondo, so everything else has been a little bit shaky here. But we did see a little bit of recovery. But can they qualify and promote themselves is going to be the question here. But before that, we're going to be taking a little bit of short break before we jump into the final game.
लेफ्ट रहा डे पुश பண்ணுங்கடா
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है जाना किधर है
वीडियो ना अयो मचा रिवाइव பண்ணு
What revive? I don't understand, bro.
नो यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग
shoot guys मचा
क्या कर रहे हो यार?
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार ऐसे कैसे चलेगा
உங்கறால தான்டா தோத்தோம்
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी?
IPL champion of CSK.
மாஸ் बच्चा अयो तला
यस
Yellow Army, bro.
सी लैंग्वेज இல்ல CSK இருக்கு மச்சான்
गाइस बंदे
come on அவன சுடுங்கடா come on man nice shot man
well played guys
yeah
bro CSK skins
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா
Now we don't need call outs. Just whistle podu.
BGMI ஆடு விசில் போடு
One last remains for the entirety of the Group D, and as we know, it's also going to be the final chance for them to push themselves towards the limit and maybe get that promotion spot in their hands. Salty, we know there's still so many teams around the spectrum, and over the fact that now QS is also almost on the verge of solidifying that slot, there's only 2 slots more left over.
Yeah, and in my opinion, I think there are going to be a lot of teams out there who are looking for that spot as well. I think one good performance can actually put you up as well. In my opinion, still Quantum Sparks, are they safe? Are they not? I'm still going to put a question mark on that. I just don't want to believe it right as of yet.
Understand this, in the previous game they had 11 finish points and also a second finish,
Yeah.
so that's a lot of points already, and Quantum Sparks are probably going to be 50 plus point ahead in the overall standing, so I do believe that that slot is almost solidified. It's just going to be about the 3rd and the 4th slot, and there are a decent amount of teams still fighting for it. 7 Aces getting that chicken dinner, things now looking great for them, but are they going to be moving up with the win in the sales? It's just one last game that remains, man.
One last game, and of course one last opportunity for teams like Esports Social, for teams like, even I want to consider Team Doxy in this equation as well, because such a wonderful showcase of performance in week 1, week 2 as well. Could not really make it up, but could not really get promoted as well. They were somewhere in the likes of Team Quantum Sparks as well, missing out in spite of showing bright performances. Still, hopefully, I believe that, they will be able to come back. But as of yet, we do have the MVP rankings on our screens, and Dhruv OG with Rapid Chaos is still up top, 0.75.
Yeah, I mean, these are the MVP rankings for the entirety of the tournament right now. Dhruv OG's standards, it feels like they're definitely fading away slowly and steadily in the MVP rankings in general. So I really do hope that once again, he's going to be back in the future weeks. He's going to be able to catch up the pace and just keep himself on the top of the board, because there's so many players that are catching him up closely now. Even Scary Jod making an entrance. So that's also going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, Scary Jod, I think today was fantastic. And Victor Summers in general as well. I feel like we always talk about Victor Summers is one of the teams who likes to watch and watch the action unfold. But for as of now, it seems like they've taken reins in their own arms. They are going attacking and they are actually making it work. But like I said, one last game of Miramar. And potentially, I think 2 teams, like you said, they are already way through as well. Versatile and Quantum Sparks, I think they are qualified.
Yeah, I know, right? It seems like for Versatile, the way they've been playing the first 2 weeks, it was just completely off, and now inside of the week 3, for some reason, VXT's playing in a way we never expected. Now, this is the performance that a VXT banner is supposed to present, and we're finally able to see that caliber of performance from this team.
Yeah.
It's not just about them, right? 7 Aces as well. We have seen the same banner in the BGIS, and back then, they were really good. But right now, finally back to their main senses. I'm loving it.
I also have one more team in my head, and that is going to be Dragon Claw. What happened to that Rondo performance? 1 game, 32 points. Are they going to be able to make it? We'll find out, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this one. And this is, of course, going to be the last match happening on the map of Miramar.
Yeah, and the plain flat path starting all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards El Pozo. This plain flat path's going to be quite a nice one, a peaceful one. There's a big chance that we might just be able to see a solid and also quite a passive game from these teams. There's also going to be Santa Esports around the cusp. Now, if Santa Esports, if they want to stand a chance to qualify, maybe they need a 30 bomber, and that is the only possible way they can do it. Now, knowing the players' calibers, they can definitely possess that. They can definitely do it. But the way they've been playing so far, man, I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, they need to get possessed if they want to actually come up and drop a 30 bomber, especially after so many performances and so many flops that we have seen week in and week out. And not once did we get to see a glimpse of the Team Alpha that we left behind in BGS 2026. But, putting that aside, I think this flight path, it is, of course, going to be a rather decent one. Just cuts the map right through the middle. I'm still going to be eyeing out for those early drop clashes. Maybe there are some teams in the mid-pack who are making a late entrance. There can be GODSENT Legion, there can be Thunder Gods Esports as well, who are about, 20 points or 15 points shy of qualification, or rather promotion.
Indeed. I mean, there's still going to be few names, right? At the end of the day, I do feel like there's probably going to be a massive catapult from the latter half of the board. We might be able to see that last-ditch effort from these teams.
Yeah.
Oh, no, but looking at the circle, it just gets even worse. Los Leones is now going to be the centric point, and there's a big chance we might just be able to see an urban warfare. So that's going to be another interesting part about this game. Flying Esports on the screen, locking horns with VXT. One of those fights that we never expected. And VXT right now is in a great form.
They're in a great form, and they're out of threat as well. I don't really believe that VXT have anything to worry about. 69 points, they are more than safe. to actually push them towards Group C as well. Get that berth in the survival stage and battle it out from there itself. But Team Flying Esports on the other side, I think for them, the job is not done. And this is the only team on that 7th spot right now. 28 points. Like I said, they are, I think, about 20 points shy, 20 to 25 points shy. Should be a very important fight for them. If they manage to find this, I think there is going to be a little bit of hope of a comeback. But otherwise, I think Team Flying Esports, they are more than far away from actually making it to Group C.
To simplify things, they basically need a chicken dinner with a decent amount of eliminations, I guess. And I'm pretty sure that team can make it happen. It's not even a question. And Flying Esports, the way they've been playing today, it's been a little bit questionable. Some fights they do end up winning, some fights they just completely fumble the ball. So I really hope now in this last game they really give it every single thing they've got and just make it happen.
I'm looking at the 4th and the 5th spot right now on the overalls. Esports Social 46, GODSENT Legion on 45, and Thunder Gods Esports on the 6th spot, sitting at 36 points. I think, in my opinion, these are going to be the 3 teams competing for that 1 slot, because Necro, Dragonclaw as well with 54 points, especially that last game. I think even they have kind of booked that slot inside of Group C as well. Done fantastically so far. Esports Social on the other side, I think you've got to feel bad for them, especially when Manny Jord was shut down on that map of Erangel. Had they converted a chicken on that map, I think even they would have crossed on that 50-point barrier, and this game would have been absolutely useless.
There's always a lot of ways to look at the perspective, right? But right now what the overall standings say is that GODSENT Legion and even TDR stands a big chance to make it. They don't even need a massive game. Just a couple of points. Not too far away. Maybe you can't say around 15 points, and that's going to be a guaranteed spot inside of the top 4. So GODSENT Legion, we have seen some great heroics from them in this week.
Yeah.
But it's the last game. Everything comes down to this. Before, maybe there was luck supporting you. Maybe there wasn't luck supporting you. But right now, you definitely do need a little bit of luck as well.
I'm looking at 7 Aces as well and T7 Orion. It's so surprising for a team coming in from Group C. T7 Orion, they were struggling before the start of today's games. They were somewhere around the bottom 3, and T7 Orion did not do justice to the name and the kind of gameplay that we've seen from them in the prior weeks. Still not sure what the problem is. The rotations today has kind of put them in positions where they can't convert those fights from, but in the next week when they come in for battle, I'm expecting improved fights at the very least.
Of course. I mean, at the end of the day, once again, we just know that it's going to be 4 teams moving on forward, and the rest have to stay back. With just 12 teams pretty much just maintaining a spot in the same group. And the only option they've got is to come back improved in the next week. And they've also got a massive week ahead of them. There's also going to be days off for the broadcast, so they can pretty much go back to the drawing boards once again, practice. And as of now, VXT, they're trying to push up close and personal. Nicely done by Flying Esports. To try and keep the players of VXT off their favor. Flying Esports now, they start to fall apart. But a man from VXT, he comes in from the bottom. And Spartan, once again, he refuses to surrender.
It's always Spartan. This time from the distance, shots coming in from that M4 4 times. That is beautifully done. Wybro has been brought down to 40% HP. Of course, is going to go in for that HP improvement as well. But Team Flying Esports, no way they are going to be able to take this fight healthily. Wybro has to fall down. Is going to take a lot of fall damage as well. But the rest of the team has more so being extinguished by Versatile in one fell swoop. It took Spartan 1 M249 spray to actually break the back of this team as well. In spite of the fact that Hunter from Flying Esports, he got the first knock.
Definitely does. And in general, speaking of Spartan as a man, we have seen him pull off some clutches in the past.
1v4 against Quantum Sparks.
Exactly. That is the exact clutch I was trying to talk about. That was a crazy clutch. But right now, this was an insane nade. On top of the man of Oops officially, seems like Oops is now on the verge of collapsing completely. It's just one man out for that stance. And someone's Dream, they've got him completely surrounded. Dream is now about to shatter the entirety of Oops. One last man on the fray. Can he really just keep things funneled down? And right now it seemed like he's definitely losing the grip on the fight. Afu taking those shots with the Mini 14 is not precise enough. He definitely needs an M4. That is the only thing that's going to help him right now in this fight. He's got a weapon for up close and personal combat, but once again, can he really make it happen? Can he really clutch it out for his teammates? The answer is going to be no. The entirety of Summit streamed the front lines, and they're also making that pounce, and eventually he was just lost. Oops, official, they collapse.
Yeah, but on the other side, it seems like even Flying Esports on the verge of collapsing. Vibro this time is going to get spotted. Smoker, what on earth is going to be that angle if he wants to build it? I almost thought that he's going to get a visual on Vibro, maybe peek out, and you get a clean shot at this man. But sitting on the rooftop has been a brilliant tactic for him. At least he's going to delay the onset of the inevitable.
They're just trolling. They know the moment they try to just waltz out of the window, problems aren't going to happen. There we go. Look at Rex. Straight up just waltzed out. Now the entirety of BXT wants to pounce on top of the opportunity, and they actually want to melee the person down. Oh my god! Every single person from the side of VXT almost makes it happen, but no, in the end, still the man from Flying Esports gets struck down. Versatile, you absolute trolls.
Yeah, they were trying to have fun, and I think deservedly so as well. The only team from Group D who's managed to cross on that 70-point barrier. Versatile Esports, 73 points, beautifully done. 4 points initially, and Flying Esports stood no chance against them in this early fight, but now Versatile will have to play in for the chicken. Of course, it doesn't really matter, but they can still stamp their authority on the rest of the lobby. Moving in from outside of the circle, lost nearness, it's been completely occupied. So for Versatile, not really sure what the course of action is going to be next.
It is probably going to be an urban warfare.
But
so many teams inside of Los Leones, and yes, Esports Social. And for them, this game is going to be really important. All the way back in the blue, going for that long rotation. Currently sitting on the 4th spot in the overall standings. One bad slip up in Esports Social. Instantly, all the morale's going to be down. And with that, even their position in the overall standings will be compromised. So yeah, the pressure's just there, constantly mounting up.
You talk of pressure, I feel like Esports Social have what it takes to absorb all of that. They have played in levels like this, in lobbies like this, but now, like you said, it's going to be a test of patience for them. Coming in from outside of the circle, they will get denied those entry points inside of the zone as well. How do they battle that? How do they battle the third parties, especially being on Miramar, especially being on the exposed? All of those questions need to be answered, but for now, Juppy Esports, they did have a visual of another team. Shots being taken, but no connections being found.
Zero finishes on the block. Juppy Esports, passive start. And once again, it doesn't even matter that you're in the bottom 4 in this group. You're anyways going to be staying here. But T7 Orion, now they're also getting pounced on by the entirety of Santa Esports. And I'm loving this aggression from Santa, but it might just be a bit too late to wake up. They've only got a 3-man squad to do anything, and Coffin is literally on fire. The man's on the verge of getting knocked out, and Santa Esports is just toying with the opponents. T7 Orion, they still managed to find another strike, but even they have taken significant amount of damage. The fight's now down to a 2-on-2, and T7, they need to save their comrades no matter what. Santa Esports back in the house trying to play defense. Coffin is able to get the confirmation on one of the players. And T7, they do get the confirmation on the man of Santa. But there's also a third party on the verge of happening.
Yeah, Santa Esports right now, no chance to celebrate. They did show away the fight against T7 and Orion, but can they do that against Thunder Gods? Big questions. Santa Esports can't really escape this fight. The same cannot be said for T7 and Orion. They knew their comrades were finished off. They had no business taking that fight, and they left off. Thunder Gods on the other side, I think they kind of lacked information on how many players were left alive inside of this fight. They try and get a little bit of information, but the Finnish feed just did not provide enough intel for them to try and go ahead take this fight. For Thunder Gods, they desperately need these Finnish points for themselves. They are sitting at 36 points right now currently.
God.
And with the way they are positioning themselves inside of the circle, Necro, it seems like they want to play in from the center of the circle, but that is not where the fight is happening.
Look at Dragonclaw in the smack center, controlling this prime spot. Exactly what you want in your hands right now. And looking at the position in the overall standings, Dragonclaw is in a critical spot. Everything is on the line for them as well. If they do stay back over here in this Group D, there's a chance that they will be eliminated. Right now, that's what's looming on top of the heads of Group D.
You know, one good rotation I got was, of course, from Esports Social. We saw them being back in the blue as well. They were taking a lot of damage in from the zone. This stage 3, by the way, and this is the first time they actually stepped inside of the playing zone as well. Going around the circle, coming in from the south side was a great decision, and now they have a lot of real estate right in front of them, completely open. Nobody has captured it as of yet, so this is going to be a good positioning from them.
I mean, there's just so many open spots available right now. The circle is still pretty big, and I believe all the 14 teams can actually find themselves a nice home. But once again, it's about those prime spots, right? One of them is already taken away by Dragonclaw. The second one you can say by TTG. The third one, GODSENT Legion. But I still do see a lot of potential spots open. A few more teams can come in, situate themselves on those good spots. Or maybe if you want to take over someone else's spot, go for the fight.
Since you speak of the fight, I think there are a couple of those teams in the north side of the circle as well. There's a minute cluster of 3 teams. Joppy Esports, someone's dream, and potentially someone else as well. And these 3 teams, they are right at the outskirts of Los Angeles right now. They're so reluctant to leave the city, leave their hard compounds and actually move inside. I guess this is where the real test begins. Do you take that fight? Do you move on forward? Do you try and prioritize the circle? Or do you try and go in for those finish points? I think when you answer those questions, that is when maybe you can start to stitch together performances, especially for someone like someone's dream. For them, qualification or promotion towards Group C, it seems impossible. They're sitting at 22 points right now. Can they do something magical to maybe move up on the overall standings?
We've already seen a lot of magic today. And most of it came from REVENANT XSPARK in the previous group. But in this group, we're able to see a lot of magic from VXT.
You know, Necro, mentally, I'm already inside week 4. I am watching Group D battle for elimination. I want that elimination threat on top of their necks because that is what is going to bring out the best of all of these teams.
I mean, right now, VXT is definitely playing at their best. All the 4 players, look at this. Yeah, they're just trolling. They know they've already made it. They don't even need to play this game that seriously.
How do they know they're on? How do they know they're on camera, man?
I mean, they probably don't know. They've been doing this for a long time, maybe. You know, they've been doing this purposefully.
If I was leading a group maybe with 73 points and I have 4 finishes in my bag once again, I'd potentially do that.
Yeah. You know what I'd do? I would start just taking fights left, right, and center.
And get knocked out?
No. No, I would win fights, right? I'm already in a red-hot form. I would win fights. I would take fights all over the place. I would shoot every single person's death crate.
What was that conversation of me not being in the top 4? Was it of BGMI TDM?
Yeah, it was just all Johnny, man. Have a talk with him.
Johnny gets beaten down by me every single day. Not in real life, guys. I'm talking about BGMI TDM. He loses to me every single day. You know what? In fact, I am the English desk's hope against the Hindi lads. Trust me when I say it.
That is crazy you just say that.
I'm the only one who goes toe-to-toe against them.
You forgot about me, buddy? I've beaten you every single time. You forgot about the 1v1s we did?
Delusion. So much of it, man.
He forgot. I guess I got to give him that taste of defeat again. I got to beat you, man. You know what? This time, I'll catch it on camera. 4K.
I don't speak with people with with FD ratios under 2, by the way.
So you're basically saying you don't speak to yourself.
Man, oh man, so much trash talking and banter. I hope that these teams give us a little bit of action themselves as well. Someone streamed this time, crashing in on Joppy Esports. And right off the get-go, there's a Molotov. An Exploser has been knocked out as well. Necro, this time Joppy Esports not given a chance to actually fight back.
Yeah, they don't even have a lot of HP to actually defend themselves or do anything this time. At some screen, they just straight up walk in and collect those elimination points for themselves. Nicely done by them. And since it's also going to be a 2-man squad for Summit Stream, taking that one last man down from Joppy Esports is not going to be a threat. And Joppy Esports, the only time we've seen this team in form was in week 1. They were taking those fights, actually fighting for themselves, doing pretty good. But now look at VXT. This is exactly what I'd do. Ram the vehicle straight up against the foes, but not get knocked out like this.
Instantly getting knocked out. Necro, man, you've got to stop cursing teams left, right, and center. Even Rex Sports this time. Versatile Esports. It's so unfortunate, this push. Like you call it, not something which they should have done, but you know, for Versatile Esports, at least they are going to be safe. Karan this time is going to be in a 1v1. Versatile, they do find the end of it, and 2 players still left alive. But I wonder that one man, can he find that finish point? Nonix Aman is right in the back lines, and I hope he's been reading the finish feed closely.
It's all good in the hood. VXC is going to be back up. Nonix is not going to make the pounce just yet. They don't have enough guts. Nonix is going to be staying in the back. There's just a lot of threat looming on top of Nonix right now. And Nonix probably wants to fight for the pride in the last game as well. Make the most out of it, even though there's nothing on the line for Nonix anymore. Thunder Gods Esports, with 2 finishes on the board, TTG, they need a lot more points. Next circle is going to be shifting on the left side of the map. QS, now they find themselves in a great spot, but there's also FVZ in the close proximity, and QS, they straight up just take the fight against FVZ. First man knocked out, Quantum Sparks. Their team play has been on point. To win this fight, it's not going to be difficult.
You know, somebody has to give this man a reality check. Yashu sometimes becomes the hand of God. Every single nade that he lands, it just lands right on the money. He hits the bullseye every single time. Quantum Sparks, once again from a position where they should not really have opened up the fight, now are at an advantage against Futurize Esports. They do have the high ground. They do know that Quantum Sparks, they are pushed up against the edge of the zone, but they still don't care. They still take the shots and they still find an opening. Yashu has been phenomenal so far. Quantum Sparks, the next move potentially might just be a slam in, but the same can be said for Team Doxy right now, who send it straight in. And I'm not really sure if this is going to be a great move. 3 players from 7 Aces down under.
Oh no, 7 Aces. They've got the man completely surrounded. He just can't do anything, cannot even fight back. But there's a few utilities tossed out by the opponents. Team Doxy around the spectrum. They're making the life even more miserable for 7 Aces. And Team Doxy is also going for the revival on the fallen player. 7 Aces is the cavalry here. That's the question. And here comes the cavalry. It's just one man who's already taken too much damage. And 7 Aces, they've been destroyed from this game. 0 points in total accumulated in this one. What happened? The previous game was a chicken dinner with so many eliminations. And this game, you just fumbled up like that.
This is one of the reasons why I say the Team Doxy, they were deserving of being pushed inside of Group 3 as well. They definitely do have what it takes when it actually comes to taking fights, but right now, they are going to be in a little bit of a tricky spot. They have got multiple teams at once. From the distance, it is T-Sen and Orion who is trying to make a position for themselves, but Thunder Gods coming from out of nowhere. Vehicles explode, men go down on their knees. T-Sen and Orion, they are trying their best to try and stay alive, but it's going to be absolutely impossible. Icy from Thunder Gods Esports through the smoke, finds everyone and gets the team eliminated. But Thunder Gods, this was a very gutsy move coming in from them. They need to back off from this fight.
Indeed, they pushed themselves to limits. And they made it happen. 5 finishes on the block already. Thunder Gods Esports, they just want to push themselves in that top 4. That's it. That's what they're aiming for. GODSENT Legion has been showcasing one of the most passive games out there. They've been playing it so passive. Around the northern side, letting the course of the game take over. Do not even care about the fights anymore. Just want to survive till the final few moments and have those guaranteed points secured. Thunder God Esports searching for fights as they can. And right now, there's also going to be Team Doxy in the proximity. But taking a fight against Team Doxy is not going to be an easy piece of cake.
Yeah.
And Salty, Team Doxy can still make it if they get a 30 bomber.
I don't really think so, man. I think this is going to be too late for them. 19 points on the overall standings. They are in the 14th spot right now. Had they started this journey, potentially this attack, maybe on the first map of Miramar, I would have still believed. But this one, it's just way too difficult. But not just Team Doxy, for absolutely anyone. Even if Team Soul was playing in this lobby as well, I would have said, you know what? It's still going to be difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, to pull off games like 35 bombers or 30 bombers, you definitely do need a lot of luck with it. Winning fights every single time is not something that can happen in a game of BGMI. Sometimes there are a few aspects of the game that can actually be against you. And to pull off a performance like that, the stars need to be aligned as well. The circle needs to be favoring you You need to be on all-time high confidence. And sometimes for a team like Team Doxy, that's what lacks, the confidence. But Team Doxy right now, they're going to be taking the fight up close and personal against Godlike Esports. Doxy is not able to do anything against TTG as they just completely break apart Team Doxy. 3 players instantly picked off. That was such an unorthodox push. And ThunderGods knew that Team Doxy is walking into a trap.
The split coming in from ThunderGods Esports. So one player in the front lines, closely doing brilliantly. And from the sidelines as well, ABTDR providing him that much needed cover fire. Brilliant teamwork coming in from ThunderGods Esports. And now they make their way to the 6th spot. 43 points for them. And you don't want to die out at this point in life. GODSENT Legion is going to be your closest competitor as a nade sails through. It almost lands on top of Closey. But ThunderGods Esports, they still have some sort of a chance as they keep on finding these breakthroughs as well. Team Doxy from the back lines. This time find a connection against eSports Social. Multiple teams taking this fight at once and the nade lands almost on the money.
Oh my god, ThunderGods. Look at them. Oh, finally they get the nail in the coffin. And as they come out on top in that battle, there's also going to be GODSENT Legion making that bounce. GODSENT Legion wanted to be the opportunistic ones, but they don't realize that ThunderGods, they haven't really taken a lot of damage from that fight itself. They're still alive with all the 4 players on the block, and GODSENT Legion, they can be defeated right here, right now by ThunderGods Esports, even if they mess up one single time. ThunderGods Esports, they do manage to threat the needle as they find the first knock, but they've still got 3 more men standing. To take down a team like ThunderGods Esports, you need everything on point.
And look at that, the nade almost on point this time. Toxic yet to find the HP bar up. Shots coming in from Emperor. He's got a task up hand. He needs to still keep Team TTG at bay right now as they keep on descending forward. It's not going to be easy for GODSENT Legion right now to hold on to that 5th spot. Look at that! Shots coming through from all sides in GODSENT Legion. They get back home as well. 6th spot for them and no promotion for GODSENT Legion and not the top 4 indeed.
Mistakes after mistakes, that's what they made. And in the end, they were shown the gates of hell. Eliminated from the game and also potential chance taken away of moving on and promoting themselves. eSports Social, they still hold down that 4th spot, but ThunderGods Esports, what a game it's been from their side. 11 finishes already on the board, tied up with eSports Social, and now a fight between ThunderGods and eSports Social. This is going to be the decider on who's going to take that 4th spot.
This is going to be a head-on collision. There is absolutely no doubt this is going to decide who's going to make it to Group C and who's going to still stay back inside of Group D with that elimination thread. Inside of Week 4 right now, ThunderGods slightly outside of the playing zone right now. eSports Social have a great position for them. But like you said, this is still a tie, and ThunderGods Esports don't really have the men in terms of numbers. Dragonclaw on the other side, quite safe, and they are going to take out VXC out of commission. So Arto still manages to land yet another one, but he goes to the south side of the circle once again as ThunderGods try and make their way towards the play zone.
Salty, there's 5 teams live, and 4 of them are literally from the top 4. Make that 3 since VXT has now been eliminated. But still, it just means that there's only 1 slot up for grabs, and that's going to be the 4th slot itself in the hands of eSports Social right now. And the points are counting, by the way. ThunderGods Esports, what a game it's been so far. They've been winning every single possible clash that was against him. And right now, it's also going to be the boys of DC looking to take the smoke up close and personal against ThunderGods Esports.
It is going to be such an uphill climb for ThunderGods if they don't really make it after performance like this. 11 finishes inside of the last game, especially when the pressure is going to be on top of your shoulders. eSports Social on the other side, they know they're going to be facing the music as well in the final circle. This is going to be an absolute 9th circle of hell as the circle still keeps on shrinking forward. Quantum Spark with that small smoke try and deviate them away from the fight from eSports Social, but that does not work as Non-X finds the end of Master. Now, just 2 players left alive, Necro.
Teams in the top 4 slowly and steadily eliminating themselves. Quantum Sparks as well on the verge of being extinct as the Blue's on the move, and this time Archit, he's taking too much damage. Gets knocked out by the Blue itself, and Quantum Sparks, they don't even care. They know their position in the top 4. It's not even going to be in a problem. It's all good in the hood. It's just hot knife through butter as now ThunderGods Esports, they're also going to be challenged by Dragonclaw Esports. There's a man in the front from the side of Thunderclaw. And right now, Thunder Gods against the boys of Dragonclaw. And Dragonclaw is also getting struck from the back. It's going to be another team in the name of Nonix just participating in the fight.
And they are being the best show spoilers for all of these teams out there, just taking away finish points from the grasp of Team Thunder Gods Esports. A brilliant Molotov being thrown off to still push this team back. Couple up with the nade as well. Rambo battling in the front lines as Dragonclaw. They do have the ridge, but can they try and make use of it?
Oh my God.
As the nade connects from Tap God and Rambo goes down. Thunder Gods Esports. 2 men left alive, but they have a heroic task ahead of them if they want to find the promotion to Group C.
That is the worst case scenario that can happen right now to Thunder Gods Esports. Thunder Gods, they need to win these engagements, and they've been eliminated from the game. What a massive upset. They gave it every single thing they had, but in the end, even that was not enough. Esports Social, they survived to see another day, and they're also going to be promoted to the next group, which will be Group C itself, which means survival stage is guaranteed.
Necro, I'm telling you, Group D is absolutely cursed. There's no way every single week there are teams coming in and coming out. But in spite of great performances like these, you still don't make the cut and make it to the top 4. This time, of course, Esports Social, they know they've got clean ground. They have read the finish feed as well. Nonix in shambles as their front liner gets knocked out as well. And Esports Social from the back lines. The shots, the weight, the patience. It was a perfect read against Thunder Gods.
They just want to end the game, that's it.
Yeah.
Esports Social knows they've done it already. The moment Thunder Gods were eliminated, Esports Social probably had a massive sigh of relief. The blue's going to collapse once again. Nonix on the edge, backs against the blue. Dragonclaw as well, the same thing. Esports Social right now is in the smack center. They've got every single piece of advantage. Utilities tossed against them from the side of Nonix, but none of them connect. And looking at the side of Dragonclaw, there's a nice little split they're playing with. And right now, it's definitely going to make a lot of difference as the man from the side of Nonix gets struck down. Nonix now alive with only one man. As Esports Social, he's probably looking to feast on him.
Not just Esports Social, I'm pretty sure even Dragonclaw from the backlines has been waiting for Stunner to get back up on his feet. As soon as that head pops up, I'm pretty sure those bullets are going to come beaming down at him. But on the flip side, Esports Social, that little bit of that ridge is keeping them at bay from Dragonclaw. Otherwise, there's tremendous height advantage for this team as well as those nades come through. This time still yet to find contact, but the smokes have been established. Esports Social need a lot of covers for themselves, and they do not have anything to them.
Indeed. Look at that smoke trail. It's a long one. Utilities tossed out from the side of Dragonclaw. It's getting real up close. And now finally Dragonclaw's going to look to make that push. The man's inside of the vehicle in the buggy itself. He fails that run over. But it's fine. Esports Social can still get things under control. Esports Social now alive with a 2-man squad, while the man from Nonix as well still prevails. He's still alive in the backlines, but eventually they all get devoured by Dragonclaw in the last game itself. A massive chicken dinner from Dragonclaw, but Esports Social as well do pretty good. Nonix is not going to be able to make a difference.
I almost for a second thought that Nonix walked away with the chicken dinner, by the way.
Yeah, it felt like that.
It almost felt like he was the final one to actually stand up right in time, but Dragonclaw, well done, lads. I think the chicken dinner that they missed on the map of Rondo has now been finally fulfilled. Their wish has been granted. This was a great performance coming in from them. And of course, alongside this, they can also celebrate their promotion towards Group C as well.
Yeah, they can also celebrate the fact that they're not going to be eliminated from the tournament right now. It's a great thing. Survival stage is guaranteed the moment you move on towards the Group C. So yes, that is a good thing. You are delaying your elimination, but if you do play really good in the survival stage, then man, everything is going to be great for you in the future. Survival stage, just imagine right now the games are so sweaty. What's going to happen in the survival stage? That's going to be absolute tryhard.
It is the case of every single survival stage that we get to see inside of BGMI, right? And we saw that in BGIs as well. The lobbies were sweaty, teams were desperate, the players perspiring off from their foreheads as well. Ooh, sweaty fingers, man, that happens. That definitely is going to be the case when the LAN stages come around. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, Closey from Thunder Gods Esports. This is going to be a very painful sight for this man because in spite of getting the MVP, in spite of the team doing so brilliant, the team could not actually cross that finish line.
Yeah, I really feel bad for him, man. They tried. They really tried in the last game. But you know, that's the problem. You cannot just wake up in the last game and hope that, yes, everything's going to fall into place. No, that's why we keep on saying consistency matters. You cannot just go for that one in a blue moon good performance and hope that you're going to move on and do a lot better in the future. No, you need to be consistent in every single game. And in this scenario, you needed at least 10 points per game to solidify that slot.
Speaking of 10 points per game, even someone's dream could not really do much. We did have a little bit of that early clash against Fly Esports. Versatile, we talked about them as well. Them topping the group has been brilliant as usual. And I think this is the only team, especially coming in from Group D, who I feel packs a punch. Yeah, for sure, QuantumSparks, they've actually made the move forward as well. They're a little bit more technical, but when it comes to a squad fight, when it comes to an absolute 4v4, I think Versatile Esports, they've got everything in their arsenal.
I just can't really get over the fact that Thunder Gods Esports failed, man.
Yeah.
I do understand that they were not consistent throughout the entirety of the moment, but still, Thunder Gods Esports in the last game, they almost got to the finish line. Imagine a race going on. The finish line is right in front of you, one step ahead, and somehow you trip and fall. And then your rival from the back just comes in and takes over your slot. That's what happened. Esports Social, nothing taken away from them. They shouldn't have been in the Group D in the first place. The way Esports Social played in the first week, we all thought, man, Esports Social is probably going to be the next big thing.
Yeah.
But then later on, we saw a crazy downfall from Esports Social to now to the point where they were inside of the Group D.
I just hope that they peak on the right time, especially when the crucial stages come around after the week, after the break itself. But we do have the match rankings from that last game. Dragonclaw with 18 points. Thunder Gods Esports also tried their best but could not really made it through. I also started to feel for GODSENT Legion as well. I think after those 2 points, GODSENT Legion, they could not do anything. And in fact, they had a much easier job as compared to Thunder Gods Esports. They just needed like, 5-7 points to actually push through, but they faltered very bad.
They just overthinking. They were just overthinking in this scenario, right?
Yeah.
They should have just played it simply. They should have kept on playing the same way they've been playing so far. The GODSENT Legion were just overthinking everything in that final game. They thought if we keep on playing it safe, then maybe things will be looking good. And Esports Social, just 4 points separating them from Thunder Gods. I'm pretty sure when Thunder Gods look at the overall standings, their hearts are going to be broken. Then you've also got QuantumSpark with 69 points. That's going to be your top 4. Finally, QuantumSpark is breaking it through from Group D. I'm happy.
You know what, man? There's a saying, no matter how hard you try, you've got to keep on trying in spite of how many times you fail. I think QuantumSpark, they tried a lot inside of week 1, week 2 as well, but their conversions at the end were, I think, forgetful at the very least. But right now, inside of week 3 as well, I think QuantumSparks went through all of that. They knew what is the cost of not being able to perform on day 2. And thankfully, finally, QuantumSparks actually made it through.
The crazy part is Dragonclaw Esports, right? Speaking of them, the way they played in the first game off this entire week 3, which was the map Rondo, they just shocked all of us.
Yeah.
And we all were wondering, where was this Dragonclaw before? But now, you know what? Let's stop talking about them. Right now, let's have a look at the teams promoted. So you've got Group B and Group A. Pretty much the teams promoted from Group B to Group A are going to be Godlike, WINDGOD Esports, 8-Bit, and 4TR.
You know, it's a comeback for Godlike. It's a comeback for 8-Bit as well. For 8-Bit, I think they struggled in Group B for a very long time, but finally they are going to be battling it out when it actually matters. But the teams who actually got relegated, a very big surprise in the form of Genesis Esports, who are going back to Group B. Reckoning Esports as well, falling down. H4K, White Walkers. On the second contrary, you have K9 Esports as well, and for K9, the journey has been very bad in my opinion.
And it's kind of insane that K9 Esports is dropping all the way down to Group C, right?
Yeah. They had a very rough journey. They started off from Group B, they went up to A as well, and they faltered back, and they faltered back again, and it was very confusing.
It's like the moment you hit that down curve, you're just not able to recover from that. And now having a look at the group distribution as well on the screen, well, you've got the promoted teams over here as well. Godlike, WINDGOD Esports, 8-Bit, 4TR part of it. Group A, of course, gives you a massive opportunity to directly lock a slot towards the grand finals. While Group B, speaking of them, the top 8 are going to move on directly towards the semifinals. And the teams promoted from Group C to Group B are going to be Higgboson, Rapid Chaos Esports, Mad Kings, and Autobots Esports.
You know, very deservedly for teams like Autobots, for teams like Rapid Chaos as well. I'm not sure how Genesis and Reckoning Esports are going to fare up against the rest of this group, but I hope they can keep up, in my opinion, because their form lately has been very dicey. But inside of Group C, ladies and gentlemen, we do have surprises in the form of K9 Esports. You've got Team Apex Gaming, you've got RIOTNATIONz Esports, Last Day, defending champions AX is also going to be in Group C as well. VXT, Dragon Claw, Quantum Sparks, Esports Social. Wait. Are we getting Jonathan and Scout in the same group?
Yes, we are. It is going to be a fun thing to witness, but you've also got Group D on the screen. The teams that were demoted or relegated from Group C to Group D are going to be Likitha Esports, Genesis, Blink Esports, and even Phoenix Esports now. So Group D as well is going to be pretty chaotic, I'm not going to lie. Yes, we are going to be able to see a lot of mistakes, but I really hope that since there's going to be a massive break in between Week 3 and Week 4, they do go back to their drawing boards and practice a little bit more.
You know what? When the format was discussed, we talked about the fact that, Group C in the last week, it is, of course, going to be absolutely nothing. You don't get promoted, you don't get demoted, you are going to play your 6 matches, and only for the fact of finding form. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like Group C is going to be the only ones you are going to be watching. You've got Jonathan, you've got Scout in the same group, you've got Quantum Sparks in Apex Gaming in the same group. I can't wrap my head around the fact, as we do have the elimination leaders, and you still have Jonathan in there on the 5th position. We are going to talk about him, but Dhruv OG, he's still inside of Group B as well. Lobster, Scary George, Sarwar OG. It is going to be a fun-filled excitement on the other side of this break, Necro.
I mean, it's just crazy how that man's unshakable from the first spot, right?
Yeah.
He's been the eliminator from the first week, and no one is able to take away that spot even for a second. Taurus got really close, but even later on, we saw a massive dip in the form of Taurus, and that's why now K9 Esports is struggling. Now you see the MVP rankings as well, and the man's going to be on the first spot over here as well. He's just insane.
We also are going to have the IGL rankings on our screen, and I think this is where Punk actually takes the lead, but Adi has kind of followed suit. You've also got Fraggy from GODSENT Esports, who's also following suit, by the way. And GODSENT Esports, I think, will be the surprise of BMPS, Necro, because nobody expected this team to actually rise up the way they did. They're still inside of Group B right now and will have the opportunity to book their slot inside the semi-finals if they do perform well inside of Week 4. For Autobots, for teams like Versatile, I am still hoping for the best. But this is where things do get so much more interesting. The format comes alive once again. Enough about relegation, enough about getting promoted as well. Now it's time for business.
Now it's time for real deal. The top 8 from Group A directly head on towards the grand finals, while the bottom 8 are going to move on towards the semis. The top 8 from Group B directly head on towards the semis, while the bottom 8 will be heading on towards the survival, and even the Group C will be moving on towards the survival. But here comes the twist. We're also going to be seeing the first elimination of the BMPS 2026 from Group D if you manage to place yourself in the bottom 8, which is of course something you need to try and avoid.
We hope that some deserving names don't really make that list as well. I'm talking about the elimination list, by the way. But for now, we did have the performer of the day in the form of Harsh from Dragon Club. Beautifully done, I think. 13 eliminations, if I remember. But the day summary in front of us. And of course, REVENANT XSPARK, Victorious Summers, White Walkers. REVENANT XSPARK and Victorious Summers, they did fairly well for themselves, but White Walkers, in spite of the chicken dinner and the 12 points, I don't understand why did this team go on for such a passive play in spite of knowing the fact that they have the opportunity of maybe trying to come out of the relegation zone.
That's the whole thing I'm talking about, right? White Walkers were presented with so many options, and they literally took none.
Yeah.
They decided to just sit inside of that compound, hope for the best, cross their fingers, and play it scared. No, that's not how you play, man. If you look at White Walker's roster, they've got stacked players. Every single person in that roster packs a lot of punch. I do understand experience might be something that's lacking, but still, you are an assaulter. You're supposed to be out there taking frags. You're supposed to be out there not being scared of the opponents. There's a reason why you're playing at the same level as others.
Hopefully, I think these are the things which actually will get worked on, ladies and gentlemen, because at the end of today, there is, of course, going to be a long break, after which we are going to be coming back with Week 4 as well. And Week 4 is going to be so exciting, man. Like he mentioned, the first set of grand finalists will get figured out. There will be the first set of eliminated teams as well. I can't wait for the extravaganza to unfold, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, it is going to be Salty and Necro signing out. You are watching BMPS 2026, and we'll be back soon. Till then, take care.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. One time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the prize, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I
time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. ace, gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time,